John, can you hear me?
I just turned mine off. Okay, that was the problem. Okay.
So we have a flexible agenda motion by Doug, second by.
And we'd like, is there any public comment? Only on the flexible agenda. Okay. Hey, John. Yes, sir.
Lavina, you can go ahead and talk now.
Only about the flexible agenda.
I guess not.
Okay. Okay, no comment. Let's take a vote. All in favor? Say aye. Aye. Unanimous. Read my statement.
Yeah, let's maybe real quickly, if we want to have a quick discussion, now that we passed the flexible agenda. There are a couple items tonight that have to occur by schedule. One is at 4:30, we have to stop whatever we're doing to do the budget hearing. And then at 5:30, we have to stop wherever we are at that point to do public comment on issues that are unrelated to agenda items. I would ask the board to consider, and this is certainly up to the board, whether you want to move agenda items 19 and 20 up, since we know that the majority of the people here tonight are here for that issue. It might be good for them. It could go either way if people are planning to come later, but and so maybe after we do our casualty liability policy, that you would consider maybe moving 19 and 20 up. And again, that's you guys to discuss and consider.
What number is, what number?
So we would be looking at moving it around 11, I believe.
Okay, I see.
Actually, and just let me do a couple other, number 10, because of the length of the board meeting that we're anticipating tonight and the fact that it was not urgent, we did ask, and he agreed that the overview of the Douglas County safe routes to schools will be pushed off till June, the June meeting. There was no action on that as a board. And so we would be looking, that would move 11 up to 10, and we'd be looking to potentially put 19 and 20 after the annual renewal of district property and casualty liability insurance.
Comments from the board?
Yeah, that's fine.
Fine.
So you want to do number 11 next and then move to 19.
We'll go through, we'll just go normal route. And at 4:30, we're going to stop. I'm sure we're not going to get through our normal way we start every meeting. But just in the agenda, we'll move our way down to through this, and then we'll pick those up at basically 11. And we'll take everything else before that in order that we have it listed. Right, the 4:30 budget, whenever that occurs, we'll stop at that and then come back.
I'm good with whatever, because I'm lost what you just said.
Everybody good?
Okay, so let me just, so we're on item number 2. We're going to do 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, but likely 9 is going to occur earlier than where it is in the agenda because 4:30 is by the time I get done talking to you, we're going to be at 4:30. And then we'll pick up wherever we left off when we went to the budget hearing and then working our way from the in order the hearing to then the annual renewal of district property and casualty, and then we would fit 19 and 20 behind that.
Okay.
Does that make more sense? Okay,
Yeah. So Superintendent Lewis, I'm going to read my address.
perfect.
of-
Let's, yep.
Okay.
I leave, trustee Dickerson, are you fine with that? Okay, so I think that'll be, trustee Gilbertson.
My only concern is if people have timed it to come after the 5:30 public speaking. We may be there anyway, so we'll just see, I think.
I think we'll likely be there.
Okay, then I'm fine with it.
I would like to welcome the staff and members of the public that are here this evening, as well as those of you on Zoom. I would like to offer some guidelines to make the meeting flow better. As board president who's responsible for running these meetings, I would like to make sure that the public is aware that public comment notice states that no person shall orally initiate charges or complaints against individual employees of the district at a public board meeting. I would appreciate it if people do not speak until called on by the president, and that includes members of the public as well as members of the board. I'm also requesting that both members of the public here and on Zoom refrain from personal attacks. It is not helpful to the business of the board or the school district. Also, we are in a small room and side conversations are disruptive and interfere with the meeting. I'm sure that we all agree. We would like this meeting to be shorter and more productive. I don't think short's going to happen tonight. Okay, now consent items. Would someone like to make a motion on the consent?
I'll make a motion to approve the consent items.
Trustee Dickerson.
Second.
Okay, any public comment? Rob?
Turn it on.
Rob Lehman, still the parent of 3 students. Last month, this board did not approve the minutes of the March meeting because there was a question as to whether my public comments from that meeting should be recorded in the minutes word for word verbatim or by summary. It's a great conversation for the board to have. I would like to pull item 2A this month, the same thing that happened last month, so that there can be consistency among the board. So I think item 21, you're going to discuss whether public comment should be word for word. I suggest that you take this item 2A after agenda item 21, so that you can treat both of them the same. Thank you.
Thank you. Any comments from the board?
I think you would just, you would amend the motion to approve everything in item 2 except for 2A.
Okay.
Well, I would just have a comment. I'm not sure why we need to do that if, well, I guess I can't speak to it because I was in the hospital at the last meeting. So I won't speak to it.
I'll make a motion to approve everything but 2A.
Okay, any comments? Public comment?
I'll second the amendment.
Public comment? Okay. Like to take a vote? All in favor? Aye. Unanimous? Okay. Consent items pass unanimously. Superintendent Lewis, special recognition.
Thank you. Tonight, I'm pleased to be joined by 4 of Douglas County School District's finest teachers and instructional coaches. At this time, I would like to call up Kelly McHugh, Carly Smith, Chris Jezik, and Amanda Locke. If they could come to the front. Just right up front. You don't have to come too far. Is Kelly coming from anywhere? Or? We might need a radio out to the back room, call people in.
There
So-
should be sound over there.
All right, we'll recognize her when she gets here. So in early February, a group of DCSD administrators, teachers, and coaches attended the annual NCDC 23 conference in Colorado Springs, Colorado. At the conference, 4 Douglas County School District educators were recognized for their outstanding work in their classroom with DCSD students. This is, as I said, in February. It's taken us a little while to coordinate to get them all here at one time, and even then I didn't coordinate it very well. But I will start with Miss Carly Smith, who is expecting her first child. The second, sorry, Carly.
Congratulations.
So Carly is an English teacher at the Carson Valley Middle School. Carly is in her 9th year of teaching with Douglas County School District, with all of her years being at Carson Valley Middle School. And Carly was recognized as a finalist for the Middle School Personalized Learning Classroom of the Year. If you have not had an opportunity to visit Carly's classroom, I would highly encourage you to find time to visit. She is amazing with her students. There are all kinds of voice and choice in her room for her students educationally. And it is a classroom that when I leave, I always leave very impressed with how engaged the students are. So Carly Smith, congratulations. Mrs. Chris Jezik is an EPIC instructional coach. She is at Jacks Valley Elementary School, where she has been for many, many years, although I was fortunate in my early time here in Douglas County to work with Chris at Pinion Hills Elementary School. And I got to see firsthand what an amazing teacher. She's not only been a classroom teacher at a variety of levels, she has also served as a reading teacher and also as currently our EPIC coach. She was recently nominated by the district to serve on the National Teacher Council with Modern Teacher due to her expertise. And she also was on a board presentation at the national conference to talk about her experience with EPIC Learning here in DCSD. Chris came to the district 1 year prior to me. Hey, good job, Kelly. Grand entrance. Chris came into the district in 1994, 1 year prior to me. So if my math is correct, she's in her 29th year. So she's getting close to the retirement point. And again, Chris was a finalist for the Change Agent Instructional Coach of the Year. And again, Chris has been a huge instrumental part of EPIC Learning at the elementary level. Not only she's currently at Jacks Valley, but she has served at other schools prior to that. And if you've had a chance to visit classrooms with Chris, it also is a treat. And so I know that I think some of you have seen Chris as you've been at Jacks Valley for our EPIC instructional walks, but there are no better in the instructional coach or the classroom teacher than Ms. Chris Jezik. Congratulations. Hello, Ms. McHugh. So Kelly is a kindergarten teacher at CC Manili Elementary School. When we first started our work with Modern Teacher and EPIC Learning, there were a lot of people who said, well, this can't be done at kindergarten. And Kelly has certainly proved otherwise. One of the greatest joys I've ever had in this job is to sit on the carpet in CC McNeely hallway and talk to kindergartners about their learning and to visit her classroom. Kelly is very high energy and her classroom is the same. And I learned a long time ago that what I might have been as a teacher, when I became a supervisor, I couldn't come and always cast. A lot of people are really okay with energy, and I won't call it chaos because it's organized chaos, but it's a very energetic classroom and wonderful things happen in that classroom. Kelly has worked for DCSD for 9+ years, and she's in her, there will be 10 at the end of this. Kelly is one of those stories of a person who started with us as a special education aide, as a classified employee. She then became the media tech at CC McNeely Elementary School. It was quite obvious that she had a born gift to be a teacher. And we were fortunate that Kelly pursued her teaching degree while working. And as soon as she was finished, we were fortunate to scoop her up at CC, where she has been for the rest of her career currently. Thanks. And this is when I feel old, because my former students. But Kelly is here tonight because she was a finalist for the pre-K second grade personalized learning classroom of the year. And again, I will say this over and over. It's a treat to go to her classroom. Actually, this guy to my right, Kelly won a personal day, and as it so happened that he had to be the teacher for her personal day. And so fortunately, there was a kindergartner that can run the class, and Joe didn't mess him up too much. But Joe actually survived and can talk great things about Kelly McHugh. So Kelly McHugh, thank you. And finally, we have Amanda Locka, who is the social studies teacher at Carson Valley Middle School. She has also been an English teacher. I believe she's been a Spanish teacher as well at one point. So she has tried a few things. And again, when I say that people said it couldn't, epic learning couldn't occur at kindergarten, people have said it couldn't occur at the middle school level either. And being in her classroom, she's got a model classroom that we often send teachers to go look and to see how epic learning could look at the secondary school. Amanda is in her 10th year in Douglas County. And in addition to her teaching responsibilities, Amanda has been the dance line coach at Douglas High School for several years, including coaching my own daughter. So I know that she is an expert in that, because she could get her to dance with no jeans to do so. And she's also the advisor of the National Junior Honor Society at CVMS. Both Kelly and Amanda are Douglas High School graduates, so have come home to teach. And I am very pleased to announce that Amanda was selected as the national winner of the Middle School Personalized Learning Classroom of the Year. Congratulations. Thank you all. And as I promised, you can leave if you want to. All right. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ladies. You're all awesome.
None of us perfect.
Let him speak.
Okay, Todd, I'm gonna allow you to speak here, only on item 2, the consent items.
Thank you very much. I realize sometimes with technology, we miss things. I would like to request that item 2G gets pulled out as well. That could have major impact on the future budget of the district. I think it was also passed in a special meeting that a lot of people didn't know about and didn't have a time to give a full public comment and discuss. So I'd like 2G pulled out of the consent agenda, please.
Who wants G pulled?
Want to see what it does?
the grant funding.
I don't agree to that. Do we have to agree to it? Okay. Nope.
That's Todd Poth.
Yes, for the record, Todd Poth, parent of 3 students in the Douglas County School District.
Thank you. Ms. Dickerson, would you like to read your NASB report?
Sure.
Okay, so NASB, there is a big concern about Assembly Bill 175. That is wanting to do a hybrid school board, which when it's been implemented is very chaotic and just nothing but a problem, plus takes away a lot of the voters' rights to vote everyone in they want in. And let me just give you a couple of the things that NASB is concerned with. It erodes democracy, fails to address any challenges, and will most likely introduce more dysfunction, produces unequal representation, and violates the democratic principle of one person, one vote. Couldn't agree more. Will add partisan politics to a nonpartisan board. Just a couple more. Dilutes the voice of the voters, adds non-voting members who lack accountability to voters, is not based on research, will not resolve the issue, unfairly targets a single district. And so just a little bit on that. It has not passed yet. It hasn't gone to the Senate. So that's where we are with that. Thank you. Yes, Trustee Dilkerson.
Is that for cities or towns that are over a certain amount of people, or is that for all rural?
Oh,
Everybody.
good. That's a good point. It's for Clark at this point only, and I think they're looking at Washoe.
I know, yeah.
But it's just the beginning, let's be clear, of it just rolling, stone rolling over every county in Nevada. I mean, that's just the bottom line. So, yeah.
I'm not
No,
for it,
no,
but I just
no,
wanted to clarify that.
Absolutely.
Coming after us, right?
Oh, no, not yet. Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks, Linda. That's a good point.
President Jansen,
Yes, sir.
just for the record, the Nevada Association of School Superintendents also is opposing that bill. Obviously, our concern is, yes, it's targeting Clark County right now, but the potential ramification if it gets approved there, then where does it expand to? And so we are in alignment with NASB in opposition of that bill.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, board reports are next, and Trustee Kangas, would you like to go first? Oh, it's you.
Okay, I did a couple of things since last time we met. We had a board workshop training that didn't get reported at our last board meeting. So that was Mr. John Soderman, an ex-superintendent, did team building session for school boards. And Mr. Rick Sue, our legal counsel, did a training for ethics and open meeting laws. Both did a wonderful job, and I really appreciated their time. The one thing I took away from it, and this is probably a life lesson for everybody: don't do anything illegal, immoral, or unethical. Also, I attended DPAC meeting last night with Trustee Doug, and that Nestle Peters behind us did a works session on communication and a presentation on school safety. Did a wonderful job with that. And Mr. Adam Dedman, Mr. Adam Dedman, who is the principal at Paualu, did a presentation on a communication tool that he uses to provide parents daily input on their child's good and bad behaviors. It's pretty simple, and the parents that were there were very appreciative of the way it works. Every day they get comments on their child that are either good comments or bad comments or a combination of both, and they really appreciate being able to have that daily contact.
Yeah.
That's it.
Thank you. Ms. Gilkerson?
All righty, I'm not gonna, I also attended the training, the board training, but you've already spoke to that. On the 24th, I attended the employee relations meeting with Mr. Gerdner. And we had Mr. Larry from the bus there, and we had Karen Lamb and Ms. Laka. Amanda, sorry, going by your name. Anyways, and one of the things that came up was about, we talked a little bit about safety issues on the bus. And I think at some point, I would try to encourage all board members to try to jump on the bus and see what's going on and maybe get a feel for it. I know they would like us to do that. And we talked a little bit about assigned seating, those type of things. And some safety training for maybe bus drivers. And that's all I'm going to say about that meeting. And then I attended an art show at Copeland Lumber with these ladies. We went to lunch and did a little shopping, and then we went and looked at the art show, and it was a fun afternoon. And boy, our kids are so talented. Wow. If you haven't seen them, you need to just make a stop over there. It's well worth your while. I also attended, I'm on the Parks and Rec board. I went to that, went to that meeting. And right now they're working on trails. So, and you can go on their website and find all that information. And then on the 11th, I went over to Scarcelli to a STEM program. And it was actually their scholarship where they do baskets. It's a lot of fun. And anywhere where there's pizza, I'll go. So there's pizza served. But it was a fun evening. They did a lot of fun STEM activities. And then the next day I went over to Powaloo, met with Mr. Deadman, and we walked a little bit at school and went and watched kids play volleyball on Friday. That was an earned event. And it was really, they were having a lot of fun. And then on Monday, I met with Mr. Rex at the Douglas High School. Because I'm concerned about the trans issue and I wanted to educate myself a little bit more about it. So we had a conversation about that. And then I also met with Vanessa Ozalones, which is a counselor there. And she had a lot of good information for me. So that's what I've been doing. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee McNaughton?
I just had a comment on learning disabilities. It's sometimes you can't physically see the learning disability. And I've had dyslexia all my life and hearing disability all my life. So I and I do sign language. So just to let you know that it was very rough on me when they had the masks because I could not read the lips. And so I tried to sign, but people don't like sign. Just to let you know that when you have a disability, be very, kind to that person. Especially if you can't see that they're in a wheelchair or whatever. So I appreciate it.
Thank you, Trustee McNaughton. Trustee Dickerson? Yes.
We're at 4:30.
Okay.
So we'll do budget hearing, come back to trustee Dickerson.
Okay.
So I welcome Susan Estes. There she is to the front. Thank you, Sue.
Wow, that time went fast. Welcome, Sue.
Got delay for about 10 seconds. Expect you to go along.
I will try to make this as quick as possible.
Just wait.
What's that?
I'm going to give you the go.
Okay,
You came up faster than I thought.
sorry.
Slow down.
In my spry age, yes, yeah.
All right, you're good to go. We're official.
Okay. As you're well aware, the final budget that actually comes forward for approval for the board is what we live with until we get our new numbers in December and we get our new enrollment for December. This is the budget that we have. We've had no new numbers from the state as far as revenue. So our tentative budget that we submitted in April is really what we brought forward in May for the final. We only made a couple of changes in our categorical funding that we received from the state for ELL, at risk, and GT because they gave us a little different number. So I reduced, it's not much, it's just minute. And so I reduced those and changed that. But other than that, everything else is the same as what we submitted in our April tentative. So as you can see from the highlights and stuff, there is no changes on the general fund. So what we submitted there will be what we bring forward and change when when we know better in December. And that's basically all there is into the May final. So you're welcome.
Thank you.
Any questions for Sue?
Any questions from the board? Then we need a motion. Yes, I agree. So we need a motion,
I can make a motion.
right? Trustee
recommend-
Kirk,
um, that the board adopt the revised tentative budget as final for the 2023-24 year.
Second. Second.
public comment? No? Okay. Then we'll take a vote. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, it passes unanimously.
Trustee Burns, we're just confirming with you that if we don't hear from you, you're a, yes, is that fine?
Yes, correct.
Okay, thank you.
I only have one thing to say on this. Thank you very much, Sue. You do a great job.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, I told you I'd be fast, so.
You were amazing.
Yeah.
Back to board reports. Okay. Trustee Dickerson.
All righty. So went to CC Manelli and enjoyed a day celebrating with the teachers. It was a blast. It really was. They played a cool game where it was kind of the luck of the Irish kind of thing, and they could win $1 to $50, and it was just sweet. It really was, and they were so grateful. It was a wonderful thing to be part of. Also visited Miss Lamb's leadership class and got some great questions from the kids. They really did have some good questions. It was a pleasure to answer those questions also. A well-behaved class, I must say. And enjoyed a wonderful lunch put on by the culinary class. I went with the Rotary Club and it was just wonderful. I mean, I'd buy that in a restaurant. It was good food. Good job for them. And also, I just wanted to make a mention of Shonda Bassi. I'm sorry, I don't want to say the name wrong, but I read about it, you know, when she gets all those kids together and they go fishing. My goodness, they were 100% with 30 waiting in line. Parents stayed and fished with their kids. They all got a new fishing pole and a tackle box. It was just good stuff. So that was really just beautiful. Anyway, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Dickerson. Trustee Engelkirk.
In addition to the DPAC, which I echo trustee Kangus's comments about everything, it was great information and they have some good programs going. I was also had the opportunity to attend the National Day of Prayer at the state capitol and pray for education at the podium. So that was a real privilege. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Engelkirk. Trustee Burns. Board reports.
Buddy, Tony missed one. Tony and I were invited by Mrs. Lamb and into her class, and both of us had a great discussion with the kids. Really enjoyed it. Fantastic class. And then if you remember, Carson City played against our team, our baseball team. We won a while back 5-0, and they did the exact same thing, 5-0 again. So if you're anything into competition, we did it well. So Carson City is a rivalry, and we just do what we need to do to make our guys look good. We have a fantastic team, I think, coming up next year because we had one senior that's retiring. He is going to graduate, and we have a bunch of juniors coming in. And all I got to say is they better watch out for next year because we got a great team. Chance to talk with the girls softball team, the junior varsity. And I challenged them to try to beat the varsity. I look at it as that's your challenge. So Susan and I went up to Carson City and had a great time with that evening. So I'm sure there's a few other things that I'm forgetting, but I'm a sport nut, so I was backing those guys and gals all the way.
Thank you, trustee Burns. I have a long one, so I'll try to shorten it. I spent as much time as possible in the schools. Being a former teacher, I just love to be there. I spent several Wednesdays at Aspire High School at the Alt Ed. I work with two boys on Lord of the Flies. We read all the chapters together. We discussed them, and at the end, they finished beautiful papers that I was able to share with the superintendent, with the principal at Aspire and the principal at Douglas High School. I'm so proud of those guys. They did such a fantastic job. I also attended the Rotary Club lunch at Douglas High School. Mrs. Crofton has just a fantastic program, so we have to thank her for that. Let's see, I'm not going to repeat things that everybody else said. Something that I got to do that was really special was I got to read with a woman who is involved with a scholarship, and one of my friends who's a college professor. We had the pleasure of reading 44 applications for students, and we had to narrow it down to 7. And I will tell you that each application was amazing, and every one of those students was deserving of this scholarship. On April 29th, I spent 8 hours at the Big George track meet as the clerk of the course. Douglas High School won the meet. It was really exciting. They are all both talented athletes and excellent citizens. All 700 students from 20 schools were polite and respectful. On May 2nd, I went along with Trustee Dickerson to Ms. Dedman and Ms. Lamb's leadership class. We spoke about the First and 14th Amendment. The kids asked beautiful questions, and it was a great time. After that, I went to the sushi at the culinary class. It was as good as any restaurant. I have to thank Mrs. Crofton. Wow, what a program they have there. On May 9th, I went along with Trustee Dickerson to CC Manili, and we worked with the PTSA passing out treats, and we did the Luck of the Irish where the teachers got to pick an envelope. That was a lot of fun. Going to the baseball game with Trustee Burns, that was a lot of fun. And this morning, I went with the superintendent to the Chamber of Commerce to speak about education. We showed our beautiful videos. Haley did an amazing job. They really are great. And that's the end of board reports. Trustee Gilkerson, do you have any correspondence?
I have a question. I think we've all
Yes.
received lots of correspondence.
Yes, we have.
Okay. How are we going to handle that, President Jensen? Can you tell me? Are we going to read them during correspondence, or are we going to wait till it's the topic that comes up? What do you think?
Do you want to vote on it, or do you have a suggestion?
I don't.
Let's defer to legal counsel on.
Let's defer to legal counsel. Mr. Shu?
Oops. Sorry, President Jensen, I was looking at your insurance policy. The question
good.
is how to deal with correspondence and people who request to have things read into at the meeting. Is that what it is?
Yes, well, I have some, yes.
Okay. I mean, you
Some
guys-
just sent it and said, this is how I feel, and some have asked me to read it. So I
so
don't
look,
know.
you have an agenda item on correspondence. It's not an action item. And to me, board members can read whatever correspondence they want to do in their discretion, keeping in mind that you want to keep your meetings within reasonable time. What my discussion was before this meeting is that there's nothing that requires you to do it, and I would not advise allowing statements to be read in public comment. because that may be more than 3 minutes. There's nothing that requires you to do it. So in public comment section of the agenda, if someone says they want something read into the read at the meeting, you can just have it attached to the minutes. They do have a right under the open meeting law to attach statements to the minutes, the final minutes that are approved for the meeting. But with respect to actual reading in public comment, no, I would not have recommended doing it. You guys, the place to do it would be at correspondence if you guys want to do it that way. Again, keep in mind that, you know, you guys, if you get a lot of stuff, then you're start going down that path and you're only selecting certain things to read and certain things not. You know, maybe some people are going to question why you're picking some versus the other. So you have to use your discretion as to what kind of correspondence that you want to read. But that's certainly something you can do. You have it in this agenda item for correspondence. Doug looks like he might have a question.
I just have a comment that why can't we just summarize what the correspondence that we received was?
And certainly, again, each board member has the discretion to summarize it, read verbatim, but I think it'd be a lost cause if you're going to read, you have a like 5-page manifesto that someone wants you to read. And to do that in an open meeting where you're reading it word for word, that's going to take 15 minutes to finish. You have to use your discretion on how you want to use this time.
Question, sorry. So if it's about an issue, an agenda item issue, would that be we should just do it in correspondence, or can we do it during the agenda item that comes up? I mean, I know we all received certain comments or whatever, but the ones that people had written to you and said, I can't be there, can you read this for me? That's what I'm curious about.
Well, again, they can ask that it be attached to the minutes.
Okay.
For that agenda. Certainly, you have the ability to read or summarize for purposes of deliberation, but you, as board members, need to use your discretion and see how the discussion is going. Just because they ask you to read it doesn't mean you have to do it.
Correct.
Okay, but again, for public comment, if they're not here to, you know, they have a right to attach a statement and ask that it be put in the minutes. But if they're not here either online or in person,
Okay.
make their public comment.
Okay.
I think it's a bad precedent to read everything
Mhm.
that is requested. Now, I know that in other forums that I've seen, Washoe County School District, Washoe County, they have actual portals where people can submit their comments online. I know they did that in Washoe County School District. And then board members would be able to read them online and members of the public would be able to see them online. So they had a process on doing that. You guys haven't implemented it, something like that, but you could always explore doing that. I don't know if you need to do it. Those are a lot bigger, heavier populations where people want to express opinions and have them at least posted and read. But again, I would not encourage any kind of reading during public comment.
Okay, and then one more question, Rick. You said we could have it post or put on the end of the minutes or something. So do we have to forward the letter that somebody writes to Karen so that she can do that?
The person
Or they,
who, the individual has to request that statements be attached to the minute.
okay, that's what I needed to know.
That's not that's not up for the board members to make that decision.
Thank you.
Just really, trustee Dickerson. So it's fair to say that you could go, hey, I got some emails. 5 were absolutely for saying yes to this item and 1 wasn't, that kind of thing. Okay, and back to not having a big area really quickly. I think everybody's voice needs to be heard. That's something we need to look at. So everyone's heard and we can read what people are thinking. I don't care how big our school district is. Thank you for that, Rick.
If you're not going to talk, can you please shut your microphone off? Thank you.
Any other comments? Is there anybody that would like to read their correspondence or summarize them? I would. Trustee Dickerson?
So I got 5 that said, yes, go,
I'm losing
do not allow on item 19 and 20.
Internet.
They were for us for the item on 14 and 19 and 20. And there was one that wasn't thrilled about it, honestly. So that's what I had in terms of emails sent to me. Thank you.
Thank you. I had the same, about the same.
Yeah, pretty much that's the same for me too.
Trustee Burns?
Yes,
Do you have any correspondence comments that you'd like to make?
just, I really think we need to, what Rick said is stick to that 3 minutes. And anything else that comes in, if they're not here, otherwise, this thing could get way out of hand in time frame. I just want to be sensitive to everybody that's sitting there and wants to make public comment. I'd love to hear from them all, but those that come through on emails and everything, which of course I've received a bunch of, unless they request shared, I think we have to be really careful with time frame.
Thank you. Yes.
I'm going to give numbers. I'll give my numbers too. I have, when I'm looking at quickly, 8 to 10 that, and I think because they know what side we're probably on, so they reach out to you. And that were wanting us to respect our transgender students. And I had probably 4 that were against.
So
Thank you.
let me just try to reiterate what I suggested before is when if you're going to try to summarize that, do that in deliberations when that agenda item is up.
I thought it was correspondence.
Well, you're gonna have to use your discretion, but once we start going down and down topics that are not necessarily agendized for correspondence, use your discretion. But I would suggest that kind of discussion be during when you're discussing items 19 and 20.
Thank you. Okay, we ready to move on to the good news? We got lots of good news. Paloma Moon from Douglas High School is the Capital City Arts Initiative Winner of the Year. $500 award for pen and ink drawing Scarlet. She'll be attending UNR in the fall. CVMS music students went to an interactive symphony in Reno and had a great time learning about classical music. CC Manili's annual friendship dinner raised $4,000 and on June 1st, there'll be a family luau art show. So congratulations to Douglas High School Engineering 2 and 3 students who participated in the Northern Nevada Solar Roller Competition last Saturday in Reno Plaza. The solar powered remote control cars they designed, built and raced placed 2nd and 3rd overall in the primary race of the day. They were also recognized for having the fastest single lap time of the entire competition. Way to go, Douglas High School Engineering. So I requested some good news from the Lake schools because I think it's their turn. So the UNR Engineering Club and Tahoe Douglas Fire Department. I guess it's, they had a great evening sharing with families at the elementary school. Current students at Zephyr Cove Elementary are participating in a readathon fundraiser, which students are sponsored for the amount of minutes they read. I know Jacks Valley is doing the same thing because I was asked today for a donation, which of course I'll give. Whitell Warriors are taking their unbeaten record into the Tahoe, Nevada volleyball tournament, and the 8th grade Warriors volleyball team were able to bring home the title. Whitell also will be sending a group of student athletes to the state track meet in Las Vegas coming up soon. And that's all. Thank you. Superintendent Lewis.
Just messing with you, Tony. All right, so donations, I would like to recognize and thank the Pipkin Family Foundation, which donated $25,000 for the partners across the community program for renovations of the DCSD Heritage Building. Just as a reminder, the PAC program is for special needs students who come back after graduating from high school in the years 19 through 22. And we are working on developing career readiness skills for them. A really quick story about that is we just recently had an individual complete an internship as a custodian at CVMS. He worked 3 days a week for Jeannie, fill in how many weeks? I'm not ever supposed to call him out cold. I've been warned to not do that, but 6 weeks. She's just making that up, I think. But anyways, just a great opportunity, and we're going to look at how we might develop a program to provide long-term meaningful employment when they're done with their internships, because we certainly have a need, and so we're going to explore that moving in the future. But the Pipkin Family Foundation is a name that has been heard here several times. They just reached out to the district several years ago and are very interested in funding programs for at-risk kids and special programs, and they've been a great partner for DCSD. DCSD enrollment counts through the May reporting reflect an enrollment of 5,310 students, which is 15 down from where we were during the April reporting and 116 down from where we were in May of 2022. Interestingly, I was just looking at our enrollment, and it's funny how they fluctuate month to month, almost similar year to year. So it's not anything out of the ordinary by any means. DCSD hosted its seventh mental health series event on May 2nd in conjunction with parentguidance.org. The topic for this event was the effect of screen time and children's mental health. If you have not joined one of those, I would highly encourage you to do that to see the quality of that. Our next mental health series and our final one for this school year will be on Tuesday, June 6th at 6 p.m. And the topic will be substance abuse and vaping. We've talked quite a bit about our concerns about vaping with our students in DCSD, and might be a good one for parents to learn a little bit more about. DCSD will have an entry in the Carson Valley Days Parade, which will be held on Saturday, June 10th. I'd like to express my appreciation to DCSD staff members and Blaine and Lauren Spires, Holly Harvey, Demasa Miller, Kelly McHugh, and Amy Carter, as well as my team for their assistance in coordinating decorations, giveaways, and the overall Aloha theme. I welcome any board members who would like to join us to walk the parade route on June 10th. The parade starts around 9 a.m. We've been fortunate. Maybe this public comment will help us. We've been near the beginning of the parade. And again, I invite any board members who would like to join us. We will have a school bus, so if you get tired, you can go sit on the bus for a little while. I want to acknowledge and thank Amanda Johnson from the Center for Hope and Healing for her collaboration with Douglas County School District around the first ever Carson Valley Hot Air for Hope Balloon Festival that will be held this weekend. Over the past several weeks, DCSD has had pilots visit every DCSD school and they're with their balloons to share their passion for hot air ballooning. Our students have not only been able to see a hot air balloon up close, they have also learned about the history of hot air balloons, all free of charge to the district. The Center for Hope and Healing also held a poster drawing contest at the elementary level. The winning entry will be turned into a poster and will be available for sale at the festival. 50% of the proceeds will go to grief support programs tied directly to our schools, and 50% will go to the winning schools art programs. So if you're at the festival and want to buy a poster, it goes to a good cause. DCSD athletics update. We're in the time of the year at the end of the year, and we've had a lot of success across DCSD. This week, Nevada is hosting the state competition in a variety of sports. Douglas High School will be sending 21 athletes to the state 5A track and field meet in Las Vegas, which is estimated to be the most we've sent state in the last 10 years. As a team, the Lady Tigers finished second place in the regional finals. Trustee Jansen, I believe was you that alluded to also at George Whittel. Their girls finished second in the regional, and they will have 11 going to the state meet. So a lot of success in the track and field. Douglas High School sophomore Brock Walters won the national 5A or Northern, not the national, I'm elevating him. Northern 5A Regional Boys Golf Championship. Brock headed into the second day of the two-day meet, one stroke behind, but ended up winning by 12 strokes. So as a team, the boys finished in third place, which qualifies them for the state golf match, which will be held this week at the Red Hawk Golf Course. And finally, the Douglas Tigers softball team has now won back-to-back Northern 5A regional softball championships as a result of their 16-3 victory over Reed High School. The Lady Tigers stormed through the Northern 5A tournament by outscoring the opponents 41-3. Douglas has also tied the Nevada state record for the most home runs in a season in 10 less games and has at least 2 games this upcoming week in the state tournament to break that record. Truth be told, the fence at Carson High School is about twice as high as any normal softball fence, and we hit 3 off the top of the fence. So we would have crushed that record already, not for the fence. Now they're going to, unfortunately, they're going to UNR, and now they're going to be playing in a bigger park. So we'll hopefully, but the way they hit, I would not be surprised if we break that record. So I'd like to commend Coach John Glover, who's also the Dean AD at Douglas High School. Douglas will play Palo Verde out of Las Vegas at 2:45 p.m. At the softball field on the UNR campus to start that tournament. And it is a double elimination, so they're guaranteed at least 2 games. And that's my superintendent report.
Thank you, Superintendent Lewis. The annual renewal of district property and casualty liability insurance, Brandon Lewis. Our speaker.
He is right outside the door, and I'm sure he's listening and will be here shortly.
Thank you.
If not, I'll go get him.
Thank you. Welcome, Mr. Lewis.
President Jansen, I'd like to introduce them real quick, if that's okay with you.
That'll be awesome.
All right, so thank you, President Jansen. The district, through agent Brandon Lewis of USI Insurance, has obtained renewal quotes for the district property and casualty insurance coverage. Brandon and USI have represented DCSD for many years, and we honestly appreciate all their work for us and always watching out for our best interest. Also is Stephen Romero, who is the member relation manager for Pool Pack, who's also worked with us closely over the years and has provided amazing service, not only in insurance, but a variety of other measures. They provide HR support as well as risk management support for us as well. So we appreciate both these organizations. I think Brandon's going to kick us off tonight. Thank you for being here, gentlemen.
Our pleasure. President Jansen, thank you for the opportunity to speak, members of the board and staff. Again, Brandon Lewis with USI Insurance for the record, joined by Stephen Romero. We've provided an updated report in our proposal and our USI proposal that gives you a high-level overview. I believe a copy of the pool renewal proposal was also included. As noted in the agenda, the only major change, and we're seeing it across the insurance markets, not just with the pool, was in the cyber insurance front. I believe it was noted. There is a limit reduction on the cyber insurance going down from 3 million to 1 million. Unfortunately, since 2020, since that year when everybody went to work from home, there was an extreme rise in ransomware attacks and other types of extortion attacks and cybersecurity attacks. And a lot of the cyber insurers have really buckled under that because of the significant losses they've paid. So we've seen them ramp up cybersecurity requirements. And the pools has gone through that. The pools worked very closely with their members. One of the things they provided to the school district is a cybersecurity assessment as part of your membership. So that is a significant change in the coverage, but in talking with Mr. Romero, they've taken a hard look at it and always trying to balance the coverage provided to all the members for property, liability, and cyber and other items. And that was a challenge this year that they had to adjust to make sure they could provide an overall renewal to the membership. We've also included in our USI summary a renewal quote for the district's excess workers' compensation. That's with Star Insurance through United Specialty Group. We didn't see any change there. The rate was flat. And so we were happy to see that quote only changed because of a slight payroll difference. And then a third item is your self-insured work comp bond. When another thing the state requires is either to put cash up or a bond to be self-insured for workers' comp. When this was submitted, unfortunately, the underwriter had not provided a quote. So I just wanted to note on page 4 of USI's proposal towards the bottom, the expiring premium for that bond was $4,995. And the renewal price is $4,410. So it went down a bit on the rate. With that, be happy to answer any questions. And Mr. Romero, if you have any comments, happy to share.
For the record, Stephen Romero with Pool. Just wanted to thank you for allowing us to continue being your administrator. One of the things about the pool that I always like to bring up, because a lot of times the boards and the members don't realize that you actually are the owner of the pool. You and 138 other members belong to this pool and own us. So when we talk about you, we talk about we and we talk about us. We're all the same person. We are just the administrators of this program for the owners. And so it was brought up about the services that we do provide. So the risk management services, the HR services, and then we also have a lot of the e-learning as well. Within those programs over the last 5 years, you've benefited of about $100,000 in estimated services back to you. So it's not just, we're not an insurance company. We're a risk management pool. And we're here to make sure that we're doing things best for the risk management side.
Stephen, maybe you could also cover just your work with safety. I know that safety is a huge issue for school districts, and the pool has been a major factor in a lot of things we've been able to do. Could you touch on that a little bit?
Yeah, most definitely. So one of the things that we actually did offer a grant to you for was with regards to the Open Gate program. And that is a program which is the metal detector systems. They're portable metal detector systems that go out. The other part that we've also done is we have our risk management team, which is Marshall Smith and Jared Hickman, who also go out and do assessments and review, the properties and do any kind of assessments that need to be done on the properties themselves. We offer the education with regards to our e-learning, as I put out there. There's here, I'll know there's a big number here because we have users counts. I had this information right at my fingertips here, and now I can't find it. But anyway, it's I know that we have provided course enrollment counts, so 4,700 enrollment counts with 4,594 of those completed. Total lessons enrollment counts was like just under 12,000 of courses that have been put out to your staff. So quite a few courses that have gone through our e-learning platform, which nice part about that is your teachers aren't having to leave to go someplace to go take those courses. They can just take them at their time and when they need to take them. So is there anything else you would like?
No, and I just wanted to make more aware just recently, we and John Hendrick could probably expand on this, but we just had another analysis audit of our technology systems, always looking to make sure that we're addressing any vulnerabilities that might be out there. Obviously, as Brandon's alluding to, the cyber risks that organizations face, and making sure that we're doing everything we can to try to prevent any incident. And so they've been very supportive in ensuring not only on the cyber side, but also just the physical safety. Doing we can do it up the yearly, just always looking at our sites and where are they vulnerable and how can we improve our safety. So
yep.
Thank you.
And that was just completed by Tony Ritchie in May. And that assessment alone cost the pool to pay Tony was $18,000.
Any other comments, questions from the board? Okay, we need a motion. Trustee Engelkirk, would you like to make that motion?
Yes, I would love to. I would like to direct the staff to renew the district's property and casualty liability coverage through the Nevada Public Agency Insurance Pool for the period of July 1, 2023 through July 1, 2024 as presented. Funding the insurance premium is through the general fund.
Okay, I need a second. Thank you, trustee Kangas. Public comment? Okay, John, thank you. Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
This is Nicholas Meyer. I just want to make a point that the increase this year is 7.93%. So this is indicative of the inflation that we're experiencing now, not only in insurance, but in PERS, which is the retirement program for state employees. And inflation, it seems, has gotten into every single aspect of our lives now, from gasoline prices to food to insurance to everything. And it's going to be exceedingly difficult for school districts to keep up if these costs continue to go up at this level. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Meyer. Any other public comment? Okay, then I guess we're ready to vote. All in favor of keeping these companies? All in favor of the motion? Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? It passes a unanimous vote. Thank you very much. Title.
We had 20 minutes to public comment. We want to continue to use our flexibility, and we'll get some of these design contracts up real quick.
Absolutely. So we'll go to number 12. Mr. McCullough, Mr. Demus, number 12. Contract approval for Douglas High School Stadium project design.
Thank you, President Jansen, member of the board, Scott McCullough, Douglas County. Today, we're asking for contract approval for Paul Cabin Architects for the DHS Stadium project. The scope of this project was kind of broken into two parts. One item you'll hear later for the track improvement maintenance, and then this will be the balance of that project. We're going to remodel the restroom buildings, do maintenance, and on the bleachers, both home and away. With that, I'm available for questions.
Any questions from the board? That's trustee Kangas.
Can't hear him.
You bet. Against Scott McCullough, Douglas County. In 2021, it was a direction from the board and the superintendent that the district goes out and do an RFP for architectural services. At that time, we put an RFP out for respondents, and Paul Cavan was selected to provide architectural services to the district for the next 3 years. He was selected based on his experience, and has his experience would apply to our projects, and they were the best fit out of the 4 and recommended and went through approval by the board for him for the next 3 years of architectural services. So the experience he brings to these projects, or other projects in the area, in the region, that will help us achieve this. And again, this project won't be executed until the summer of 2024, but this is the time we need to get the design contract approved, start the design work in preparation, bid the work, and be ready for June of 2024 to execute the work.
Trustee Burns? Trustee Burns, do you have any comment?
Yes. The only thing I ever have problems with these is when they start, and this doesn't, because this is the planning, so dollar wise is quotes are quotes, and I'll never agree with given percentage possibility of increase of a percentage.
Thank you. Is he frozen? And we're looking at Dave. Dave's frozen. Hi, Dave. He's back. There he is. Are you finished? Yeah, I
I
guess.
am.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry.
Any other comments from the board, questions from the board? Okay, who would like to make a motion? Oh, sorry. Sorry, Mr. McCullough.
I'd like to introduce Paul Cavan Architects. He is available for questions if there are questions for him. Mr. Cavan, would you please stand up and be acknowledged by the crowd?
Thank you.
And just one further point on design services. NRS 625.530 requires that the district, the other government entity, award a contract on experience. The questions come up before, why don't we go out and bid these services? And it's simple. NRS prohibits that activity. They are awarded by the most qualified applicant. Through our RFP process, we have proven Paul Cavan for that to be.
Thank you. Ready for a motion? Would like to make the motion. Thank you, Trustee Kangas.
There, it's not doing it now. Me. Let's try this. I'd like to make a motion that the board award a contract for design services for the Douglas High School Stadium project to Paul Cavan Architects in the amount of $69,650 as recommended by Director of Facilities Phil Demas and Project Manager Scott McCullough.
Need a second on that?
I'll second it.
Thank you, Trustee McNaughton. Okay, public comment? No? Okay, let's take a vote. All in favor? Aye. All opposed?
Aye.
Trustee Burns, were you an aye?
I am
Okay.
an aye for that because it's a fixed amount.
Thank you. Unanimous vote. Thank you. Okay, number 13, contract approval for GWHS school improvement project design. Guys would like to tell us about that?
You bet. President Jansen, again, Scott McCullough, Douglas County for the record, members of the board. Again, this is a project that was listed in the capital improvement plan for doing ADA improvements up at Watell High School. Again, this project won't be executed until the summer of 2024. We have a budget and we've done a preliminary scope of it. And the majority of the project is ADA upgrades in the restroom facilities on campus. Again, we're utilizing Paul Cabin for the architectural design services as the design service recommender from the RFP process. Paul's done other projects like this for us that have worked out great. So again, we're asking for that approval of contract and we're available for any questions.
Any questions from the board? Yes, sir. Mr. Kangas.
So again, for the I know this project's a Seymour project and the next one would be a design build delivery method. So could you give a little synopsis on that, please?
You bet. Again, Scott McCullough, Douglas County for the record. We plan on delivering this project with the CMAR delivery method, which is different from the traditional design bid build, which we'll be doing for the stadium project. Again, the difference between the two delivery methods is based on the simplicity of a project. The bathroom and bleacher is simple enough for a traditional design bid build is effective. This project, we have a lot more scope than we have budget. So with the CMAR process, we're able to bring them in to really utilize value engineering and find ways to save money, with the contractor that is a CMAR and helps us deliver or prepare budgets and estimates. So we can make sure at bid time, we have our scope to budget in alignment. We've utilized it at the district, this method since 2011 with Jack Valley Elementary being the first CMAR project. And we've utilized it, mostly on every big project with great success. So that's why we're recommending the CMAR delivery method for this project.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay. Any other comments, questions from the board? All right, who'd like to make the motion?
Make the motion.
Thank you, trustee Dickerson.
I make the motion. It is recommended that the board award the contract for design services for George Watell High School Improvement Project to Paul Cabin Architects in the amount of $79,900 as recommended by Director of Facilities Phil Dumas and Demas. I'm so sorry. Okay. And Project Manager Scott McCullough. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I have a second? Thank you. Any public comment? Okay. No public comment. Let's vote. All in favor of the motion? Aye. All opposed?
Aye.
All opposed? I heard it. Unanimous. Oh, Dave? He said aye. He said aye.
I said aye.
He said aye. Yeah. Okay,
Can I ask a question?
sure.
When, I don't know if it's the microphones or what, but when trustee Carey, I can't hear him when he's speaking. I don't know if they can do something with the microphone there or not.
We are having issues, Dave. Whenever he turns it on, it's filling all of our ears. So we'll keep working on it.
Okay. Okay.
I don't know if you're hearing
Thank
the feedback.
Okay. Number 14, contract approval for CVMS HVAC Project Engineering Services, Mr. McCullough and Mr. Demas. Would you like to tell us about that?
That again, Scott McCullough, Douglas County for the record. In a capital improvement plan, the HVAC work at CVMS is listed in the year after next, 2024. Again, to deliver those projects in those fiscal years, we have to start ahead of time with the design. Design on these projects take, between 6 and 9 months. And with lead times for this type of equipment, we'd like to even do it sooner, so we make sure we have the equipment procured and ready for installation in June of 2024. CR Engineering, again, is the design engineer for the project. In accordance with NRS, they are the most qualified. They did the remodel for core construction as part of the CVMS project 3 years ago. So they have an extreme knowledge of the site already. They've done improvements and design improvements for the site already. So this is a continuation of that work, giving them the most experience for this project. Again, we've worked with them for the last 5-6 years, and we feel they're the most qualified and have delivered great design documents for these projects. The project will be split up into 2 years because budget won't be able to carry the project for one fiscal year. Also due to the time, summer session is so short, now that a project like this is really a multi, summer break. So we'll do portion of it this December 24, complete the work in the summer of 25. But this design contract is only for the work that we plan on doing in the summer of 24. We'll bring back another design contract for the other part of the work next year.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments from the board? Yes, Wilkerson.
Just. I'll just talk about it again. Sorry. You hear me? Okay. Great. At the top of page 212, I think there's a misprint maybe for the project budget. It says, I don't know what it says. You see that on the
1.4?
top? Yeah. Is that supposed to be? What's that supposed to be?
1.4 is the budget amount for that
One-
next year's work.
It says 1,40 and then 30. So I wasn't sure
Yeah.
if
it should be
that's
1.
how it was written. It was
Yeah.
a misprint. Okay, just wanted to be sure we're talking money.
Trustee Looker. Okay. Trustee Dickerson.
I was just curious because were ESSER funds given for doing air conditioning things to kind of improve all of that kind of a thing? Weren't ESSER funds given for that? Wasn't that part of why we got
There
them?
was an allowable use in some of the money and
Right.
did fund.
Because that was a big part,
Yeah,
right? So they
we-
could breathe and not get
We
sick.
funded an $800,000 project out of that ESSER funding earlier. We have
So is there any money that we can put towards this from that?
not at this point. We haven't made that amendment in our ESSER budget. It certainly could be something we look at down the road. We know we have other HVAC needs.
Yeah.
But as we get towards the end of that, we're obviously going to have some underspend. And that could be a consideration, certainly.
I'd like to look at that. Thank you very much, Keith.
Okay. Any other
I have a
comments?
question.
Yes,
Yes, I do.
trustee Byrne.
Yes, Scott when you order, are you securing the equipment for that? Is that what for the 2024 December? Is that what you're doing? Can you explain that a little bit more?
You bet. Trustee Burns, again, Scott McCullough for the record. This is simply just to award the design contract to CR Engineering. So there's been no schematic design level documents prepared yet. We will start that in the next couple months, scoping that project for those specific equipment and methods that we'll, design and bid out for the district.
Okay, got it. All right. So it's just for the design, just like the past two that we proved per se.
Correct.
Okay, I'm good.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions from the board?
I'd like to make a motion.
Doug, as you do that, will you clarify that you're approving the 1.4? So we acknowledge the inaccuracy in the document. So
Okay,
1.4 million, sorry.
let me just find that paperwork.
2 of 4 on that one. It's
on page 212. Okay. I recommend that the board award the contract for design services for phase 1. Phase 1 of the Carson Valley Middle School HVAC replacement project to CR Engineering, in the amount of $110,250. As recommended by Director of Facilities Phil Demus and Project Manager Scott McCulloch. And I will make a note that on page 212 of one of the items presented to us in this thing, they have a 1,4000. That is 1.4 million for the 2025 budget. 2024 budget, excuse me.
Thank you. Can I have a second? Thank you, trustee. Thank you, trustee Kingus, trustee Engelkirk. Is there any public comment? Okay. Let's take the vote on the motion. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
I,
Unanimous on the motion. Thank you.
Fast, are you?
Fast.
Number 50.
Thank you again, Scott McCullough, for the record. This is the maintenance contract for the track at Douglas High School. The company, the Turf and Track Doctor, are a representative of the manufacturer and also listed with Sourcewell. So we were able to join their contract and have them do the work this summer. Bill could speak about the coordination, the timing of it, but we're asking for the cost of the proposal plus the 10%. They're also, there's cracks in that track right now. So part of the work is mediating that crack repair. And again, we're not sure the extent of that. So when we're uncovering stuff like, especially on this type of project, that 10%, really makes sense, because we may find something instead of stopping the project, which would send these guys somewhere else and we would not be able to finish this project. Having them there to approve that, any extra work, they will be able to finish the project in a timely manner. That's why it's really important on this one to have that ability, to approve that any change or up to that amount, to keep them there. Because once they're gone, they go through high schools all through the region, and the West Coast, and we'd lose them. So that's our recommendation for approval. Should I say anything about track record?
The job's set to begin June 19th, and it has to be done by July 7th for football season. So it's important with your approval, of course.
Okay, thank you. Any comments or questions from the board? Okay. Then let's make a motion. Who would like to make the motion?
Dilly dally. Let's go.
Go,
Gary.
Trustee Kingus.
I recommend that the board award. I make a motion that the board award the bid for services to Turf and Track Doctor for the track resurface for the Douglas High School Speeding Project in the amount of $187,018.85, and authorize the superintendent the authority to approve change orders up to 10% of the contract amount as recommended by Director of Facilities Phil Demus and Project Manager Scott McCullough.
Thank you. Can I have a second, please?
Second.
Thank you, trustee Mignata. Do we have any public comment? Yes, sir. Excuse me, sir. First, please state your name. Thank you.
There are many tracks out there, and many of them don't last very long. I would suggest that they and see what for this area would be like the better.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. Any other public comment? Okay. Would you care to speak to that, Mr. Demons or Mr. McCullough?
We will definitely look at that surface to make sure it's suitable to redo.
Thank you. Okay, any further public comment? Any comments from the board? Okay. Time to vote on the motion. All in favor? Aye. All
I,
opposed? All opposed? The motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen. Public comment, but I want to. Yes. Okay.
So we're gonna need to make sure that.
I'm gonna say that right now. Okay, so we're gonna start public comment. We have 3 minutes per person. Mr. Kangas will be timing. He'll give you a 30-second warning. And all items that you speak about cannot be items that are on the agenda, just non-agenda items. And I'm gonna request again to please avoid personal attacks. Thank you. And everybody, before you start, please state your name clearly for the record. Thank you. Who has a sign-in sheet? Okay. Should I have it? Yeah, I think usually. Yeah. Mr. Gardner usually takes care of that. That's nice.
That's a piece of paper.
I was gonna do that. Here's my button. Let me know.
Waiting until they're quiet. We can hear you. Yes.
I think I don't have to explain one more time about the timing and the sound that they'll hear.
I would love it if you do that. Trustee Kangas is going to explain about the timing. I'd like everyone to please listen to what he says.
So public comment, everybody is allowed 3 minutes. At 2.5 minutes, you'll hear and we'd like you to wrap up comments. If it's going over excessively, you'll hear another ding or a gavel. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Kangas. Ms. Starrett, are you first?
Virginia Starrett, for the record. Don't be fooled. What is being frequently labeled censorship these days is a righteous effort to keep stuff out of school libraries that has no business being in school libraries. In the old days, certain organizations could be relied upon for recommendations as to what books a school should consider for its library. Not anymore. The American Library Association, for example, is no longer a trustworthy guardian of what is age appropriate.
Ms. Starrett, I have to stop you because that's agenda item 20. We're talking about all materials in the school being in alignment with the 14th Amendment is our number 20 agenda item. So you can come back and speak on that.
I didn't see that as addressing censorship directly, so, okay.
Thank you. Thank you. Please state your name.
David Seat for the record. The teacher/director of activities/Douglas County Teachers Union president, who last month responded to my public comment regarding teachers unions, stated that I was using unsubstantiated generalities in my characterization of policy positions that harmed our children. It so happens that this person, through her position as Douglas County Professional Education Association president, is a member of both the Nevada State Education Association and a member of the National Education Association. All of these organizations are joined at the hip as if they are one. You can view the NSEA and the NEA websites. They are nearly identical. The National Education Association president
Becky Pringle stated, quote, "The evidence is clear that masks provide important protection against COVID-19. That was from an NEA press release on 7/27/2021. That has been shown to clearly not be the case. The National Education Association Resolution C2 states that vaccinations, including the experimental bioweapon COVID-19 shot, be pervasive. Their word, not mine, to be effective. Again, these experimental bioweapon shots have been shown to be not only unnecessary, but extremely dangerous. As revealed by Freedom of Information inquiries, emails show the National Education Association influenced the CDC on school reopenings. The powerful teachers union full court press preceded the federal agency putting the brakes on a full reopening of in-person classrooms. That's from the New York Post, May 1st, 2021, the Washington Examiner, May 2nd, 2021. I have demonstrated that through the numerous affiliations of the Douglas County Teachers Union President to the Nevada State Education Association and the National Education Association, my assertions that the Teachers Union input to board policy decisions must be considered with skepticism and are not without foundation. Thank you.
Thank you. Bob Russo? Okay, who's next? Oh, okay. Okay, John, go ahead.
Okay, Nicholas, go ahead.
Nicholas Meyer for the record. I find it very disappointing that the superintendent and the board did not anticipate the crowd that was going to show up this evening for this meeting. Superintendent Lewis put out an email to all parents in the school district informing them of resolution 19, which is on the agenda tonight. And he should have anticipated that this was going to get a much larger than normal attendance from parents who are very, very interested and concerned about this issue. We have plenty of large rooms at Douglas High School to accommodate a crowd of this size. And I would hope that in the future, the board and the superintendent use their judgment when a topic they know is going to bring out a large crowd who are interested in a particular topic, that they would choose a venue that would accommodate these parents. It's very unfortunate to have these parents having to stand around outside the room, can't hear what's going on. It's very, very disrespectful. Thank you.
Thank you. State your name.
Madam President and committee, thank you for giving me a few moments. My name is Colleen Lawrence, owner of Moxie Up and director of Thrive. Today, as the adults discuss topics that they're very passionate about, I ask the adults to pause at this moment and check your public speeches. Speak with empathy and kindness. And let's say happy Teacher Appreciation Week last week. This topic that we will be speaking about is about youth. Please share your individual opinion, but please remember the policy is impacting the child. As we teach our youth every day to be kind, to speak gently, use grace, we must model these characteristics to all our youth that are involved. As the companies I oversee are the ones that respond in partnership with the school district, the sheriff's office, families, and youth to deliver crisis calls in our valley, I can tell you 3 out of 5 individuals we serve are youth. The youth will hear what we have to say today. Per the Trevor Project newest survey of LGBT youth pay attention to media reports about their rights. The youth will hear your opinions. Why I'm talking about this in the general comment is not because of the topic. It's about mental health. And I want us to hear that 46% of LGBTQ plus youth considered suicide in the past year. 25.6% of all students who didn't feel connected attempted suicide. 82% of LGBTQ youth wanted more people to know about support and acceptance. We responded to 187 crisis calls in less than 2 years. 2/3 of these calls were to youth. We ask you today, when you share your voice, help us and speak kindly about all of our youth. Have these conversations without causing harm today. We brought in extra pens and we placed them on the table for you in case you would like to modify your statements in any of your topics that you discussed today on the agenda. Remember, our kids are listening, and they're kids of all gender, race, and ethnicity. We appreciate your time.
Thank you.
My name is Yvonne Wagstaff, for the record, and I just want, as a Douglas County employee from Pinion Hills, I want to invite the school board to our art show on Friday. It is from 9 o'clock till 4:30, and we would love for you to come. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
What time is it?
Honey, what time was it again? The art show? Thank you.
Bob Lehman. This is a school board meeting. It is ran by the school board and the decisions are made by the school board president. If the president wants a larger venue, she can do so. That's her choice. Also, there was a comment made about our teachers association head. I will put her reputation against anybody's in this valley. Every student loves her. I've been in her classroom as she's reached out to struggling kids. I've seen her go above and beyond. Currently, she's at a meeting celebrating the custodians at Douglas High School. That's the kind of person she is. She is above reproach. She's amazing. A public records request for email and text messages to and between trustees Jansen, Burns, and Dickerson revealed several messages that give a cause for concern if these board members are being managed and handled by others. The first message was an email from Jan and Lynn Muzzy to the 3 trustees and a few others. The email suggested a time and place to meet and said, quote, "This will be a time to instruct how to run a meeting, give pointers on how the trustees should express themselves, and any other suggestions for each of our trustees." Close quote. Notice how the 3 trustees were referred to as our trustees. Who do they belong to? The second was a message from Virginia Starrett to the 3 trustees that was critical of what appeared to be a decision that they had made to elect trustee Engelkirk as president. She said, quote, "It is my understanding that Doug Engelkirk is set to become the new president. I am not happy about this at all. He caved on almost every single vote that would have mattered as he sat on the board. He spoke highly of Keith Lewis and voted in all his raises. He embraced the completely stupid, irrational, neutral policy." Close quote. As requested by Ms. Starrett, the 3 trustees did not elect Ms. Trustee Engelkirk. The third message was an email from Nick Meyer, who funded their campaign, to the 3 trustees plus new others. He said, "I just wanted to say how proud I am of you 3. You executed superbly on getting Susie, Doug, and Dave elected as officers. Catherine, I loved your initiative. You really set Gilkerson back on her heels. And boy, is Magnata a wild card." The last message was another email from Nick Meyer, who listed and suggested a timeline for board action items. I don't have a time to list all of those items right now, but there was a list of things to do immediately, a list of things to do after the inauguration, and a list of things to do in about 6 months. While I won't be able to list those now, I might be able to next month with my 3 minutes then. But it is amazing how that timeline has been followed to a T. Everything is, you guys are doing everything he has suggested right down the line. Well done. These examples of the 3 board members being handled and directed by others should be a concern for everybody in the community. Thank you.
Rick, can trustee Wilkerson make a comment? No. Can I make a quick comment about that? No. I want to make a quick comment about that. Brief, very brief.
Trustee Dickerson, that was at a time we were new. We had guidance throughout our early campaign. We were brand new. We make our decisions very much individually. And we ran on a platform we're putting forth regardless of what anybody said or shared with us. Thank you.
Thank you. Would like to come up next?
I have one online.
That'd be great, John. Thank you.
Go ahead, Todd. You're unmuted.
Good morning. My name is Todd Post, for the record, parent of 3 kids in the Douglas County School District. The first thing I'd like to bring up before my 3 minutes start would be the fact that I asked for a consent item 2G to be removed from the consent agenda, and I thought that was agreed upon, although it was never brought up. As soon as the consent items were done, it was ignored. So that's probably a violation of meeting laws of some sort. I would like that brought up because I think it's very important that we do discuss that in depth. I'd like to take my 3 minutes to really kind of talk about, I don't know what direction the school board's going in. Seems a bit lost. We had one of the best school districts in the state, quite honestly, for years and years. We seem to be trying to find problems that don't exist. I hear talk about how horrible SEL is. You do realize that SEL has been around forever. SEL has been known by another name. That is being a good teacher. Mr. Rogers is SEL. That's how kids learn. If you're against Mr. Rogers, I don't know what your problem is. I've heard discouraging words about diversity, equity, and inclusion. Trustee Magnata just pointed out there are lots of kids here with disabilities we don't know about. Things that are happening there. Inclusion, equity, and diversity are good things. Please don't create problems that don't exist. Let's focus on attracting good teachers, meeting our budget, and let's worry about the budget cuts that are going to be coming up soon, because those are going to be a big, big deal. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Anybody else for public comment? Oh, awesome. Thanks.
I'm Carly Strauss, Douglas County School District, a parent, Douglas alumni, born and raised Douglas County. This is like the last place I wanted to be tonight, quite honestly. Have a lot of other things, but I worry that sometimes silence equals agreement, and I could not stay away. I needed to say what I needed to say to be a model for my own child in hopes that he will do that as well. We have been asked as Douglas County School District employees to abide by a resolution that is affirming our commitment to equitable educational opportunities for all students, that clearly states we will not discriminate based on sex, disability, goes on and on and on and on and on, every category, and I wholeheartedly believe in that. However, when I looked at the agenda items today, I am concerned that we could very easily slip into policies that discriminate against students. I think we, as was mentioned earlier in public comment, need to remember these are children that we are talking about. We know how policy is based on fear and hate and not a lack of understanding turn out. We have history books written about how that goes. When we know better, we can do better. And I believe as adults, working with children, making decisions for children, we have to do better. I believe that we can create policies, revolutionary policies, policies that get us on the news for the right reasons, that make cisgender and transgender students all feel honored, that allow students to read all books in the library and be part of a well-educated citizenry. I really truly believe that our children are teaching us something about a more beautiful way to be in this world, and we need to listen to them. We need to honor them. We need to respect them. So I ask you today, when you think about any policy, you remember that we are talking about children, that we can treat them with love and respect at our heart and be those people for them so that they can come to school and feel safe, respected, and honored, no matter how they're showing up. If they are not doing harm to anyone, we will not, as adults in their life, harm them. That's my request of this board.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Marie. It's been a few years since I've seen some faces in here.
Marie, honey, what's your last name?
Foster. Thank you. And I want to talk more about your equality issues, not so much that it's divisive. We have to come down to what's safe. There are many cases where there has been exposure, there has been harassment, and there has been 2 cases across the county where there has been a woman raped by transgender in a woman's bathroom in a public space. So that's some of the risk that we have to take.
So you can come back when we're doing agenda item 19, honey. That's exactly fits in that one.
Oh, this fits in directly?
Yes,
Okay.
we'll like you to come back. Thank you.
Okay. I definitely will come back. In the meantime, you guys have got some OSHA laws you might want to look at. They're going to help you.
Thank you.
Casey Rogers for the record. I just have to voice my opinion on the fact that a lot of people have been waiting for public comment. There's like a billion people here, and that's an over exaggeration, yes. But they're waiting to speak at 5:30. Most people are not going to speak at the 19 agenda because we know that's at the end. Or
It'll be next. right
it's going to be right after.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. I was just going to say, let's get on with it. Thanks.
Since I was cut off on my previous subject, I would like to, do I still have the right to now speak in public comment on a different subject?
Absolutely.
Okay, I just wanted to set the record straight because there has been a series of times when a person has come forward in this meeting and previous meetings and made some statements about myself, Virginia Sterrett, and Jan Muzzy and her husband, Lynn Muzzy. And the person obviously hasn't done his homework very well because Jan Muzzy and I officially run candidates for political office in the county and have been doing so for about 10 years. And we've run a variety of candidates for office successfully in the county: commissioners, judges, clerk treasurers, a lot of different things. We also offer guidance on 2 candidates about how to run their campaigns and also the basics of conducting a meeting. I mean, it's not an unusual thing for us to help the candidates that we run learn more about the basics of their jobs. It isn't us setting them up with preordained wish lists of our own of any kind. We take them on as candidates, we help them succeed, and then we help them do the best job they can when they're first learning what they're doing. So I just wanted to make it clear that we're not the swamis behind the scene in any way. It's a
something we've taken a great interest in because we have a great interest in our community and we like to see really good candidates get elected. And it's just something we do. So thank you.
Thank you. You go, Jan.
Jan Muzzy. Yes, I am the Jan Muzzy that Virginia Sterrett just referred to. And we do love this county. It is a wonderful county. The people here are wonderful. The views are beautiful, and we are doing our best to make sure that it stays beautiful. And I also wanted to let you know that Ginger and I do this out of the goodness of our heart. We are not paid to help candidates. We do this because we want to work with candidates that have a heart for this county. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have two online. I'm going to go ahead and
Yes.
let
Okay.
Larry Sidney talk.
Okay. Larry?
Larry, go ahead.
Hi, thank you. This is Larry Sidney. I'm a parent of a kindergartner in the district. I'm also a former district employee. A month ago at the last meeting of the school board trustees, I sat in the same room at Wattell High School with all of our trustees, and I listened to multiple teachers voice concerns that this board of trustees was not supporting the teachers in a way that made them feel respected or allowed them to best educate our children. In the 4 weeks since that day, you, the Board of Trustees, have put forth numerous policy proposals that do the opposite. To wit, you've proposed that certain doctrines may not be taught or implied by education staff in the district. How do you expect our teachers to feel comfortable teaching when something they say might be misunderstood or understood by a student or a parent to violate this resolution? And why are the teachers who interact with our kids on a daily basis not the ones making these policies? You've also proposed a transgender student policy. The county has been dealing with this on a case-by-case basis, and the administrators and staff have done an excellent job. And you've proposed a policy that prevents us from applying for grants if you, the board, don't like the term of the grants. I wasn't aware that our district was so flush with cash that we could afford to turn down the opportunities for grant funds that could help our schools and our children. There's a pattern here. These proposals align exactly with a nationwide political movement to inject religion and politics into our schools. The elected role of Board of Trustees is, by design, nonpartisan. And yet, most of you have chosen to hitch your wagons to this national political playbook, instead of focusing on supporting our teachers, our staff, and our students in Douglas County. We cannot afford this, both literally and figuratively. We cannot afford to pass up good grants that are available to the district. We cannot afford to lose good teachers, staff, and administrators who want to be valued and respected by their school board and their community members. And most of all, we cannot afford to play politics with our children who deserve the best efforts of all of us in this community. So I ask for better from you, our Board of Trustees. Thank you.
Thank you. John, is there somebody else online?
I have one more online, Marcus. Go ahead, Marcus.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Marcus Zinke for the record. Looks like you guys have a full house there. And I would tell you, this is exactly what the parent group would represent without having maybe some fire safety concerns or too many people in a building or not allowing people to be in said building. I don't know how many exactly are there. I was told I couldn't get in, so I came here to do this. But on a different note, I would like to know how you guys come up with your agenda items. It feels like it's just whatever the hot button topic is of the national news media on any given week. And although those issues are important, and I feel that these are important, I don't always feel that you have the pulse of our school. You have unlimited access to the superintendent, the HR director, basically anyone you want to at the school, and they could give you an idea of what the pulse of the school is, if it's even an important topic. Are there people that these criteria that you have put on your agenda affect? And you don't. You put it on there several days before, you throw it on an agenda item, and voila, you made a bunch of people appear. So anyway, I'd like to see you guys try to have at least a pulse of the schools and the district, not just what you saw on whatever your news channel is that is doing it for clicks and, money, obviously. Thank you.
Thank you. Young lady.
Hello, everyone. My name is Maddie Kennedy, and I am a junior at Douglas High. I am here today because I am deeply concerned about the lack of student representation in the Douglas County School District. Recently, I have had the opportunity to hear from some of the board members who came to my leadership class about some policies they recently enacted. That experience opened my eyes, and I found that a fair amount of other students, along with myself, disagreed with said policies. Afterwards, I decided to research other actions the board has taken. I discovered that there existed a Douglas Parent Advisory Council to the board, and I thought to myself, why wasn't there a student one? I also discovered that Carson City has non-voting student members on their board, and I wondered why we didn't. Prior to the board speaking to our class, lots of students didn't feel like they were allowed to attend board meetings, nor reach out, nor deserved any knowledge about the rules being made about them. I want to change that. We need more student representation on the board, whether it's by adding non-voting student members, creating a Douglas Student Advisory Council, or making sure students are present at every single school board and subsidiary committee meeting, because the board needs to hear from students and their own experiences. Because despite what some may think that our parents own us, and they do in some ways, they do not own our thoughts, opinions, nor our right to have a voice in the decisions being made about us. To those that say we don't have the experience nor the maturity to have a say in these decisions, some of my classmates are able to vote in elections. The rest are citizens of this country who have a right to have some say in these decisions being made about them. With all due respect, this board does not represent me nor my interests, and that is not necessarily the board's fault, nor is it the superintendent's nor the parents. It will be your fault if you don't agree to let us have some say in our education. I implore you to prioritize student representation by creating a council, seat on the board, and/or a place in your discussions and your list of possible actions for the next board meeting. Thank you.
Thank you.
May I make a comment?
Trustee Gilkerson.
Yes, I'd like to make it, Miss Maddie, I'd like to make a comment to you. Thank you for being here. Also in November. In November, Miss Maddie, myself and former board member Heather Jackson, we have on our future request items, discussion regarding adding a student to participate in board meetings as a non-voting member. And I have to tell you that it was squashed very quickly. So hopefully now that you've spoken, the public has heard, maybe we can get you to do that.
Thought she was darling. Yes. Okay, order. Yes.
My name is Katie M. I am a parent of 2 kids in this district. I also work for the district. And so I have seen this kind of surfacing, and I thought it was a really good reminder of where our country has come from. A high school class is learning about the Salem witch trials. Their teacher told them that they were going to play a game. I'm going to come around and whisper to each of you whether you're a witch or a regular person. Your goal is to build the largest group possible that does not have a witch in it. At the end, any group found to include a witch gets a failing grade. The teens dove into grilling each other. One fairly large group formed, but most of the students broke into small, exclusive groups, turning away anyone that they thought gave off even a hint of guilt. Okay, the teacher said, you've got your groups. Time to find out which ones fail. All witches, please raise your hands.
No one raised any hand. The kids were confused and told the teacher he'd messed up the game. Did I? He asked. Was anyone in Salem an actual witch? Or did everyone just believe what they'd been told? And that is how you show kids how easy it is to divide a community. Shunning, scapegoating, placing blame, and dividing will each destroy far more than they will protect. Do not allow fear of the unknown to cloud your decisions. Things you don't agree with to cloud your decisions. We are concerned with all students. We represent all students. My position is advocating for all students. I need to be the mature one who puts my personal and political beliefs aside and advocate for all students. My guess is if you were to ask my students who I've taught and worked with for the last 16 years what I believed in, they would say that I believed in making sure that they were okay. Don't allow fear to cloud your decisions. The best teachers will show you where to look, but they won't tell you what to see. And that's what our DCSD teachers do every single day.
John, another online?
Yes, Rich, go ahead and state your name. You're still muted, Rich. There you go.
Rich McGuffin, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I am the father of 3 kids who are students in the school district. I have 2 daughters at Douglas High School and a son at Jacks Valley Elementary School. And the first thing I just wanted to note, when I think it was Miss Kennedy, who was a student who just finished speaking, I believe Miss Jansen referred to her as darling. That was a little bit inappropriate. I think you could refer to Miss Kennedy as eloquent, articulate, intelligent. Her request is certainly appropriate. And I think it's fitting given the circumstances. My biggest concern when Ms. Jansen, Mr. Burns, and Ms. Dickerson were elected is that they were not representative of our community, and that they would not represent my children, and that they would not represent or give deference to the wonderful teachers that we have in the school district. They've proven that again and again and again. Mr. Lehman correctly noted that it appears that they are only beholden to the Douglas County Central Republican Committee. And I thought it was a bit disingenuous of Miss Starrett and Miss Muzzy to stand up and say that that wasn't in fact the case, when there is documentary evidence from, I mean, there's an email from Miss Starrett where she tells the newly elected board members that she's not happy that Doug Engelkirk is set to become the new president, and that she promised hard line. And that's what she wanted the board to deliver. Even worse, and Mr. Lehman made reference to this. There is an email from Mr. Nick Mayer to the newly elected board members with suggested topics for discussion and resolution by our new board, which they have followed through with. This list is disturbing because it does show that the Republican committee in our county is directing our nonpartisan board, telling them who to elect as the new board, telling them to meet with Keith Lewis and another employee of our district and to record the conversation, telling them who they should hire as legal counsel for the board, and on and on and on. It is inappropriate engagement with the school board by a political group. The board now is wanting to adopt a policy that is a non-issue in our county. I think everybody can acknowledge that we don't want biological males playing female sports. Both of my daughters are student athletes at Douglas High. This is not an issue, yet you board members are attempting to score political points. Instead, you should focus on real issues, real problems. Instead, you should be reaching out to alienated students or underprivileged students or students who rely on the school.
Thank you, Mr. McGuffin.
You're welcome.
Okay. Anyone else online, John? No, anybody else here that would like to make public comment? Thank you. Yeah.
Heather Jackson for the record. I know this is kind of late and it's been a few months since this happened, but I did want to thank John Glover, Keith Lewis, Joe Gardner, Mike Rex, and any of the others that worked hard to get our football team into a league that they can compete in. Yes, our football players are super excited to be somewhere at a level that they can compete, and they're excited for the next season. And so I just want to thank you guys because I know that was a lot of time and effort that went into that and fight that had to go on for that. The other thing I just wanted to say really quickly is as we come to the end of the school year, it becomes so hard for these teachers. Those kids, they're ready to be outside. They see it's nice. They're done being in the classroom. I've had the opportunity to spend several days over the last few months in the schools, and I'm just amazed at our teachers, their patience, their love for the students. They're just continuing to try to teach, and they don't want to be taught in a lot of cases. So I would just say if we can please just support our teachers, support them through this last part of the year. And I'm so grateful for all that they do. I love seeing what they do in those classrooms and the many students that they are working to help. And so I just think we should really appreciate our teachers. And I just wanted to say thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jackson. Any more public comment?
Can't do that.
There's a pause. So can I boo when I don't like what I hear? The policy has been changed.
Mr. Shu, is there a policy about clapping?
Misunderstood all the time.
Thank you. So is there any more public comment? If not, we will go to agenda item number 19.
Oh, the hot ones start.
I want to change the name of it. I didn't call it this. Make a motion.
Well, down a little bit.
Superintendent Lewis, can I come up and approach you and Mr. Shu for a minute? Okay. Trustee Dickerson is going to make a motion.
Yeah, so I'd like to make a motion on agenda item 19. I would like to make a motion to amend agenda item 19 to read as follows. Only students who are biologically female from birth may participate in girls' sports, bathrooms, or locker rooms. Only students who are biologically male from birth may participate in boys' sports, bathrooms, or locker rooms. Thank you.
I'll make the second. And now we're open. Any board members like to comment?
So Can you explain what you just did for the public? Because I think there's mass confusion out here. What just happened?
Okay,
So
so we made a motion.
motion on, you took the motion directly from the agenda? Or are you proposing to change the motion on the agenda?
Yeah, I said amend. So I'm proposing to change the verbiage just as I read it, just a little bit.
Basically says the same thing.
We can amend, we can amend.
Well,
an
I
agenda
am not your
item.
legal counsel, but so I'll defer.
You're asking to amend the title of the agenda?
No, we forgot. I asked you, you said no. So we're just.
So what are you,
Verbiage and how it's stated.
you guys can frame however your motion you want to do, but I think it's, you kind of want to have some discussion. I didn't quite understand.
That's what we're doing. We're having discussion and Linda had some things she wanted.
Well, I
to
didn't understand what, are you actually making a substantive motion on what to approve, or are you trying to change?
Trying to change the verbiage, like I said, on agenda item 19.
Okay, so you're not actually making a substantive motion. You want to change the description of what's in the agenda?
Correct. To read just that way.
I don't think you. I mean, I suppose you could change the verbiage of it, but I don't think it's really within the scope of what 19 states. I think that if you're, the way this is 19 is worded is that there are I don't think it requires a motion for you to change the verbiage of the description in the agenda. I think what you can do is have your discussion and try to direct it a different way so that it doesn't necessarily reflect that, as long as the action is taken within the general, within the area as stated, then you can take action. You can change, you can frame it how you want, as long as it's within 19.
Right.
But
So
what I'm saying is I don't think you want to just, or you should be changing the agenda, because you need 3 days notice on an agenda.
just on how to word it, the word transgender was never meant to be. We are protecting, Title IX protects girls' sports. It's now not finished law. It is being proposed, even at a federal level, that we want to protect scholarships and those kinds of things. It's not a fair fight. And we want girls to have equal ability to win. So that's why I want to change the verbiage.
Well, my point is, you can't change an agenda, the actual written agenda at a meeting, because you need at least 3 business days notice to post.
Okay.
And then to hold the meeting the way it is. My point is, what I'm saying is that in your description that's in here, I mean, I think you can, it's broad enough if you want to parse these things to try to reframe it. And if you don't like the way this is worded right now, if you want to reword it a different way,
yeah,
then we need to have a new meeting on it.
Okay, that's fine. We can put it on a future agenda, but I want to change it.
Trustee Engelkirk.
Can I just speak to this? First of all, it says on here, discussion and for possible discussion. Obviously, that's discussion for possible action, which is stated in the next sentence. That's why we move forward on that. Well, see how it says the board will discuss
My
it.
feeling is this is enough of a hot button issue that we should just open this up for discussion, to get comments from the public, to get comments from the board. And then if we want to, we can rewrite the proposed agenda the way that Catherine would like to write it, and have it for the next meeting for
Yes.
discussion and possible action. Is that okay with,
Yes, that was my thought. Yes.
what would you like to do?
I would like to leave it as it is, because this is written verbatim from what President Jansen said at the last meeting when she brought this item up. She may not have said transgender student policy, but if you read what the board will discuss taking possible action on whether to adopt a policy regarding students who are biologically male at birth and whether they can participate in female sports. and use girls' bathrooms and locker rooms. It's written just the way that it is, and it was for verbatim from President Jansen. It's been put on here.
The
Now,
transgender part, not okay.
I never.
it is
mentioned it.
transgender. That is a description of
That's not-
transgender.
But
So
that's not
I want to talk about it. There's people here to talk about it. And I know there's people for and against. So a lot of people came out tonight and have been waiting a long time. So I think we should have it for discussion and possible action. That's my opinion.
Hey, Nick.
Okay.
I mean, your agenda
Yeah.
is what your agenda is.
Everybody do a
Right.
favor
That's-
for
yeah, I'll
me.
jump.
If you're not speaking, shut
Yeah,
off your microphones.
will.
I get feedback in here and I can't hear you.
Trustee Burns, we can hear your phone call, so please mute when you're on the phone.
Sorry about that. The reason why I was unmuted, I would like to make a comment. Can you hear me? Hello?
We can hear you,
Yes,
Dave.
we can hear you.
We can
Okay,
hear.
okay, all right. Now I got you. I just like to make comment. I think what Rick's talking about is, when you set an agenda item, you really can't and don't need to change the agenda. When you get done with discussion and you make a determination of a motion, then the motion can be made no matter what the agenda says. So I would discuss the agenda that you have there. And if you disagree with what's on the agenda, then that's what needs to be discussed, that a disagreement. But you really should not be doing that because Rick's saying 3 days and that's correct. So that the agenda item does not tell you what you have to do when it comes to a motion. That makes sense?
So, trustee or President Jansen, you had a motion, you had a second. I think you formally should withdraw the motion and have the second withdraw the motion. Agree to withdraw it. It's not in the proper motion to agenda the wording to amend the wording in the agenda. So I think we ought to dispose of that by withdrawing it. No, it's Catherine has to do that. Sorry.
I withdraw the emotion.
I withdraw, the-
Emotion and emotion, because no.
I withdraw the second. So we'll start our discussion. Okay. Trustee Engelkirk. Trustee Engelkirk,
You want me to start?
yes.
Okay. What we're trying to get, what I'm trying to get through here is, I guess I should read what I've written because I'm going to wander off on the thing. I have not heard for very many people in our district that thinks it's a good idea to have boys and girls bathrooms, locker rooms, or on their sports teams. For those who support transgender students being in the opposite gender's facilities, and I don't know why, they are concerned only with transgender students. What about the 97.3% of students in our districts that aren't transgender? I understand that according to the superintendent, currently the 0.3% of students in our districts don't use the bathroom or their assumed identity. That's great that he's been able to work with families to come up with a safe solution where they use gender or single service bathrooms. My concern that there's no stopping the progressive agenda. In time, there will be a student who will not accept the solutions that have worked so far. There's plenty of evidence that the rise in those claiming to be transgender is due to the amount of positive publicity surrounding the idea. Kids are manipulated into thinking that this will give them the popularity and acceptance that they so dearly feel they need. Instead of treating this like at best a way to gain attention and at worst the mental disease that it is treated like a healthy alternative lifestyle. Studies are beginning to come out about the horrible long-term effects it has on our young people, and these studies haven't been around long enough to register the effects it will have on these young people as they get older. The dangers of encouraging this kind of behavior starts with hormone treatments and puberty blockers and leads from there to body mutilation. How can anyone think that a child or teenager has the foresight to know that this is best for them, that when they are older, what's best for them when they are older is beyond me. Stories are starting to come out for kids who have been down this road. They are stories of deep regret and anger at those who coerced them. My hope and prayer is that the lawsuits that are being leveled against those who encourage these procedures will cause there to be some sort of awakening to those involved in pushing the agenda. Many in the district are concerned about being sued by the ACLU or others for proposing policies that exclude students from using the opposite facilities. That usually there isn't a problem with those who are genuinely identify as the opposite sex. Well, I, for one, don't want to take that chance. We always say we are concerned for the children. If we truly are, we won't allow this to happen in our schools. And I speak from personal experience. I have 2 transgender people in my family, and I love them, but I think they're misguided, and I think they've been deceived, and I think they're believing a lie. God created us male and female. There is not 72 genders. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Wilkerson? Sure. Okay. Okay. So when I introduced this agenda, I was a college athlete in the 70s. I got a bathing suit, the boys on the boys swim team, got a full ride. I worked very hard in the 80s to bring about Title IX with millions of other women. And my daughter ended up getting a swimming scholarship. It was a wonderful thing. Many millions of girls have benefited from this. When Leah Thompson and other boys pretend to be girl, and I have nothing against anybody. Whatever people do in their private life, when you're an adult and you're over 21, it is none of my business. When you want to go and compete as a male with big heart, big lungs, big bones, big muscles against women, I don't understand how that could be fair. So I feel that males should not compete, biological males should not be competing against females. It's dangerous for females, and it is totally unfair and takes away girls' sports in its entirety. Girls will lose all their scholarships, and it will just destroy girls' sports. Thank you.
Can I make a comment, please?
Trustee Burns?
Yes, I just want to clarify some things about, we're Americans in the United States. I'm going to take you all the way back to the Tea Party. The Tea Party, we would still be under British rule if we did not come against laws. And what I mean by coming against, we have a right to challenge anything that's out there. Just because it was voted on, spoken, and supposedly placed in doesn't mean that we have to accept those things. We have every right to challenge. And when we see things such as this that transpires, and we speak, I speak for this, for protecting students. And my determination is that I'll protect every student out there. And that starts with these girls and their privacy in the bathrooms, privacy in locker rooms, and the right to compete against other girls. Just within the past couple of weeks, Dr. Phil had 7 girls. I think it was 6 or 7 girls on there. Every one of them were state champions, and every one of them got beat out by transgender boys. That's what I'm going to call them. They competed, and every one of them were beaten out. Well, we can sit by and say this doesn't happen in Douglas County. Well, one person can come in and say, I disagree with whatever's going to happen whatever you've already established. I disagree with that and I'm not going to go along with it. Now we're in a point where we're going to have to fight it that way. So my personal position is I will stand for students' rights. And those rights are not necessarily just a handful of people. And this is not about transgender. You're trying to make it something that it's not. Everything I stand for is those girls' rights to be able to get scholarships, be able to compete in these athletics departments, to compete against equal. And the same way with locker rooms and bathrooms. There's no way I'd allow my daughter to go in and be exposed to that just because we accepted it. It isn't right. I stand to where, and I'm not against transgenders. I'm not against their rights. They have the rights to be who they want to be. And I'm not coming against that. What I'm coming against is the ones that it's being affecting them down the road. I will stand with those girls. I will make, in my personal opinion, I'll do everything I can to protect them to being who they need to be and want to be. And that's to compete in sports and get those scholarships. Thank you.
Thank you.
Everybody's
Trustee
applauding.
Dickerson.
Thank you.
Just to speak to, because I have a very diverse family. I have 2 gay siblings and we are a very diverse family in color and the rest, all of us. But there's just certain things that kind of are encroaching, and you look at legislature and there's stuff about, puberty blockers coming down and without parent knowledge, and that will fall into the schools at one point in time. It does happen. And let's look at puberty blockers. They deny the body to solidify a skeleton. That's what puberty does, is solidify your skeleton. So all that other stuff aside, I worry about that. That's caring for kids. That's caring for them. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Magnata.
I've thought about this very extensively. I've read this 100 times. And I will not agree to let any student that's a girl take a shower with a boy. There's no way I'm going to allow that to happen in our school system. In Douglas County, we're better than that. We're all better than that. And I will stand tooth and nail against that. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Magnata. Trustee Gilkerson.
All righty, thank you, President Hanson. First of all, I was elected to be an ally for all kids. That means trans, gay, white, black, whatever. I believe that we were all elected for that. And I have to agree with Colleen from Thrive, is that the damage that we will do to our transgender youth by making a policy, that's just the first thing. And to me, that's probably one of the most important. If you've ever looked at the Trevor Project, there's statistics, and I think Colleen went through them, and I don't need to go over them again, but our trans and gay youth are at such a high risk of completing suicide. And they're at a high risk of being depressed. We know that when a community embraces all kids, that those things go down. Are we being rude? It's not rude, I'm talking, thank you. So what I have some questions for you. President Jansen, what is your intent with this? Can you tell me, have you had complaints from anyone about at the school district? Has anyone come to you and complained to you about a transgender youth?
I've been told that they have family or mixed use bathrooms that they are in. Okay, again, trustee Gilkerson, I look at what's coming from our legislature and you don't. Trustee Gilkerson, when you buy a car, you have to have insurance. When you buy a house, these kids are all precious angels. I agree. I believe that a lot of this transgender, a lot of this in children is a form of mental illness. I'm not saying that they're all mentally ill. I'm all for everybody being treated and having support. I want them to all have support, every kid. But if I was in a locker room with a boy, I would be very uncomfortable, and I'm an old woman. If my daughter was in a locker room with a boy, I would be very uncomfortable. I wouldn't, and there are many, many stories, not in Douglas County, but around the country. There are many stories of girls being assaulted and raped in the locker room.
Name one? Can you tell me a case?
There's a story in Loudoun County, a boy raped, it happened twice. The boy raped the girl, they moved him to another school, and then it
I
happened
would like you
again.
to send that to me. I'd like to.
I will be happy to.
Also, I wanted to say that this.
I agree. Thank you.
No, I
Thank
get to
you.
say what I want to say. And I am. And I am. Thank you, sir.
Sir,
So,
sir,
Linda,
the
this
board
is,
can dialogue back and forth
Okay.
in their discussion. That is perfectly fine.
so what I have to say is that what you're saying, again, what was brought up earlier about scare, it's coming down, it's coming here. It's a national political playbook agenda for all of this. Our transgender students deserve the same rights and respect as a cisgender. Cisgender, maybe you don't know what that is, and I'll tell you, it's a cisgender. I'm a cisgender. I'm a female, and I am a female, and that's how I present. Okay, and I like males. Anyways, I just wanted to continue, please. So I wanted to also say that another very important thing here is what other state and federal laws already address this issue? When you talk to that, what other state and federal laws are already in place?
the 11th Circuit Court of Appeals already ruled on this with Governor DeSantis saying that boys will be in boys' locker rooms, girls will be in girls, and bathrooms and sports. There was just a ruling yesterday by the 9th Circuit Court of Appeals that took a young man, a transgender that was in a Frisbee golf league, and they ruled that only girls can be in that league. I believe that every kid, I love every kid. I want to help every kid. I've been to the LGBT club. And to me, this is about defense of girls in sports and private spaces.
Okay,
There's an article in the Globe, if you'd like to read, you can have my whole opinion.
I saw it.
Okay, thank you.
I looked
Thank
it up.
you. And I
saw
would
it.
like to hear
And
what,
I also, you were quoted incorrectly. You had, and I'm not going to get into that. It doesn't matter.
thank you,
Anyways,
trustee Okerson.
So the other thing I wanted to talk about is that, that we have laws that protect our transgender students. But if we go ahead and make a policy, and you talked about the 11th Circuit, Florida, that has no bearing on the 9th Circuit in Nevada. There's already been a case, and I think the public needs to know this. There's already been a case where it was brought before the 9th Circuit. It wasn't in Nevada, it was in Oregon. And it was a cisgender brought it forth to sue a transgender, and they lost. The transgender, it was upheld. So there's a little bit of taste of what's to come down the road too. We have federal laws. We have equal protection. We have NERC, I think it is. We have lots of laws that protect our transgender. So I'm here to tell you that if we go ahead and make a policy, that we're going to get sued. And I know that there's people here that can talk to that. And so we have to, we talk about wanting to give teachers raises, but this is going to take the money right out of our district if we get sued. So those are some things you need to think about. The other thing that I did is I went and met with, I met with the high school. And I know Keith called the middle schools, and we have had 0 incidents, 0 with any trans, 0 in all this time. And it's coming, it's not coming, because we have a wonderful superintendent, we have a wonderful principals at our school, and what they do, imagine this, they take every student individually and help them with what they need. The kids, you have to trust our schools, and this is where there's been a big divisive split, is because we have people that do not trust our schools. And that's where I'd like you to put the trust in our schools. Thank you.
I'd like to make comment.
Yeah. Sorry.
Yes, first of all.
Comment.
Excuse me? Oh, as human beings, we are flawed. We don't walk on water, none of us. Okay, so we should always look at what's going on, pay attention. Let me just say that Washoe County School District right now is being sued for violating parental constitutional rights. So when you talk about getting sued, it can go either way. Let me just tell you, yes. Parental constitutional rights because their child was guided in a way they had no concept of. They were not told, it wasn't shared with them. There you go. So the bottom line is that I believe in putting in, look, all children are equal, right? All children. So let's treat right all children, okay? So it should be neutral. I don't even believe in protected class. I think we're all beautiful and wonderful in God's eyes. I mean, my goodness sakes, we're all human beings. So this whole chopping people up into folders, I reject that. Thank you.
Trustee Kangas.
Comment, please.
Dave, you're after Terry, huh? Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, everybody's read it. I don't need to say it again. This creation of a policy, as stated, we can make up your own mind what it says, but it's absolutely, in my opinion, talking about transgenders. So I'm going to take a little different approach, I think, than most of the board members have, and I speak for myself, and hopefully many of the people in our community, when I say this is a politically and emotionally charged statement with a potentially negative and damaging impact on our students, our school district, and our community. I urge this board to use common sense and not take any action based on this blanket statement. The board needs to wait for legal clarification that would not be discriminatory or alienate any group of students. We need to protect every student in this district, both physically and emotionally. These issues are not new. We are not experiencing any trouble dealing with them. The district staff has and will continue to address them with compassion, dignity for the students and their families, or the compassion and dignity that the students and their families deserve. I also think there's a real risk of unnecessary litigation that could cost this district a great amount of time, money, and resources. The end result would be a terrible distraction from the business of educating our students. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Burns.
Okay. Governor Lombardo signed on with 24 other governors. 25 states now have signed on, governors, fighting this very thing. They're against it. They're against the transgenders taking over and being able to play in the sports and everything. So we got 25 states against it right now. We also have Congress voted a majority, and the majority vote they voted against this very thing. So we know that this fight is on through our Congress and also in our governors and individual states. So I'm saying this, that if you don't fight for something, if you don't take a stand for something, you stand for nothing. And when we come into situations like this, in 2019, Senate Bill 143 was a background check laced with red flag law. I personally brought this after they passed the law. I brought it into our county, and we passed a resolution stating that it's unenforceable and it's against the Second Amendment. We took it, we passed it in this county, we went across and we did the same thing with almost 10 counties. After that position, 17 sheriffs in 17 counties sat down and drew up the same resolution, making the statement from the sheriffs saying we will not enforce this law. So it was a law that was passed in this state, and it is dead now because somebody had the guts enough to stand up, take it to the public, and including our sheriff's department, and take a stand because it was unconstitutional. So if you don't fight for what you believe, then you fight for nothing. Thank you. It's froze.
I believe we're ready to go to public
President
comment.
Jansen, I think we need to defer to legal counsel, and I think, and it's, I guess, up to the board, but I do think we need to have a discussion of potential legal consequences to this action for public record.
Not going to change anything. Why don't we listen to public comment and then maybe, and we'll talk about it.
Okay.
Is that okay?
I think what's most, I'm sorry, President Johnson. I think that we need to make our public aware of what our legal has to say, because it could really make a big difference. If I think, if you want to take this fight, I think this fight needs to be at the state level or federal level. We shouldn't be taking it on because it takes our eye off the ball. And we've wasted 4 months making policy after policy. I think we need to start looking at raising test scores, mental health, these important things that our kids are counting on us. That's all. I think it should be.
I believe we can do both.
I think we should do public comment, then we'll hear from you.
Well,
Public comment.
for the benefit of the audience, I think people need to be aware of the Nevada Equal Rights Amendment so that you can try to frame your discussion around that. But it's up to you. Okay. Trustee Jansen, members of the board, this is really more for the public. We've spent the greater part of the last week, my partner and I, researching these issues, federal law, state law. And Trustee Jansen, you're correct. It's not settled law at the federal level, certainly. But what has come to our attention that's really eye-opening is at the state level. Just this last election, November 2022, the voters of Nevada passed a constitutional amendment to the Nevada Constitution, which created is basically the Equal Rights Amendment of Nevada. It was modeled after the 1970s, 1980s Equal Rights Amendment for women. But they took it a step farther. It was a proposal and it got voted by the public. And it says equality of rights under the law shall not be denied or abridged by the state or any of its political subdivisions. Douglas County is a political subdivision, Douglas County School District. on account of race, color, creed, sex, sexual orientation, gender identity or expression, age, disability, ancestry, or national origin. What that means is that at the state level, the voters here adopted a constitutional amendment that's more protective than at the federal level. And how you get around that let me frame it a different way. Our analysis and our belief is that if you make a blanket policy or any policy that is that has some element of discrimination against transgenders because they're a gender identity or expression, that it would probably fail unless it survives what's called the strict scrutiny test. What is the strict scrutiny test? You have to have your policy narrowly tailored. So that's one thing. And then it needs to advance a compelling public interest. So narrowly tailored, compelling state interest. If you don't have that, it's not going to pass because this is a constitutional amendment by the state of Nevada. Voters approved. People need to know. I mean, I remember voting against it myself, but having looked at it again, this is a constitutional amendment that is stronger than the US constitutional protections. So again, what I would encourage, if you're going to be looking at any policy, and if you're going to be making statements about any policy, keep that in mind, narrowly tailored and a compelling state interest. You have to have both of those if you're going to survive the court. That's my statement with respect to the state constitution.
Comment, please.
Council, I'm to understand that federal law trumps state law. Why?
It wouldn't, because states have the ability to adopt things that are more protective than federal law or federal constitution. This is what happened here. The states have the ability, based on federalism, the states actually have the ability to adopt more protective measures, and they did. That's what the voters did in November 2022. And you might not like it, people in this audience might not like it, but that's what the state voters did in the state. And that's where your battle is if you want to reverse it or change it or make some amendments to this equal right amendment. But that is not true in this case.
So I'm to understand that heterosexual folks don't have the protections that protected classes have. Is that what I'm to understand? Because that's what it
Short
sounds
answer,
like, Rick.
Short answer is, yeah, I mean,
Oh, man.
think of it this way. Think of it
For
this
your
way.
honesty.
No,
I appreciate your honesty.
let me put it a different way. Okay. Under the state, the US Constitution, what the judges did is they created different standards for race and creed and color, the standard of a strict scrutiny standard that I just said. For women, for gender, not gender, for sex, the judges created an intermediate standard. This is how it was done at the Supreme Court level. The ERA, 1970s ERA, was designed to try to change that. Now, what I'm telling you in terms of the state level is that under federal law, you might have this intermediate standard for protection of women based on sex. But at the state level, you're going to have a higher standard, a strict scrutiny standard based on this Equal Rights Amendment. And that's what you're at an uphill battle unless you have narrowly tailored policies and a compelling state interest.
So that would protect women. They're kind of right?
That's correct. And you can try to frame it a different way. Again, you have to start thinking of how to narrowly tailor things in a way that protects compelling state interests. So protecting women is a compelling state interest. So you have to keep that in mind as you start thinking about it, whether you even want to go down a path of a policy. And I think that's why it's important for the members of the public to understand that. Maybe they can frame their comments that way too and give you feedback.
Comment, please.
Dave?
Yes. Rick, you're bringing it right back to exactly why that agenda was not worded properly. And that's why Catherine was trying to change it, which of course, I understand you don't change it. But the point of this is what you have to stay away from is bringing the transgender into it. The fact is what Catherine did state later and wanted to change it to had nothing in there about transgender. It was all about protecting the female's rights in the sports and in the bathrooms and in the locker rooms. It was for protecting their right of privacy and the right to play in those sports without being, that's the challenge here. It isn't nothing to do with coming against transgenders in the school. It has everything to do with protecting the rights of girls.
Thank you. Okay. Public comment. Thank you, Rick. Public comment.
Yeah, that would be a good idea.
10-minute recess. Or you want to go?
You need to go.
Do you need to go? Go. Okay.
Take her question.
We should take her questions.
Yeah, should we start?
Let's just take
Let's
the
start.
question.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
People can go to the bathroom whenever they want. Okay. You're speaking first. What's your name?
Hi, my name is Leslie Hokinson. Liberty and justice for all. That's what every single one of you here and outside. No, I want everybody to see it. Okay? No, I'll hold it myself. Thank you very much. Anyway, that's what every one of us pledged allegiance to when we came in here. All I want to tell you is two stories, and I just want you guys to think about this. Please think about it. I went to private girls' school. I went to private Catholic school, grade school, high school, girls' school, and college. At my 50th class reunion, there was only 51 in our entire class, a very small class. 5 of these women all got married, all had children. And guess what? We're talking about 54, 58 years ago. That's how old. They knew all along that something was wrong, and they were never allowed to be able to be their true selves. They all had children, they married. 2 of them actually ended up being psychologists. One of them was the psychologist for my class, for my high school that I went to. When we got together on our 50th class reunion, it was amazing to hear them talk. They said, we would not wish this on anyone, but this is what we are. This is what we are. And nobody can change that. They wanted to be men, but they were women, and they did what society expected of them. They all got married, had kids. And it wasn't until their 50s that they could really come out and say anything. So please think about this, you people. When you say you're born a woman, you're born a man, not necessarily. Another thing is one of my good friends, they were over at our home for Thanksgiving, and one of their sons was 7 years old. And she confided in me and she said, my son is a girl, and I am not going to block any of this. He needs to be able to be who he wants to be, and that is a female. So when you guys are so judgmental about things, please think about this. Please think about it.
Thank you.
Am I next?
Yes, ma'am.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Nicolette Kurth, and I am a resident of this county living in Minden. I first want to say that those of you who think that transgender is a choice or a mental disease are sadly misinformed. Very serious scientific studies have been done that show that what transgender is a very rare recessive gene that can be inherited if two people who have the recessive gene produce a child. That's science, okay? I know this to be true because in my extended family, there is a transgender path that has gone 3 generations with this recessive gene. The first one, in my grandparents' time, they didn't know what transgender was. They thought she was mentally ill. They put her in an institution and she committed suicide. In the next generation, the girl to boy transgender became a psychologist to help others of his type. And now I call him my nephew, but he's really my cousin's nephew, who started out, who started being transgendered, started his transition. He wanted to be a police officer. He was told, oh my God, they'll kill you. Then he decided that he wanted to be an EMT. Oh no, they're too prejudiced also. So now he's a barber, but that's not what he wanted to be. That's not his path or his passion. Okay. And I want to say, why are you people focusing on ultra right-wing MAGA issues of transgender, which are in the news in other areas that have nothing to do with the real issues and problems of these schools? Why are you not instead focusing your energies on solving the real problems here, which are student-on-student violence, overcrowding, and teacher shortage? Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you.
So you're for Trump now? Oh, okay. Sorry. Misunderstood. Lynn Muzzy, the justification for this whole business about boys going into girls' rooms and locker rooms and the lawsuit that's being brought against the school board by the ACLU is this term transgender, which has been, I don't recall ever hearing that. I'm 76 years old. It's only in the last few years that I've even heard the term, but it's being used now as a device to allow people to do things that they shouldn't be doing. We don't allow boys in the girls' room, and we don't allow girls in the boys' room. It's just that simple. Regarding injecting politics into teaching, I understand that the ACLU will sue this board if it resolves to forbid boys to enter the girls' restrooms and locker rooms and participate in girls' sports and vice versa. But making that a made-up term, which I call as transgender, is in defiance of biological fact. Gender-affirming surgeries are now considered to be something to have done to children. But I'm interested in finding out when these children become adults and they've had this surgery, how they're going to feel about things. They're too young to have those decisions made for them, and they're too young to make those decisions themselves. It's quite simple, really. Thank you.
Thank you.
According to a recent study by the John Smith. According to a recent study by the UCLA School of Law, trans people are more than 4 times more likely than non-trans people to be victims of violent crimes like rape, sexual assault, and aggravated assault. According to the Trevor Project, half of trans youth contemplated suicide in the last year, and their rate of attempted suicide more than doubled if they had been the victim of a violent crime. Limiting trans students to using the bathrooms and locker rooms intended for their biological sex will almost certainly be harmful to their mental health and increase the likelihood they will be bullied or assaulted. If a trans student is allowed to use the bathroom of their gender, they will out of necessity be using a private stall. The only interaction a trans student is likely to have with another student is washing their hands next to each other. If different types of people can't safely wash their hands side by side, maybe it would also be a good idea to have them eat in separate areas. Maybe it would be wise to have them ride in different parts of the bus or drink from different water fountains. Most trans people do not want to stick out for being different, but would love to pass without question as a member of their gender. Because of this, they will almost certainly take steps to shield their bodies from view if they are changing their clothes in the locker room. I'm not sure if there are concerns about trans students lusting after the students they share a locker room with. Being transgender has nothing to do with sexuality. But if any of you have spent much time in locker rooms and think you've never been in the presence of someone who is attracted to your gender, you are naive. Letting trans students choose their facilities would have minimal effect on non-trans students. Forcing trans students to use the facilities of their biological sex would effectively out them every time they go to the bathroom or a gym class. How do you think the only girl in the boys' locker room is going to feel? How do you think they're going to be received? You might as well make them wear a badge or an armband or give them a tattoo on their arm. I'm sure most of the student body would continue to treat the trans students with respect, but for myopic transphobes, the proposed policy changes could very well alert them to targets they otherwise would have missed. You really want to enact a policy that will contribute to the awful violent crime and suicide statistics I mentioned earlier? Enlighten yourselves. It's 2023, not 1955 or 1938. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, good evening. Bob Russo for the record. I give my full support to the Douglas County School Board in passing a resolution prohibiting transgender biological males and females from using restrooms and locker rooms and from competing in athletics of the opposite sex. We need clear boundaries drawn here. The ACLU claims that this prohibition violates Question 1 that passed last year and the 14th Amendment or the Equal Protection Clause of the U.S. Constitution. I would argue that any policy that grants biological males that identify as females access to women's restrooms, locker rooms, and participation in women's sports violates the rights of women who are protected under Question 1 and the Equal Protection Clause. It is unfair to grant rights to one group of people at the expense of another. Not only that, but this policy endangers young girls and women from sexual and physical assault and undermines their privacy. Like President Jensen mentioned earlier, in 2021 in Loudoun County, Virginia, a 15-year-old male who identifies as gender fluid was found guilty of engaging in sexual violence against a girl in a girl's restroom. And Linda, I've got that link here if you want it, I'll give it to you. This isn't an isolated case of one deranged individual physically violating young girls. A transgender student in Oklahoma was charged with assault after the student allegedly punched two female students in the girls' restroom at a high school in late October of 2022. And an April 22, 2016 article from the Daily Wire states that, quote, a Seattle man citing transgender bathroom laws was able to gain access to a woman's locker room at a public recreation center while little girls were changing for swim practice. One such case is too many. Now, allowing biological males who identify as women to participate in women's sports violates the rights of women athletes. Men have a clear biological advantage over female athletes, and this policy is destroying women's sports across the nation. Not only that, but it has been mentioned already, this puts high school female students at a clear disadvantage for collegiate scholarships. Young women are being given the shaft
Where is the ACLU in defending women's rights? Athletics need to be kept on an even playing field. Now, don't get me wrong, I'm not against transgender athletes participating in sports. If it is on an equal playing field with other athletes, perhaps they could have a league of their own. So to sum up, I support the board's decision to keep bathrooms, locker rooms, and athletics restricted to one's biological sex. Thank you very much.
Hello.
President Jansen, we've got 5 people that are online that have been waiting. I didn't know if you wanted to allow some of those to go in between, or do you want to wait? Okay, should I?
Dave Lemire Cheryl.
Okay.
Cheryl, I've had two sons go through the school district. And I can understand how parents of girls would support something like this, because males will always beat females. But I can also understand how transgender parents feel. You love your kids now as a transgender. But when they were born, did you say, gee, I wish my child would be transgender, because it is not an easy road to ride. To be transgender is not a choice to be popular, because I think someone said that. It's not a mental illness, which I believe what you said. It's just something physiological from birth. And I'm grateful that my kids, their generation, they have a lot more empathy for others than even my own. And I say, okay, these are my notes. I do not have anything typed. I don't do this, but why is it so difficult? So maybe it's time for transgender sports, like the other gentleman just said, or something, even the field, because a male will always beat a female. It's just, but it's not easy being trans. It's just not easy. So why is it so difficult to let others live their lives as they choose? Do we not all have that right to life, to be happy? Are we not all pro-life? And the kids have a song. Some of the lyrics are, you only have 100 years to live. And why can't we just let everybody be happy and just live their lives, be pro-life? Anyway, just maybe it's
Honey, ma'am, I don't want to offend anybody. Ma'am, would you do me a favor and tell me your name again? I didn't get your name.
Dave Lemire Cheryl.
Say it's Dave.
It's
Yes.
It's Dave with a boy, DAVELYN. Last name is Cheryl. M like Mary, YA, S like Sam, HI.
Thank you very much.
But anyway, I understand all you parents. And I'm glad my kids are not in school anymore.
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and take a couple here online. Jessica, go ahead and unmute yourself. And
good evening. My name is Jessica Munger. I am the program manager of Silver State Equality. We're Nevada's statewide LGBTQ+ civil rights organization. I'm also a woman. I was an athlete in school, and I'm a parent. All students in Nevada deserve the right to have a safe and respectful learning environment. The data about the impacts of policies like the one you are considering is clear and consistent. They increase bullying, harassment, and attacks against trans youth, which results in massively increased rates of suicidality in these young people. And from what I understand, these are the very issues that some students are dealing with in Douglas County, a culture of bullying. Some are dedicated to making this a wedge political issue. The reality is that transgender students make up a very small population who are just trying to live their lives. There may be a lot you don't understand about their experience, and that's okay. You don't have to understand it. When Utah Governor Spencer Cox vetoed a sports ban like this in Utah, he wrote that he did not fully understand transgender people, but he said, when in doubt, I always try to err on the side of kindness, mercy, and compassion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next on online is Cheryl Bloomstrom.
And then we'll let these four young ladies speak, and then we'll go back to there.
Good evening, board. This is Cheryl Blumstrom. I am really glad to see so many young people in the audience, because at the end of the day, this is about them. And what is going on here affects a very small percentage of the students in our district. If you take the numbers that I have read, there are about 15 students in the entire district who identify as transgender. I think there's a much more effective way, maybe kind way, to deal with those students. And we talk to them with their parents, and we figure out a way individually, one by one, how it works. And that's what we do for the students. And I really believe that erring on the side of kindness, what a genius way to say it. Let's just follow the golden rule. I know you all subscribe to that. Do unto others. I like that idea. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay. We go 1, 2, 3, 4, just like that. Oh, who's first? You guys decide. Okay, thank you.
I am Kylie Wagstaff, and I am a student of Douglas High School.
Say your name slow so I can write it down.
Sorry, I'm a little nervous.
That's okay. I won't call you honey again because I got in trouble for that. And I apologize if I offended you at all before. I just think you're a very nice young lady.
I haven't been up here.
Okay, well, the other, you look so, I can't, yes. Yeah, I apologize to the other young lady too.
I am Kylie Wagstaff, and I am a student of Douglas High School. I have already been sexually harassed this year on my way to the bathroom. I was able to go into the women's bathroom, with some confidence. With some confidence that this young man would not follow me. And I am not saying that transgender would do this, but I am afraid that if biological males are able to go into the female restroom and changing area, that sexual harassment may not stop with verbal abuse. And all of my life, I have been taught that chastity is one of the most important things that I have. And if it means that I have to leave school grounds to use the restroom so that I might not put myself in a position to lose this, I will leave school grounds. And it does not matter to me if I get in trouble for it or not, because I am protecting myself. And that is one of the most important things to me. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I'm not quite sure why we're not following the list. I know everyone in there is really wanting to talk, and the list was supposed to be followed. And that's at least what we were told when we first came in, and we all signed up at 3:30. So my name is Courtney Burrows. Creating a policy that doesn't protect transgender kids, but actually discriminates against them, goes against your previous resolution, and it's against the law. Title IX, the Education Amendment of 1972, bans discrimination on the basis of sex by public schools. The Supreme Court held in 2020 that discrimination based on sexual orientation and gender identity is sex discrimination. Gender identity being defined as one own's personal sense of gender that does or does not correlate with sex assigned at birth. Title IX requires public schools to respond to harassment based on behavior and appearance with transgender or non-binary students. You are directly being the harassers by trying to create this new policy. You are going against Title IX, and for folks who are so concerned about following the law, this is quite concerning. If this policy is passed, it will give students the feeling that it's okay to bully and harass transgender students, because why not? No one else is protecting them. Title IX has been found in numerous judicial courts to protect transgender students' rights to access sex-separated programs like sports and facilities consistent with their gender identity. That means a child born a female now identifies as a male has every right to male-related school things like sports. On one hand, the board is so adamant about protection, mainly equality based on the 14th Amendment. But now you're saying everyone is equal, but transgender students. Do you see the irony and the bigotry there? Transgender students should be able to learn without worrying about being bullied or denied basic rights to bathrooms or to exercise. You think that it is an advantage for a transgender female or male at birth on a sports team? Do you think that's why she's transgender, to get ahead in sports? She was born this way. For her to even get to the point of wanting to play is huge. It is beyond courageous. Yet she is being denied and will be under your policy. Policies denying transgender student rights can do substantial harm to the mental health and well-being of youth. According to Mental News today, transgender kids are 7.6 times more likely to attempt suicide than cisgender kids. Did you hear that? 7.6. Think about the deadly implications this policy will have on LGBTQ plus students. This policy will deny transgender students their civil rights, and it's wrong. Transgender kids also have a right to flourish in school, and you are taking that right away from them. Y'all are touting and citing the 14th Amendment. Well, it guarantees equal protection, and the courts have interpreted the Equal Protection Clause to prohibit discrimination based on gender. Section 24 of the Nevada Constitution guarantees equality of rights under the law, and that shall not be denied by the state. Simply put, as board members, you are bullying, harassing, and discriminating against transgender students. So, are you lying about wanting equality for all? All you want is equality for the students who are like you, or that you like. Shame on you. You are moving us backwards and not forwards. You are trying to create a school environment that says LGBTQ plus students don't matter, shouldn't exist, and are evil. And that is scary, wrong, morally, and lawfully. I say, I love every one of you LGBTQ students, and I love every single student in these schools, and I will continue to fight for them no matter what.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Bliss Moody. I am a sophomore at Douglas High School and I'm a student athlete. I'm speaking in front of you to address my concerns about this policy. The school board is trying to allow transgender students to participate in sports. This is a huge disadvantage. This is a huge disadvantage for girls because biological men have more muscle mass and more muscle memory than women, making it unfair for women as biological men. As biological men try to compete in women's sports. For example, in the 3A division for track, a biological man who feels as if they're a woman ran in the 200 meter and the 400 4x1 relay and is going to state for those events. This is unfair to biological women because it took away the opportunities for women to go to state. This is unacceptable. The fact that a man is going to state for a women's event is unfair to girls in this sport. I'm not just speaking for myself, but I'm speaking for my peers and for parents. I have also been directly addressed by teachers and staff at my school asking if I would take physical harm to transgender and LGBTQ students. I would never do anything like that, but I want my opinion to be heard because their opinions and feelings have been addressed. And I think it is time for mine and some of my peers who have the same opinions to be addressed. As a student athlete at Douglas High School, I do not want my opportunities to go to waste because of a man trying to play a women's sport. Thank you so much for listening to me and please take my concerns into consideration. Please make the right choices for me and my peers at my school.
Liz, I just want to say, I want to say I've had the honor of watching the 3 track. You're amazing.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Carrera Jones. I'm a sophomore at Douglas High School, and I'm here today to discuss our topic regarding transgender and the opposite sex sharing bathrooms and joining sports teams. Today, May 16th, at 8 o'clock, we held a silent walkout and with the students who are against this new topic. We went out peacefully and protested this issue and discussed our concerns during this time. Kids came together to unite and be able to speak freely on this topic using our First Amendment right. I'm here not only for myself, but also for my other peers' concerns on this matter who are afraid to speak up. It's unfortunate to hear that my teachers who did not agree with our walkout closed doors and would not let students leave. Many students came out and supported this walkout, and it was a huge success to see our students at Douglas being able to fight for what we want as a community. As a young female on sports teams, science proves this is an advantage for males over females. As a student, I too use the restrooms at this time. I use restrooms as a safe place for my personal use. I can tell you, if I were to walk into a women's restroom and a male was utilizing the same facility, I would feel the layer of my protection would be violated and my safety as a young woman would be in jeopardy. School is supposed to be a safe place. And if I were to experience this, I would not feel safe at all. I not only speak on this matter for myself, but I also have a concern for our younger kids in our community and their future. If this law was to pass, these kids who are still developing will think this is normal, and this is not. I trust that the new school board members and that all you will do what is right with this topic, and I hope we all do what the community voted all you all to do. What is right to protect us? Kids across Douglas County should first feel safe, and secondly, not to worry about who will walk into our restrooms and who will be competing against in our sport teams. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Carrera. I apologize for mixing you up, and I apologize if I said anything that offended you.
It's all right.
Is Maddie Kennedy, and I am a junior at Douglas High, and I am also a student athlete. Let me just say that some of the comments that have been said tonight have been absolutely disgusting. This policy is absolutely discriminatory towards trans students. It will lead to higher risk in their mental health and higher suicide rates. It is not a mental disease like some people have said, and the overall regret for transitioning is 1%. So yeah. Also, you are putting your own personal agenda onto the entire student body, not for the good of the entire student body. And finally, people will die because of this policy. Children will die because of this policy, because they feel as though they do not have a place in our schools, and they do, because they are citizens and they have a right. Thank you.
Thank you. Just let's do one and come back, and then we'll do one and one. Okay, sweetie, state your name. See, I said.
So you want me to go or you? want-
Yes.
Okay. Hi, I'm Marie Foster. I was here earlier, a little ahead of time. I want to talk about a few things. First, I actually support this ban. I want to talk about maybe you guys looking at some cases, Griswold, Casey. These are established case laws with right to privacy. It might be interesting for you guys to check out, as well as OSHA Law 29 CFR 1910.141. That OSHA law requires that per capacity.
Could you repeat that?
Yes, 29 CFR 1910.141. The OSHA law requires that for your capacity of your buildings, that you have to reduce the amounts of discrimination, so many bathrooms per sex. And that is how it's stated in the document. So many by sex, female, male. On another note, I had mentioned earlier the issues with transgender and especially female bathrooms and female settings. One of them was already mentioned, the Loudoun County issue. Another issue that comes out of Scotland was a biological male identified as a woman, had a criminal offense and was placed in women's prison. He was then further convicted of 2 rapes before being sent to a biological male prison. I am not saying that the entire community is like that, but we have a chance to reduce issues like this and keep people safe on all fronts. I understand that this is a difficult situation. I understand that because my nephew is transgender. My nephew started puberty blockers and the conversion process, and he regrets it deeply now because he will be on medication for the rest of his life. There are certain things that he will not do, and it shortened his possible age. In fact, he can't have children now. And none of that is disclosed to him in this conversion process. So I have empathy for both sides of this. I'm sorry, I'm a little shooken up because I was assaulted by one of your school counselors in that back room. So I'm a little upset right now, but we can talk about it. I've already talked to the police officers about it. Lastly, I was a high school athlete, college athlete. I was awarded many opportunities in female sports to be able to play. I was also a coach for Douglas County High School. I could not be on the floor without being educated in concussion prevention. It is one of the greatest things that we have to be certified for. The fact that a biological male on average is 60 to 75% stronger than your females in certain sports, there's a reason that we don't mingle them. You are going to cause a massive risk of increased concussion, and I'm sure those will follow with class action lawsuits. And lastly, Linda, you wanted to talk about education this time, but 2 years ago, all you could talk about was keeping a gender identity question on a survey. Thank you.
Tara, go ahead and unmute. And state your name.
For the record, Attar Hasibullah, first name spelled Athar, last name spelled Haseebullah. I'm a civil rights and constitutional attorney, and I serve as the executive director for the ACLU of Nevada. I'm sure your audience tonight has been waiting on pins and needles to hear what we have to say. So first, to any student or family of a student impacted or disgusted by this proposal tonight, understand the ACLU of Nevada is here for you, and your school board's abuse of power and dereliction of duty is not going unnoticed. Douglas County Public Schools have an average math proficiency score of 36% and reading proficiency score of 51%. If those were letters, they'd be Fs. And it's no surprise as you as a board believe it's more prudent to target transgender and gender nonconforming students for discrimination than it is to fix your failed academic apparatus. We've issued you a letter about this unlawful policy, which you are in receipt of. We do not care about how members of this board feel. We do not care about this board's beliefs. They're important to you and they're wholly irrelevant to us. We will not, under any circumstance, permit you to discriminate against our transgender or gender nonconforming students. Let me be crystal clear now, if we weren't understood before. Our letter was not a threat. It was a spoiler. If you approve this policy, you're issuing my organization an invitation to litigate against your school district as you openly violate federal anti-discrimination laws and the Nevada Constitution. As you apparently crowdsource inapplicable legal strategies during a board meeting, we will, at a minimum, end up seeking fees and will likely seek damages, and taxpayers in your district will foot the bill for your politically ambitious foolishness. Should you issue us that invitation tonight to litigate against the Douglas County School District by approving this discriminatory policy, we will graciously accept your invitation. We'll be in touch. Thank you.
I have a Matthew online. Matthew, go ahead and unmute yourself and state your name.
My name is Matthew Gagliardo. I'm an Army veteran and engineer and a
Honey,
father
can
of
you
3
spell your
daughters.
name, please? Could you spell your
Yes,
last name?
last name is spelled Gagliardo. I'm an Army
Thank you.
veteran, an engineer, and a father of 3 daughters, 2 of them who are currently enrolled in Douglas County schools. I'm in agreement that mental health is suffering in our country with our children and at our schools. We are all born a certain way, and we all go through our own struggles in discovering our own identity. These are characteristics that make us special and unique. This is our biology, our families, our beliefs, and we don't get a choice in that. We learn from it, and we learn to live with it and flourish with it. I hear a lot about protecting our children. Who's protecting my daughters when a biological male enters the changing room or bathroom? When they see this girl undress and reveal genitals that they are unfamiliar with and taught about in sex education? Where is the honor for my daughters and all women when a man can identify as a woman? Where is the honor when men compete against women and destroy women's sports? Where is the honor when they steal what makes my girls so unique and special? The United States political climate has corrupted our understanding of tolerance. Currently, we have to tolerate a penis in the girls' locker room, but not tolerate any opposition to this ideology in the name of social justice. I'm at a loss of why we can't simply have co-ed sports teams or gender-neutral bathrooms. I escaped California as a refugee of this woke ideology. It makes me sick to my stomach that it has followed us here. I thought that our county had a little bit more common sense than this. If the school district allows biological male students into my girls' safe spaces, we will remove our children from the school district. Your laws do not define our morality. Thank you.
John, I'm gonna let these two people here speak and then we'll go back to there. Who was here first? You were, right?
My
Okay.
name is Amber Minor, but I identify as Donnie Trump. Looks like the rubber is met the road. When I pulled up outside, I saw an empty handicap parking stall, so I parked in it. Because I identify as handicapped. So by parking there, am I now handicapped? Most likely not. You're all worried about the ACLU. You better be worried about all the Douglas County residents, the same parents who voted no in the midterms with sexual orientation language and gender identity. Gender ideology and gender dysphoria are a mental illness. There are only 2 genders. If you do not put policies in place to protect the 97% of the students, you are allowing a fake ideology and victimization to occur on your watch. What if a biological female is in the boys' locker room and dresses down? Do you honestly think that the boys aren't going to want to take a peek? NRS code 201.220, indecent exposure law for the state of Nevada. Look it up. This is another fad for kids to get the extra attention and feel like they belong at the expense of others. Mental delusional thoughts are not biologically sound or scientific. It's our job to protect children from themselves. How are you going to decide who is transgender? One day little Danny is feeling left out, so he identifies as transgender, then he changes his mind and switches back. In the meantime, biological females are subjected to a fully intact male standing naked with them in a locker room and coming out of a bathroom stall half naked adjusting his penis. I implore everyone here, every parent, to direct your daughters and sons to refuse to share a bathroom or dress out for PE in the locker room to protect themselves from this sexual perversion under the guise of transgenderism, the newest fad to feel relevant and inclusive. Students have each of you have enough respect for your gender to not allow others to mock it. I have a fierce motherly instinct that is telling me innately, as a biological woman, that this is about domination, not equality. We have fought for Title IX protection. If you want to play sports, organize and fight for your own sports club. Don't encroach on our girls for your need to feel relevant. Jody Meshek said, you can find her on Instagram, our daughters' sports are not a plan B fail for male athletes. The logical conclusion of a policy that caters to ideology is not based on truth, but is just asinine. A student with gender dysphoria who identifies as transgender with more rights and protections than most of the student body is a threat with a possible dangerous outcome. This whole gender ideology mental illness is based on feelings, not facts. Fact, we have 2 genders. I can guarantee this community will rally behind each, where'd Linda go? This community will rally behind each and every one of you. We will be here for you. Bring on the ACLU. What's more important, money to fight this, or the mental health, the mental, physical, and psychological well-being of our students who live in the real world here on planet Earth? If I want fantasy, I'll go to Disneyland. Two genders, people, male and female.
Thank you. My name is Josh David. I'm a father of two daughters. One has already came through the Douglas School program. The other is almost into high school in a couple of years. My oldest daughter played sports through Douglas, had no problems. Everything was good, just playing against girls. Now my younger daughter has already encountered playing against boys on an all-girls team. That is a completely unfair advantage. My daughter was bigger than this boy, was taller, was physically bigger, but this boy was 10 times better. You know, when a boy is playing basketball, when a boy is playing a sport, they move different, they move faster. Girls are a little bit slower in that. Nothing against that. That's just how it is. That's the eye test. Now, the problem with that is my daughter came back crying. This is not mentally fair. This is not fair for her. We're talking about mental health. Why are we going to take the mental health away from our children who are normal kids and moving in the right way? Trans children are normal kids. This is how they were born. I believe this. That's how they were born. But if you want to play sports, you have to play a sport with which you were born into that sex, is how I look at this. Now, I feel, once again, we're going back to this mental health, we are going to create more problems for our little girls than we will for our transgender people. I feel they go through a lot. Linda, are you paying attention? Linda, I feel the transgender, I understand. I feel the transgender people get a lot of attention. They get a lot of mental competency. And yes, they do need that. I fully agree. But so do everybody else. So do our normal daughters, our cis kids, as you will call them. We need to look out for them, for our next generation, or else there will be no generation. If everybody is transgender and getting mutilated, there will be no further generation. Is that a fact or no? Oh, okay. So 2 males can make a baby? 2 males can make a baby? 2 women can make a baby? I don't think so. Once again, the only thing I'm here for is my daughter's mental health, and I feel that has already been corrupted, and it's intolerable to me. And like the previous person said, we will be taking our kid out if this passes.
It doesn't pass. Thank you.
Good evening. For the record, Jim DeGraff Reed. I'm a Douglas County resident and parent of 2 graduates of the Douglas County Public Schools, where they got an excellent education, and we appreciate that. I feel very badly for this board as you consider this issue. We all heard the threats earlier from the ACLU, which used to defend civil rights. I'm not sure who's going to stand up for our girls' civil rights. Hopefully it will be this board. Nevada's ERA was passed as question 1 in the 2022 election, but it was only passed in Washoe and Clark counties and went down to a solid defeat here in the rural counties. It got 61% opposition here in Douglas County because its language is contradictory. It doesn't make sense. Before it was question 1, it was resolution SJR 8 in 2019 and 21 legislative sessions. Many of us warned the legislators in both of those sessions that the language of the proposed amendment contradicted itself and was therefore unworkable, but they didn't listen. Federal law defines sex as assigned at birth, and gender identity or expression is how a person represents or expresses one's gender identity to others, often through behavior, clothing, hairstyles, voice, or body characteristics. The amendment passed to our Constitution in question 1 requires that equality of the rights under the law shall not be denied or abridged by this state or any of its political subdivisions on account of a number of characteristics, including both sex and gender identity or expression. Now, this is possible and workable in many areas of society, including in our public schools. There is no reason that a student who identifies as a different sex than their biological sex cannot come to school and attend school and present and express themselves however they would like to do so. But it is simply impossible when it comes to male athletes who are participating in girls' sports and entering protected girl spaces in schools. Question 1 appeared benign on its face because who among us does not want equal rights? But unfortunately, the language is such that the resolution directly denies and abridges girls' rights on the basis of sex, damages their ability to compete on a level playing field, damages their ability to earn scholarships and proceed in life. Women and girls fought extremely hard for the protections in Title IX, and I'm pleased to see that this board is fulfilling the responsibility to protect girls' rights as required by question 1, Title IX, and as supported by 61% of your constituents in 2022. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hold on. I'm going to go ahead and take one online right now.
Yeah, let's take one
Yeah.
online and then Casey.
Okay, I have Marcus. Marcus, you're unmuted. Go ahead.
Okay, Marcus Zinke for the record, and I promise this won't be as good as it was because people have made some really good points here, if you can hear me. Looks like there's a lot going on in the audience.
Yeah, hold on. Start over, Marcus.
Yeah, I didn't even hear. Is that Marcus thinking?
Yeah, it is. Marcus Zinke for the record. This won't be as good as it once was, because there's a lot to unpack. And I actually appreciate that you guys are tackling this, but at the same time, there's always unintended consequences. And I think once again, that's what we're gonna have here. I agree almost 100% with not allowing trans females in girls' sports. I also agree 110% that biological males shouldn't be in women's locker rooms. As a girl dad, I feel that biological men in women's sports is a giant disservice to the women in these sports. I'm more shocked that troves of feminists are okay with this. There's a meme out there that says, men are so good at everything, we even can win Woman of the Year. And that has actually happened on several occasions. With that said, this is still something that needs to be handled with care and decency. I'm a dad that is pro-woman. Be what you want to be as long as it doesn't infringe on others and especially on my daughter's well-being. As you have attached to the agenda tonight, the NIAA has a policy on this, and I think it's worth noting several things. If you write a policy that goes against the NIAA, then you risk losing membership. And in doing so, you risk some of these children potentially earning scholarships. You keep talking about how important scholarships are, and I agree. But if we're not part of the NIAA, that may be a moot point. I think this is actually easier than you're making it. Keep the restrooms to biological sexes. I think that's for the protection of all involved. And maybe add a bathroom that is for men and women that is single stall with a lock, much like the middle school has. And then with respect to the women or men, trans women in sports, it should be up to the teams involved. You really do need to ask the teams, are you willing to play against this other team? The coaches, the parents, the participants of that are the ones that are generally affected by that decision. And if they're okay with it, what would be the harm in that? So I think we should leave that portion of this alone for now. You don't have to make a decision either way. For the risk of the NIAA kicking us out, the risk of the ACLU having a giant lawsuit, I implore you, leave it alone. Leave it up to Joe Lombardo for that part. Leave it up to Congress. Leave it up to the Senate. At the very least, have a conversation with other school boards, with your athletic director, with the NIAA regarding how to navigate this and the repercussions of such. We've had such good sports leagues and such good, softball just won regionals. They're going to state. My daughter is a state champion individually and back-to-back as a member of the golf team. The basketball teams have gone to state and won regionals. You're taking that potentially out of their repertoire, out of their resume, out of their
Thank you,
ability.
Mr. Zinke.
Thank you.
Hello, is it on?
Casey Rogers for the record. First, I want to say thank you so much for allowing us to use our First Amendment rights of freedom of speech and expression. Has not happened in here since you guys came for a while now. So I just want to say thank you so much for that. And when it comes to civil rights and civil liberties, in 2020, when the scandemic happened, all of our civil rights and our liberties were taken from us, especially for our children that had a 99.98 survival rate. And yet our children were forced, bullied, and discriminated against to have to wear masks when they didn't want to. That's the first thing I'd like to say. In fact, so was I. I was discriminated against and trespassed from this very district. So Let's get on with this discrimination. See what happens when you put out an email, Lewis? Don't tell me we're not capable of getting parents' voices here. Look at what you did. Then I want to go to, abortion used to be weeks, and then it became months, and now it's up to birth. They're trying this at our legislation now. Not only that, I don't think you parents know that your parents' rights are at risk, but that's another story. Get involved in your legislation. But when it comes to transgender and identity and ideology and all these other things about thoughts and feelings about oneself, it doesn't trump the objective reality that we've all been on this planet with since the beginning of time. Everything we know and have learned has been because of objective reality. There are boys and there are girls. And that is the bottom line. You have a uterus and the other side does not. Okay? And I love this thing that's going around on TikTok and Facebook and everywhere else, that it talks about every single person on this planet. Over 8 billion of us were born from a woman. That is amazing, right? Not one of them were born from a man. And when you look to the future, or the reason why this policy is so critical, it's because of the progress that people are trying to get to. And one of those things is normalizing pedophilia. And I hate to say it, but a lot of people who have gone the other way and their thoughts and ideas have had something happen to them. There's a lot of studies on that. I'd literally like you guys to look into that. It's quite astounding. So keep in mind the importance of this, and let's get it, ACLU. Thanks.
Thank you. Let's have one person online and we'll have this gentleman.
Okay, Todd, you're unmuted.
Good morning, Todd Post for the record, Douglas County, parent of 3 daughters in school.
Todd, we
I
can't
would-
hear you. You're sound very garbled all night.
Sorry, I'm trying to work on my office. Can you hear me now?
That's better.
Okay. Todd Post, Douglas County parent, father of 3 girls. I'd still like to point out that 2G was never brought up, but I have other things to do. So I'd like to have that tabled till the next meeting, because I think that's a violation of some sort of order there. Make it bring it to the next meeting, take it off the agenda. I just want to say, I think a blanket policy is a problem. I understand there's certain things we want to try to protect. I understand things going on, but I'd like to point out something. I'm at the Lake Schools. We have a very small school. We have girls who want to play on the boys team, on baseball, on things like that. That can happen. You should have some sort of an exception and areas that can be done. Blanket policy is almost never a proper way to do this. The gentleman before talked about getting kicked out of the NIAA. That could cause huge problems. Unintended consequences are really a problem here. I understand what you're trying to do. I think this is quite honestly a state and federal level. Maybe we should send something to the governor, send an official notice to some of the state school board about what they can do to handle the situation so that scholarships are not taken from girls. That seems to be the big aspect. There's lots of things we can do rather than pass a blanket policy prohibiting all these different things with no exceptions, no situations there. Right now, Douglas County does have quite an extensive policy about how things are run. That seems to be working very well. I understand you're fearful what might happen in the future. And I'm not saying we have to ignore it, but we should definitely be very cautious about all-encompassing blanket policies. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, please. And you decide the order that you speak.
Before I get started, I want to say thank you all for doing what you do, right? It's folks like you that are stepping up to the plate, and the rest of us just get to share our opinions instead of making
policies and whatever else you guys do. This is the first time I've ever been here. My name is Jim Kent. I'm here with my daughter, Ella Kent. And the reason why I'm here is really for one reason. You picked a very volatile discussion to have on your agenda, dealing with people and their choices that they're making. I'm here purely to stick up for my daughter and to represent her as her father. She is an athlete at Douglas High School. And we talked about the fact that what would you feel if there was a biological male who calls himself a female, and that's fine, he has a choice, and shows up into the bathroom. And he happens to use the bathroom, and maybe you guys dress together, maybe you don't. How would she feel? She told me she would feel violated. And what would that violation feel like? Right now, I'd really like to ask us all to stand up and pull our pants down and see who feels embarrassed and who feels violated based on that decision that we do. It's a very uncomfortable thing. And I don't have anything against anybody that wants to be transgender or whatever the case is. I don't know if it's a mental issue. I don't know if you're born that way. I'm not going to stand here and say one way or another. They are what they are. We are what we are. Everybody is who they are. We're all created individually. I happen to be a Christian. The reason why we are sitting here today is because God was removed from the schools. And then we started going down a path where things started being different. Right is no longer right. It is now wrong. Wrong is no longer wrong. It is right. Black is no longer black and white is no longer white. Things have changed. We live in a very confusing time right now. And it's very, that's pretty much all I have to say. I just want to let y'all know, I feel for you if you happen to have a transgender child. I have a handicapped child. I am handicapped myself. I am blind. I am not acting like a pirate tonight. I do not see out of my eye, okay? And that's why I wear this. If I did, you might be offended how my eye looks. That's why I cover it up. But we all do have our choices. But when it comes to my daughter, I will be kind as a Christian. I will be kind to people. I will be loving. I will be accepting. But if you do anything to come against my family, that's a different story. My kindness may not be kind anymore because I will protect my family. And that's pretty much all I'd have to say. And that's why I'm here. And I thank you for this. And, hey, this is my first time. Thanks for making it fun. Oh.
No, Ella, speak.
I was not planning on doing this, but Ella Kent. I was kind of dragged here, actually. I wasn't even gonna come. Because I had things I had to do and I didn't really feel like doing all this adult stuff. I have 2 years to worry about that. So, but I just wanted to say that as an athlete, as a female athlete, ever having to deal with someone who is not female in my team or playing against them, it's going to be way more challenging than I've ever had to deal with. And so this is super so sorry, I'm just totally out of everywhere. But it'd be really hard, I feel, and I just want all of you who make your decision to think about me and all of my friends who would have to deal with the same thing. So, and I say no hate to anyone. Please think about me when you make your decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Ella.
No, right away.
Superintendent Lewis. Yeah. No, I'm going to let you speak and then we're going to take a 10-minute break.
Oh, thank you. Good, because I've been here since before.
I know.
Hey, my name is Vanessa Ozelins. I am a product of Douglas County School Districts.
What's your last name, hon?
Ozelins, Ozolins. I'm a school counselor and I am an advocate. I'm an advocate whether you are whatever agenda it is, whatever lane you're bowling in. I am an advocate. And I understand the opinions and the beliefs, as you should, as I have. What I want to touch on tonight is the danger that your agenda, and you have said, I guess for me, I would like to have you accept a little responsibility for the powder keg that's sitting out here, okay? To ignite a powder keg. When you have people that are, and you're going to have your opinions, I understand that, but you all ran on an it was on every one of your flyers. I went to all your things. You ran on an it said no LGBTQ, stop sexualizing our students, all of that. And it's hogwash. It's absolute hogwash. And I know it's hogwash because I work there and I've sent my kids through there. And you guys stood up there and got old people really, really freaked out about the teachers who are indoctrinating and sexualizing. And then you don't understand why the teachers aren't super stoked to see you, right? I don't feel safe. Why don't I feel safe? I'll tell you why I don't feel safe. Because our kids walked out today, right? And I'm like, oh my gosh, like, I hope nothing happens to them, right? And there's pros and cons, and everybody has the right to say whatever they want to do, fine. But when I have something sent to me that says, hey, the bat signal goes out, and it says, hey, just like when we did the Black Lives Matter, we need to unite, but don't bring your guns this time, but we better show up. That is frightening. Your language and the platform that you ran on is discriminatory, inflammatory, and dangerous. You get to look at your actions, right? And I go to work and I don't get to say what I believe in and what I don't believe in because that's the oath we take, right? But we all have to deal with the repercussions of you calling us groomers. I will show you, having Mr. Burns say the abhorrent transgender behavior that's happening in the schools. That's not okay. You are misspeaking.
Thank you.
And freaking people out for no reason. Thank you.
Okay, we're gonna take a 10-minute break.
Won't be protecting the children. It will only be protecting the antiquated beliefs of a few people with more hate in their hearts than water in the Nile. Growing up trans is difficult enough as it is without the school forcing kids to act and feel in a way that is in direct opposition of their soul. When I was in school, all I would see is fear and hatred for trans people by both the community around me and the media surrounding us. It made me feel like I was broken, something not worth loving, and it really hurt. It took until after I left high school to see that being trans doesn't mean I'm broken. It just means I'm different from the people that hated me. And the more I learned about the community and the more it tore me apart, to learn that the people I grew up with, the teachers I respected, the members of the community that I grew to think of as family only saw me as something broken that needed to be fixed or a monster needing to be slain. It absolutely broke my heart. I'm not, nor have I ever hurt people. I'm the kind of person that would pull over to help you change a tire or buy a meal for a homeless veteran. But you sit here and debate my existence. Trans people just want to exist. They'll feel love and loss, pain, triumph, just like everybody else. We are human. And I don't want kids to grow up feeling scared and ashamed of who they are because their community says they should be. By passing these regulations, you're hurting the very children you swear you're protecting. Thank you.
Thank you. We don't hate you. We don't hate you. Okay. Well, go ahead, then we'll deal with online.
My name is Christine Trainee. Kyeremeh.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, board members and community. Let me start by saying it is absolutely not my job to teach on behalf of any one social, political theory as fact. It is not my job to teach about gender, gender identity, or expression, sexual orientation, religion, spirituality, social economic status, so on and so forth. It is, however, absolutely and always will be my responsibility to provide an environment where all students feel safe, accepted, and important. Here are some of the things we need to be thinking of while heading down this road. Every student deserves the right to enjoy their childhood and be successful in all areas of school. That is not going to happen if they do not feel safe and accepted for who they are. Douglas County School District Policy 103 states that DCSD strives to remove any vestige of discrimination in educational opportunities and services offered students. While I fully understand parent concerns over bathrooms and locker rooms, we will need to go back to the drawing board and think outside of the box to create a more legal plan to make all students feel safe, accepted, and important with respect to this issue. To those of you calling trans kids mentally ill, it is not only destructive, it is scientifically incorrect. The DSM-5 does not classify being trans or having gender dysphoria as a mental illness. And while you might likely shoot back with body dysmorphia that is correct. It is not isolated to any one group. People who have eating disorders because they grew up looking at unrealistic images of what the body should look like and are concerned with how society will view them is also a form of body dysphoria. The key is body. Our differences is what makes us human. It is our responsibility as a community to empower our children and appreciate all of their unique qualities. Finally, I have put a lot of thought into speaking on this topic tonight, afraid that I might be putting a target on my back or putting a target on my family's back, afraid I might lose my job or any other positions. And then I realized that if I let this go through without saying anything, I would be one of those people who is deliberately trying to hurt a group of kids just because they are different than us. And I couldn't sleep at night knowing that. When are we going to be smart enough to accept people for who they are and not what they are? Thank you.
Thank you.
Nicholas Mayer, you're unmuted.
This is Nicholas Meyer for the record. When I was a young man, I admired and supported the ACLU. They were staunch defenders of free speech and civil rights. They defended Daniel Ellsberg, who published the Pentagon Papers that told the truth about the war in Vietnam. They were vigorous advocates for Title IX, for equal rights for girls and women's sports. But the current ACLU has a different mission, which is to destroy the traditional values and rights of Americans. Where was the ACLU when Twitter, Facebook, and Google were collaborating with the FBI to censor free speech on the internet? They were nowhere to be found. Why isn't the ACLU defending Julian Assange, the journalist who's exposing corruption and evidence of war crimes? They're nowhere to be found. Why? Because the ACLU has a new mission. They've been weaponized by the radical left to attack and destroy every traditional value that they used to fight for, including the destruction of free speech and girls' sports. Their goal is to advocate for and normalize aberrant behavior like transgenderism and pedophilia. If the ACLU wants to come to Douglas County, I say bring it. We'll make it our mission to inform every parent and every citizen in this county of who the ACLU is and what their mission is. We're not going to stand by and put our children in harm's way and watch girls and women's sports be destroyed for their twisted agenda. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Denise Baronio for the record. I'd like to start by saying, I think I know every single person sitting up here with maybe the exception of one person. And I appreciate that this is a difficult conversation to have and that it's politicized. And I also think that perhaps this is a conversation that needs to be tabled until later. Until we have more understanding of the legality of the outcome. That was a great threat from the ACLU this evening. So interesting, though. I had a whole little speech prepared, and I'm not going to repeat what everybody else said. I think I know everybody's political affiliation that stands up here, and I appreciate and respect our differences. And I don't think this is about politics. In my opinion, this is about a sexuality. Transgender people have the right, just like everybody else, to participate in sports and be appreciated, but I disagree that they should be able to participate in women's sports or vice versa. There's just, like everybody else has already said, there is an issue with their strength and stamina, and that's just not fair. I think you've had a few young ladies come up here tonight and express their concern for that. I have 3 daughters in this school district. My oldest daughter will be graduating from Douglas High School this year. She wanted to come tonight and speak, but didn't have time to wait for everybody to speak and get through their presentations. I think that it is hypocritical of the ACLU to favor one group of people, transgenders, over another group of people, women, who they are also supposed to be protecting. So I'm not exactly sure what the answer is, but I don't think that the ACLU is taking into consideration both sides of this argument, that they are also supposed to be protecting another class of people, and that is women and their safety and their ability to participate in women's sports as women. So I won't repeat what everyone else said. I know you guys have a difficult decision to make, and respect your opinion and look forward to hearing from you.
Yeah. Let's do one online and then we'll take these 2 ladies. Thank you.
Jessica, you're unmuted. Go ahead and unmute yourself and state your name.
Good evening. My name is Jessica Gardner. I am a parent of a child in Douglas County School District, and I am just here to voice my opinion that I am against this new policy. I think the one that is in place seems to be doing a fine job. And I would also like to thank Keith Lewis for all of the great things he's been doing for our school. Keep up the good work, and I appreciate all your hard work. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Neal?
I am an English teacher as well as the co-facilitator of the Gay Straight Alliance Club at Douglas High.
Thank you. I'm here today as a mom of 2 children in the district, a teacher, a community member, and a full ally of the LGBTQ community. Throughout my whole life, I've stood up and fought for the equal rights of this community, and today is no different. I began to teach at DHS in the 2021 school year, and within my first few weeks, I heard atrocities and derogatory statements against everything LGBTQ by some students. Within my first few months, I had a student come out to me as gay, and they shared that they were afraid for their safety at the school because a student had threatened to shoot them as a result of their sexuality. Because of this, and many other students finding sanctuary in my classroom, I offered them a space for safety and acceptance, and the GSA Club was born. The objective was, and still is today, to create a school culture that is tolerant and accepting of all students. I would like to speak on behalf of my GSA students. They would like for, and I quote, a school to be a safe place for everyone, not just those deemed quote unquote normal. They feel that quote gender norms are being pushed onto us, end quote, and that they are not hurting anyone, end quote. To echo our legal counsel, I did have in here that the Silver State general election results in November 2022 passed the Equal Rights Amendment at almost 59%. This is an equal rights amendment that protects all people, not just transgenders. All people, no matter what race, color, creed, sexuality, gender identity, any of it. This policy, if enacted, is a direct violation of this amendment. You cannot foresee an outcome of any situation. All students want is respect and tolerance. You do not have to agree with their identity, but you must afford them the equal rights that we all expect. Otherwise, how are we going to move forward? What is going to be next? Gay males not being able to use the male bathroom now? Or lesbians not being able to use a female locker room? Individual beliefs should not form policy. The separation of church and state must be upheld in this community. In addition, you are here as a representative of the entire community, not just those that you agree with. Transgender students in our district have been afforded the individual plan created with families alongside educators, counselors to address their needs and concerns. This would not include take away from girls' sports. To my knowledge, there has never been a transgender female that has been on a girls' sport that has taken anything away from them ever. I would ask that you have been trusting us. Thank you, Megan.
And please maintain that trust.
Hello, I'm Kennedy Morrow. I'm a senior at Douglas High School. I'm a 40-year letterman for ski team. I've been in numerous PE classes, and I have never once felt threatened or harassed by my LGBTQ peers. And I believe that their rights should not be denied or abridged by anyone, whether it's the school board, federal government, or state. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Thank you, John. Okay, Kate, you're unmuted.
Hello, my name is Kate Gardner. I was born and raised in Douglas County. And at this point, unfortunately, we are aware that bigotry and racism is pretty still alive and well in Douglas County. I think we have an opportunity right now to flip the script. I think the decision to pass this policy is expected, and we can actually change the minds of a lot of people in this county by making a change in the policy. I went to high school at Douglas High School, and unless things have changed since I went there, we had individual stalls. I never felt threatened by people being in the bathroom with me, regardless of their gender. I felt safe and private. If that is still not the case, then I think we need to address that and look into that and find out why people aren't feeling safe in the bathroom. And maybe that's a whole different thing, but I don't think it matters who's in there with you. You should still have the privacy that you're expecting. And I can tell you at 42 years old that what sports you play in high school really don't matter as you get older in life. Unless you're Sean Estes, there's not a lot that comes out of high school sports. I understand that people are feeling threatened by this, but I think that it really, at the end of the day, comes down to it really being about politics and about people being in control of how people are treating themselves and their sexuality, and that there's a sense of not feeling that they can control that. And that's where all this is coming from. But that we really just need to reflect and understand that we have the opportunity to be ahead of the game here and be ahead of what people are expecting Douglas County to decide. And that letting trans people have the rights that they deserve is what's important. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
Hi, my name is Amanda Adams for the record, and just want to let you know that my statement was edited by 4 LGBT teams at Douglas High School. As a mother of 2 DCSD students, I'm very concerned with the policy proposed. I feel no rules or policies should be made until the parties who are going to be affected by it have had a chance to give their input. Acting without the input of the affected parties means you're making a decision blindly, which is a horrible way to govern. To date, I have not heard of you reaching out on this matter to any of the parents of DCSD kids who are LGBTQ. The policy as written seems very hateful towards the few trans kids who are in the district. I know because most of them are friends with my 2 teenagers. You should take the time to speak with some of them if their parents agree to it. You may learn something I know I have over the years. You want to know what happens when you force a teenage trans boy to participate in girls' sports, which would be the sport of their gender birth. They end up getting stronger than most of the girls if they are on hormone replacement treatment. Some are, some aren't. And then the other girls' parents get mad because that boy should be playing against other boys because they got stronger. And the parents definitely won't want them sharing the same locker room or bathroom with their little girls when they present as male. The same goes for trans girls. As they go through changes, again, if they're on hormone replacement therapy, they will get weaker and more feminine. This happens within months, not years. This causes them to get made fun of by the boys in the locker room or bathroom. You can probably imagine the ridiculing jokes that they will have to endure when they change in the locker room and their breasts show in front of all of the boys. Here's a statement from an actual DCSD LGBTQ team. Why would anyone want to force a child or teen to suffer through that ridicule and hate? I can only imagine that these board members want an unfriendly, hostile school environment for all my friends so that they stay in the closet. That kind of behavior is why suicide rates are so high among trans youth across the country. According to a Harvard study, over 1/3 of trans youth report being sexually assaulted in locker rooms or bathrooms in school when they are forced to use the one that matches their gender at birth. The idea that anyone, even a teenage boy with hormones surging through their veins, would fake being trans just to see girls naked while putting himself in a position to be ridiculed and assaulted is just not reality. If you ban a student from participating in the sport of their choice, or use the bathroom or locker room that fits their gender identity because they're trans, this proves that DCSD isn't able or willing to abide by its own non-discrimination policy, which you guys are going to discuss in the next item, by the way. To be clear, the superintendent and all the rest of the school staff are awesome. They are fair, balanced, welcoming, and understanding.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay. Hello, my name is Megan Pinot, and I'm here to be the voice for my children. I have 2 children, one that is 8 and one that is 3. What I want to know is, what about the discrimination towards my children who are women? What about their civil rights? I grew up playing travel ball, high school and college, and I want to be able to have my daughters have the same opportunity. That's what I work hard for every day. Also, we were born with X and Y chromosomes, which means you're either a man or a woman. If you feel differently, then that's fine, but then we need to give you guys your own association of disability. You know, you guys can have your own sports that you guys would like to play. If this happens and this is passed, I will take my kids out of school. These are my parent rights to be able to come up here and speak for my daughters. And so I am their voice. If the ACLU does decide to bring a lawsuit, I do not mind paying taxes so that we can fight this. I also want to say thank you to the Douglas High School girls for coming up and speaking. That was brave of them, and I'm very proud of them.
Thank you.
I have a Karen online.
Okay.
Go ahead and talk. You're unmuted. Karen, you're unmuted. Are you still wanting to talk?
I'm sorry. Yes. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Taryn Newell, and I was sitting in that back room for many hours, and I had a speech prepared. And it's interesting because when I heard comments as a sidebar, as things were being said, I decided to go ahead and address those instead. I am a former Douglas High alumni. I played 4 years of varsity soccer, which led to a scholarship at the University of Nevada. And I can tell you, I probably spent more time in that locker room than I did the classrooms, joking, of course, but I did spend a lot of time in that locker room. And a couple of the comments I heard from the back were, I don't understand why the girls are so upset. It's not like they haven't seen a penis before. And I can tell you, as a female in that locker room at that age, I had not, unless it was my family member in passing in my household, I had not seen a penis in my high school career. So I think it's appalling that we expect these biological females to be okay with seeing a penis in the locker room. The other comment I heard was nobody takes a shower at the high school. Because I was a varsity athlete and 4 years at that high school, well, 3 years when I was there, we were in middle school for 9th grade. There were many times we had home games at Douglas, and we also had a dance that evening. So we would utilize the locker rooms to shower, change, and get ready for dances. And there was no privacy. We were in such a rush that we were all in there getting ready together. So those are misconceptions. If that's what people think is happening in the locker room, that everyone has privacy, they do not. It's all out in the open. If that's, you have to wait for a stall if that's what you really want to do. And it takes time, which a lot of it you don't have. The other thing I wanted to say is nothing comes out of a high school sport. That was a comment made. I can tell you that my entire life has been based around my ability to be in female athletics. It led me to earn my degree. It paid for my education in college. It also led me to a career in collegiate athletics, and it led me to being an entrepreneur and a business builder. And all of the skills that I learned on my female soccer team came out when I was building myself a career. So that was a safe space for me at the time. And I want that safe space for my children. I have nothing against transgender. I don't hate anyone in the transgender community. I say to each their own. But if we're looking at equal rights and we're looking at the equal rights of a transgender student, why are we not looking at the equal rights of the female students? Because they have a voice, they have issues with this, and it feels like taking one right away from the other, and it does not feel fair. The last thing I would like to say, am I running out of time? I'm sorry. No, okay. The last thing I want to
30
say
seconds.
is, okay, thank you. I'm sorry, I couldn't hear. I think I lost my point here. I'm sorry. Oh, the last thing I want to say is I also heard transgenders do not rape women in the locker rooms. They must not be transgender if they are in there assaulting women. My question is, where do you draw that line? Who do you say gets to be transgender in the locker room and who doesn't? Who says, yes, you are, no, you are not? We're pulling at a really, really big thread here that's going to unravel a lot of other issues. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Daniel Tingle. I'm a father of 4. This time, Mr. Lewis, you cannot escape. I will be talking with you. I have 2 daughters. I have 2 sons. And I can tell you from also being in the military, having this go down is a tragedy, straight tragedy. When are we allowing men to go into a women's locker room to change in front of them? I'd be irate as a father. Absolutely not. You think for 1 second in the military, women didn't hear a whistle or 2? Yeah, I was on a fob with females. They walked across in a towel. And we heard a lot. I have nothing against gays or lesbians or anybody who wants to be what they want to be. I am a Christian. And in my religion, we're taught to love and pray for those who do not understand. And to go against it is tragedy. What it sounds like to me is that you have a bullying issue that you have not addressed. I've been in your office several times. You've called the cops on me several times to have me removed from your building. My wife has been in the building several times, and you have not addressed any situation. You've been yelled at by multiple parents. So where are we going to draw the line? When are we going to say enough is enough? My daughter was beat down because of her beliefs. Beat down. She did not fight back. She was expelled. When we tried to appeal it, we got nowhere. And you guys trying to tell me that you're creating safe spaces for everyone? That's a joke. Extreme joke. I am hoping that the new board puts in more policies, better ones, strictens down. We do not care about teachers' beliefs and political views. Keep it to yourself. We do not care. My children don't need to know your views. They don't need to know the sexual orientation. That is not for them to be taught right now. To allow it into a library would be just unjustifiable. Oh, I would be pissed. Believe me. And I have an autistic son. And if you try to tell him different, that he should be a woman, you're going to definitely see an irate father because he doesn't understand the difference. He doesn't know when he's being picked on, when people are making fun of him, because he's just a sweethearted kid, wants to show nothing but love. And I fear for that kid to go through this school district. I was born and raised here. And I still think the policy is garbage. And I don't like the good old boys club. We need to get rid of it. We need to start protecting everyone, including the women that go to our schools. They do not need to be subjected to it. You want to make a bathroom for them? Make a bathroom for them. I don't care. But do not subject my daughter to a male on any level. I do not care. Do not tell my son or my sons what they should believe in and what they shouldn't believe in. That is not your place. That is mine. I'm their father. Period. And the next time I ask for help, I expect you to do your job. That is why I pulled my daughter out of the school district and put her in a private school. And if I have to do it for the rest of my kids, you damn well better bet I will do it. If this policy passes, my kids are out.
Thank you. He doesn't understand what the policy is. Yes. Yes, he's a.
What are we doing?
Yeah, I have a B. Widegren. Go ahead and state your name. B. Widegren, you're unmuted. Go ahead and unmute yourself and you can participate public comment. Hearing none, yeah.
My turn. My name is Debbie Silva. And I want to talk a little bit about my father. My father fought in World War II. He fought and shot Nazis. He was against the fascists. He got shot by Nazis. He got the Purple Heart and the Silver Star. We're a military family, but my brother was a Marine. My dad fought for all of our freedoms. He didn't just fight for white men. He fought against Nazis who were putting Jews in the gas chambers. They were also putting trans and gays in the gas chamber. My dad was pretty traditional. He was a little homophobic, to tell you the truth. Now, he accepted everybody, but he had a little homophobia to him. He was like a hot rodder guy, in cars and all that stuff. Pretty macho. He had 2 grandchildren and 2 brothers. One was very stereotypical boy, as you guys would call him. He was, on the football team. His brother grew his hair down to here and painted his fingernails. We all were a little surprised. We didn't know this was coming. He was bullied in high school, brutally. My dad loved both these boys, but he wasn't totally accepting, not totally accepting of this. My nephew, his grandchild, committed suicide at 15 years old. And so this issue is very dear to me. I'm very concerned that this community doesn't understand what happened throughout Europe when there were fascists and how they went after, they also burned books. They also took books out of libraries. All of these signs are very concerning to me. So I want you to think really, really think very hard about what you are about to vote on. And make sure that you are not part of creating fascist county. I know you don't think you are, but you need to look at the comparisons. I had more to say, but I can't. Okay. I also wanted to say that as a practical matter, and I know you guys might not understand this, but I'm thinking about a transgender male to female. And my understanding, which is limited, is that they don't want to show off their penises. I mean, I'm just saying that that's not, they're trying to hide that. So again, something to think about. That's all.
Thank you.
Yes, I have a Zach online. Go ahead and unmute yourself, Zach.
Hi, I'm Zach Wood and Board of Trustees. I just wanted
Hold
to
on just a second, Zach. Can you start over here real quick?
Yep. I'm
Hold on
Zach.
Just a second, Zach. Okay, go ahead, Zach.
Zach, would you spell your last name, please?
WOOD.
Okay, so it's simple, but I didn't hear you. And I just want to make sure Karen got it. Not funny. Go ahead, honey.
Nope, no problem. So I'm Zach Wood, Board of Trustees. I think the business is confusing, and you've got an agenda title that describes discussion and action. Open meeting laws require that actions that are on the agenda be clearly stated. So you've got 2 lines in that agenda title, and from a distance from the website, that appears to be the policy. You have reference that's attached, that's either existing policy or references to NRS. So, the first thing is the board transitions to action is, what are the specific actions? What are the policies? Is it 2 sentences? And you've had a lot of comments yourselves as trustees that you clearly know how this is going to work. And maybe there's a handout in the meeting room that we don't have access to remotely, but I just question how a 2-sentence policy is going to be effective. Because if you're like me and you want to understand what's on the agenda before action is taken, I feel like you can't read this agenda, you can't read the information and make a clear connection as to what actions are going to be taken by the staff and anybody else that's going to enforce the policy. I think that is the tactic, that it's not meant to be clear, it's meant to be divisive, that you've already had open meeting law violations that you've had to address and do your business over from February and April. So the faster you want to move and the more you know what you want to do and you can't explain it to the public, I think it shows that you're not making good policy. I wish, I wish for all the comments that are well-meaning that they're genuine, but I feel like after this amount of comment, you spend hours listening, and I believe you do, that mine's already made up and you're going to have bad policy made because it's not clear. Someone's going to have to be the bathroom cop. You have students testifying, they're making comments that it's not safe at school. They're being bullied at school right now, not inside the bathroom, just in general. And you're ready to put the resources of the district into effect to enforce and be bathroom cops. It's not feasible to have individual bathrooms for everyone. And I don't think anyone's going to stand up and say, hey, to make everything
Thank
equal,
you. Thank
we'll
you,
all
sir.
be comfortable. And thanks.
You're next.
Evening. My name is Laura Joe. I raised my daughter in the Douglas County School District from K through 12, but it's been 20+ years since she graduated. I honestly didn't think I would be back here, but I saw your post on the community sites and felt that the LGBTQ community here needed to be supported. So I'm going to keep this short. There's been many eloquent speakers tonight, and just say that I support the LGBTQ community, the transgender children, and to state that I oppose your proposal, and that there's many people who have said they don't care what the ACLU does, but as a taxpayer, I care. I think you need to give more consideration to what you're setting in motion. And I don't want you to put it into motion, but I certainly want you to give it more consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else online? Okay, so let one and then this lady. Yeah.
Okay, Nicole, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hello, thank you. My name is Nicole Peck. I am a mom of 3 boys. I have one in high school, middle, and elementary. I am not a doctor or a scientist, but I am a mom. I can see clearly this woke ideology has no business in our schools. Schools are meant to teach curriculum, not to push or rather force this unnecessary risk of safety on our children by a few bullies, including the ACLU threatening litigation against our school district. We should not back down from what is right. We need to protect all students. Transgender is not only a biological male identifying as a woman, it is also a biological female identifying as a male. We should not push these ideologies on our children with the Me Too movement. We are also putting our male students at risk of a possible false accusation of sexual misconduct. This is a can of worms our children don't need to have opened. Schools should stick to curriculum and the safety of all students. It is very clear biological males have a huge advantage over biological females. We need to continue to keep students' private spaces and sports separated by biological sex. Enough is enough. We must protect our children. There have already been several examples given tonight where specifically female students were harmed in other counties and states by these dangerous inclusive policies. Do not cower to the woke mob. We must stand up and fight for what's right, and we must fight to protect all children. If this passes, I will remove my children for their safety as well from this district. To the people saying transgender males don't want to expose their penis, haven't heard of the co-athletes in Leah Thomas's locker room. Thank you.
My name is Adrian Sawyer. I am a parent of three Douglas County School District children. And I'm here just to talk about the wording of this. Trustee Jansen told the Nevada Globe that this isn't a transgendered policy. When staff created the agenda, the wording of 19 was changed from the original verbiage and intent so that it is unclear as to what exactly its purpose is and is open to misinterpretation. 19 clearly states transgendered student policy. If the staff is unclear of what the board is asking, public is probably unclear as well. I think the board should table this matter until the board and the staff are on the same page. Nobody should be voting on this if the board president has said that it is open to misinterpretation, which I think we've all seen. I've heard people say vote for it or against it, but are on different sides of it. So I really think that we need some more time to hash out what we're really talking about. Thank you.
Thank you. Take one more online and then let's take.
I have a Carrie. You unmute yourself. Carrie Achenbach.
No,
You left the meeting.
go ahead.
My name is Rachel Jones, for the record, Jones. I don't have a written speech tonight, as I typically do when I come to the board meetings. But I come here as a mom and a really concerned mom for my daughter who attends Douglas High School, plays on multiple sports. And as a mom that grew up in the sports in high school and college, I was in the locker rooms. I felt totally safe with the lesbian players on our team and never thought anything about it, never bothered me, but yet they didn't push it on me. And what I feel is happening is that it's being pushed down our throats constantly. And we're expected to be tolerant constantly. And my tolerance is done at this point. And I have to say tonight, as I sat here and listened to all of you speak and wonderful speeches, people from the heart, obviously. We have lost so much in our country, in our homes. We've lost God. And I pray for every one of you. I don't care what side of the fence you're swinging on, but I pray that the Lord puts his hand over every one of you to be kind to each other, to love each other, because we are all God's children. Every single one of us. I don't care if you're black, white, purple, LBGTQ, LMNOP, you want to call yourself a purple crayon or identify as a kitty cat and you want a litter box.
I don't care. We have a separate bathroom at Douglas High School for unisex. Go use it. Why do you need to be in our locker rooms with our girls? And forcing this down their throats. Enough is enough. I'm tired of being tolerant to this craziness. No more. And I feel that this board, we elected, and we put you in here to do what is right. You make sure you protect our kids. Because I can't protect my daughter the instant she walks out that door. And she's in your protection. I can't protect her. But by golly, if this goes into effect, my daughter will not be going to Douglas High School. Period. This is good versus evil at this point. And the people that believe in this, in my opinion, it's evil, and I'm praying for you. I'm praying for each and every one of you. And I'm praying that you ask for God and to give his guidance to you. Because this is ridiculous. This needs to stop. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a Eric Pointer online. Go ahead, Eric, you're unmute yourself. Eric, are you there? What's that? Dan Hammer, go ahead and talk.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. State your name, please.
Hi, Dan Hamer for the record. I'm a parent of one of our girls, one in Douglas High School, one in Carson Valley Middle School. I appreciate everybody's commitment to this issue today. And here in Nevada, there are a couple of things we really dislike. It's feds and it's lawyers. And yet, on the one hand, those are two people who really dictate a lot of what we have to do. I feel for any transgender child. I've worked with them. I'm a juvenile probation officer, and to be clear, I'm not representing my office tonight. I'm representing myself and myself as a father. However, I also feel like, on the one hand, for those kids, it's as a fraction of the population, really it's their responsibility to adapt. And yet I feel legislation keeps getting directed towards having to adapt to the smallest piece. But, here, I guess what it really comes down to for me is, being fiscally responsible. Having sat, for example, on the Douglas County Regional Transportation Commission, I can tell you we've adapted so many of the town and county pedestrian walkways to accommodate for Title VI and ADA access. Not too many people here in the community are prone to wheelchairs, but we need to make sure that they can get around. In this case, it's been pretty clearly laid out by both state and federal law what we have to do to accommodate for everybody, regardless of how they feel, how they were born, what they think they are, what they feel they inherently should be. I hope that we see the benefit of maybe making a few additional restrooms as a far more fiscally responsible choice than to putting something into Douglas County ordinance or school district policy that compromises our students' abilities to compete with other schools and students. And to be completely honest, you know, as a dad of 2 girls, I'm a lot more fearful of heterosexual boys coming into my girls' locker rooms or bathrooms unwarranted than I am a transgender kid. So for that, you know, I think it's way cheaper to develop a few more restrooms than it is to pay off lawsuits and what have you. So for that, I appreciate it. Thank you for the time.
Thank you.
My name's Rob Lehman, parent of 3 students. 2 of them compete as athletes, a boy and a girl. I'm actually not here to argue on either side of the actual topic tonight. I could, in fact, argue for both sides. How do you protect girls and sports and their privacy while not alienating vulnerable trans students? I want my daughter to compete on a level playing field. And I also empathize with each student who feels alienated and marginalized. I simply don't know the answer to this situation. So instead of talking about the politics behind this, I want to talk about venue and where this fight should be taking place. After the voters of Nevada passed a constitutional amendment that ensures equal rights for all, regardless of, quote, race, color, sex, sexual orientation, gender identity, or expression, age, disability, ancestry, or so on. This is a state topic. It is no longer a district topic. If people don't want equal rights based on sexual orientation, gender identity, or expression, then they need to focus their efforts and passions on a state level by removing the constitutional amendment through the proper channels. Trustee Burns equating this fight with the Tea Party was laughable. The Tea Party was a fight against a monarchy with 0 representation, whereas this is a fight against a democratically passed constitutional amendment. His comparison shows a gross misunderstanding of both history and government. This board passing a policy regarding transgenders in sports on a district level is tantamount to this board passing a policy protecting our country's borders. Because the US and Nevada constitutions have already addressed these topics, they are not decisions for the district to make. A policy that discriminates based on the use of bathrooms or participation in sports based on gender identity or expression is against the Nevada Constitution and is a clear loss in courts. It's not even close. Saddling our students with the cost of a lengthy and legal court battle is fiscally irresponsible. Perhaps all of those who have supported a battle with the ACLU or anybody else should pony up and fund the lawsuit so it doesn't have to come on the backs of our students. Thank you.
John, anybody online?
I have a Shelby Sparks. Go ahead, you're unmuted, or unmute yourself. Shelby, are you there?
Hi, sorry for the delay.
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead and state your name.
Okay, it's Shelby Sparks. And I just want to add that whether you like it or not, this board has an agenda, and it is to defund the schools so more people will homeschool and less taxes will go into the state education fund. If the board cared at all about the school district, they wouldn't deny grant funding based on an equity statement and make poor excuses as to why. So they create a boogeyman in the schools like CRT being taught, which it isn't, or transgender dysphoria to create fear and scare all the parents. But as it stands, none of these board members even have kids that go to school in this district. They are funded by an organization that sent Nicholas Meyer down here to start the process of defunding schools in Nevada and chose our district as a starting point. And the goal is to incentivize private school vouchers that won't even cover half the cost of private school or homeschooling. And they want you to pull your kids out of school. So don't believe the big lie. Yeah, Virginia and Miss Musey feel that a free public education only applies to their generation and not for ours. So it seems to me that this board only wants to hear from parents when it helps further their own agenda. Because a few meetings ago, several parents provided testimony that related to applying for grant funding to help students with disabilities, students experiencing homelessness, as well as foster kids, but the new school board trustees, as well as Ingrid Kirk, said no. A defunded school district is a failed district, and losing a lawsuit plays right into the plan. New trustees, prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Also, the ACLU has always been supportive of the civil rights of all individuals. Have a good evening.
Okay, go ahead. Thanks.
Is it on? It's on? Okay. My name's Natalie Stevens, and I am 41 years old, and I have lived here for 41 years. I have always been proud, thankful to my family for raising our family here. I've been a proud student of all Douglas County schools. I've been a multi-athlete at Douglas County, at Douglas High School. I am the person I am because of the coaches I've had, because of the teammates I've played against, because of the teachers I've had in this district. And I chose to come back here after college because I wanted to raise my family here as well. I'm thoroughly disappointed with our community. I'm disappointed that I sit up here and I listen to people talk bad about transgender people. And I'm disappointed because I sit up here and I hear people talk about, because I want to stick up for my child, my daughter, who I don't want to be in the bathroom with a transgender child. Just because I don't want that for my child doesn't mean I am discriminating. Doesn't mean that I don't care about all children. I am a teacher. I am a parent aide multiple days a week in the school. I get paid nothing. I'm a parent volunteer. I am a coach. I work with kids all the time, and I love every single one of them. And all I'd like to do is better their lives. I don't care what they look like. I don't care who they love. I don't care who they identify with. But just because I don't want my child to be in that environment doesn't make me discriminatory. And I'm disappointed with both ends of hearing how people talk about each other and to each other in this room, and the way that you talk about our children. That's who we need to think about. And just because we may not say a transgender child shouldn't be on my daughter's sports team because they are biologically a male, doesn't mean that we don't care about them. That is not the issue. The issue is a bathroom and a sports team. That's all. It doesn't make us discriminatory because we don't want those things. It doesn't mean that we are transgender haters. It's quite the opposite. So I feel like everybody needs to do better on both sides. The way you talk to each other, the way you talk about things, it's disappointing. And never in my life did I think that I'd want to maybe leave this area, because this is where I chose to want to be near my family and with my children. And more than ever, that thought comes up now. And I feel sad for that. I feel sad for myself, and I still feel sad for my children because they deserve to be raised here. But I'm disappointed in the people that they are now surrounded by.
Thank you.
I have one more online.
Hello, I'm Mary Porter, and I wanted to just talk to a couple of the points that council brought up, because I'm going to assume that the constitutional amendment that you mentioned has not yet found its way to interpretation because it was enacted so recently. So that when it is argued, I imagine that attorneys would be actually citing to Supreme Court decisions for interpretation. And I don't
think that they would be overlooking United States versus Virginia that held that some sex-based distinctions comply with the equal protection laws because certain differences between men and women are enduring. And so you have these arguments that are in favor of the position of the policy, and arguments will be raised against the position of the policy. Right now, they're being litigated. I think Hecox versus Little is the case that everyone is talking about. In that case, I think interestingly, the defendants who were allowed to intervene were women who did not like the plaintiff's case, the plaintiff being a woman, a transgender woman who was not allowed to run track at Boise State. So these things are being litigated. But one thing as a retired attorney that did bother me is you don't threaten litigation to make a point. And that's what we had happen here. And I would really believe that the ACLU should be responded on that point, because they should not have their counsel threatening litigation, especially in an area that is undecided at best. There are arguments to be made on both sides. I couldn't help thinking, as we were talking about this, of Big Baby Davis. How many of you know who Big Baby Davis is? Raise your hand. All right. Big Baby got the nickname because when he went as a 5-year-old out to play football, he was too big. So they put him in the group where he could compete. And that's really what we're talking about. We're not talking about hate. We're not talking about this. Like, we got a lot of work to do in our community to deal with this, but it can't take place in the locker rooms and the bathrooms and getting in the way of competition for women that is clearly defined under Title IX. Thank you very much.
Thank you. John, we have one more online.
I have 2 more online. I have Amanda R.
Okay. Anybody else to
Go
speak
ahead
here?
and Amanda, you're
Okay. we'll have
unmuted.
Amanda, then Amanda, what?
Amanda
Amanda, go
Reed.
ahead, state your name.
Hi, can you hear me? Hello? Can you hear me? Hello? Hello?
Amanda, you're unmuted, but we can't hear you.
I look like I'm unmuted here too. Sorry. Can you hear me now?
Okay, we'll go on to the next one.
Mrs. Sterrett? Mrs. Sterrett, you're next. Thought there was someone else online. I want to apologize. I couldn't stand in line because I had back surgery that prevents me from standing. So that's why I kept trying to find a place from my seat. I wasn't trying to take privilege over anybody else. I just couldn't stand in the line. Okay, Virginia Sterrett. The transgender movement, the current one, is a political movement as much as it is a movement about rights. Girls and women are under attack. There are many battlefields. The push for extreme abortion rights signals that motherhood, which is distinct to women, is now to be viewed as a negative that has to be easily capable of being avoided. The concept that anyone can be a girl or woman simply by choosing to be one also shrinks the requirements for being a girl or woman to nothing special. Proof of this abounds. A fellow with a full beard dances in front of a camera, giving his fellow girls advice on makeup. Or how about a Supreme Court justice nominee not being able to define what a woman is? One might think that physiology should be a dead giveaway as to who is a woman, but nope, not anymore. Pay no attention to the penis on that person joining you in the shower area, girls. She's one of you in her head. Honest, calm down.
I can't believe any person here would argue that a 12 or even 17-year-old girl should have to expose her naked body to a perfect stranger who is a biological boy, nor should she have to be exposed to the nakedness of the biologically male intruder. This is a form of sexual abuse. School is not a nudist colony. I am a feminist, and I say this trampling on the rights of girls and women has to stop. After tremendous effort, Title IX was instituted to ensure girls and women would have equity and equality in the world of sports. To betray that now is abominable. Title IX itself forbids discrimination based on sex. What great courage this board would be demonstrating if it lends validation to the truth that biological girls are unique, and that very uniqueness makes them competing with biological boys who decide they are girls, no matter how hard they are trying to be girls, completely and utterly unfair. I strongly urge this board to step out and take this essential step in preventing girls and women from disappearing altogether. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have two more online, but I want to do a real quick sound check, so just give me 1 second. How many more people? Check, check. So online, we have a Amanda R. I'm going to go ahead and allow you to talk. I apologize that we couldn't hear you before, but I think we got it fixed.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Yes.
Thank you.
I apologize for that earlier. I don't know if I did something on my end.
It was me, sorry.
That's okay. Amanda Reed for the record. I've been listening and I want to thank everybody for what they've shared tonight. I have felt frustrated for the recent past that there are so many voices and so many arguments and no one's listening to anyone else. So I appreciate that you're offering this opportunity. I urge you to please not take action tonight. This is obviously a hot topic. It obviously has a lot of people on both sides. I personally feel that every child needs a safe space in school, and I don't think it should take away from any other student. And as some of the other people have said, I don't know what the answer is. I just feel that they all need to feel safe, and I don't think it should be take away from any other group. I like the idea of adding additional restrooms. I like the idea of having restrooms that can be for any gender, that have safe spaces such as stalls that allow for privacy and students can use them at choice. I also caution that as a parent of biracial children, it wasn't that long ago that my family would have been considered immoral or illegal. And I think that society is built to change and grow. And while some of us do not want to accept that there are changes happening, there are changes happening. It doesn't make it right or wrong. I don't feel like I'm trying to support anybody in deference to anybody else, but my family and my experience with my two kids who have been raised throughout Douglas schools, I can tell you there is bullying that happens on those campuses. My kids, thankfully enough, have support and have been able to maneuver their way through those schools and have come out on the other side as better people for it. I appreciate everything that Keith Lewis has done to try to keep our schools together and to do the things that he does to make it safe for all students, especially against some odds that I feel are stacked against him. But I really would caution that this topic is so heated and so volatile that I think it needs a lot more consideration before you take action. I appreciate you giving me the chance to talk. I appreciate everybody who stood up and talked before you today, regardless of what side they're on. I think this is something that's going to come and we have to have conversations about it. I feel personally that the current situation that Keith Lewis put into his email out, where you take them case by case and handle it as it happens, is not only sufficient, but it takes into account each student and allows them to do and have what they need to succeed. Please consider not taking action tonight and allowing more conversation and more clear instruction as to what it is that you are doing and what you're trying to make happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Virginia Neese for the record. I've been listening tonight and to both sides. There's a lot of good on both sides. I just want to state in the beginning that I'm in favor of the student policy number 19 and not allowing transgenders or boys in girls locker room and girls in boys locker room. So look at the mission statement that's on the wall there. I feel that we've kind of got a Pandora's box there or a conundrum. And if you read it, it says the Douglas County School District mission statement, we will inspire, empower, and prepare each learner to achieve her life aspirations. Well, there's something missing there now. I think we need to encompass everyone now. So I think we are going to have to rewrite that mission statement because certainly we are told now that there are more genders. And you were very short-sighted in that mission statement. So I think that should be the next agenda item. Because, you know, after all, if we've got to build new bathrooms and we've got to do all these other things, then we have to have a new mission statement, right? I mean, don't we? It's short-sighted. So I just feel that it's black and white. Boys have a penis, girls have a uterus. It's very simple. We shouldn't complicate it. We shouldn't add to it. Mission statement's probably okay. But, you know, if we're going to get technical, then we're going to have to get technical because it's short-sighted. Thank you.
I have a Eric Winter online. Go ahead and unmute yourself, Eric. Eric, you're unmuted, but we can't hear you. We still can't hear you, Eric. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
Go ahead. Yes, please.
For the record, Tyler too. I'm a Douglas High School graduate. I have 4 children. 2 of them graduated from Douglas High School and 1 is currently in middle school. And I want to say I've heard all the sides tonight, and it's been, I think everybody talking from the heart, trying to protect the kids. And that's all we want to do. And I fully believe that from everybody here. I think the policy is written as dangerous. And I think it's because it's so broadly based. I really think the current situation where we're taking individually these children, developing a plan with them and figuring out what the best thing is to them and also taking into account the community needs is what we need to be doing, because it's very dangerous. It's very discriminatory to have this policy as written in such a broad stroke. I don't think it was intended. I believe you guys want to protect the kids, but you can't have something that applies to everybody without being discriminatory. And I hope you can take a minute to get creative and to find a way to help all these kids because they need it. They need it. And as a community, we need to come together and come up with a solution and not have something forced on everybody when it's such a big picture problem. We need to really tailor this to our kids and find out what's wrong and find out what's right. Find out what we can do to help them. And I hope we can do that. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have no one online.
Okay. Who else wants to speak?
Greg Clausen. I would just like to say that as a taxpayer, I'm a little unfulfilled by the legal counsel that I'm paying for. And when a retired attorney is able to recite cases that were not mentioned by legal counsel and just state the obvious that this is work and law that's in progress. So very disappointed in the legal counsel, again, that the taxpayers are paying for. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I say something? Now, I would like to make a suggestion now that we are hopefully done with public comment, that we postpone this issue until next month and give our board president a chance to come up with, as legal counsel stated, a more narrowly worded and precise motion to vote on at the next meeting. That would be my proposal. And do I have to make a motion to that effect, or can I just make a suggestion? We can agree to it.
Can I make comment, please?
That was different
Yes,
words.
Dave. Go ahead. Go on, Catherine. Catherine.
Yes, that's fine. Postponing, not tabling, postponing it until the next meeting. However, for the record, I am absolutely against boys and girls bathrooms and vice versa. I want to protect girls' sports. So that's where I'm heading. I want that for the record personally. Thank you.
Mr. Burns, speak, and I'm going to speak after you.
David, we can't hear you. Looks like you're muted.
All right, hear me now?
Yeah, we got you.
Okay. So my point here is that agenda was very confusing because a lot of people came up thinking something totally different than what it was intended for. So the agenda was misunderstood, I think. Can you hear me?
You're breaking up. It sounds like an internet.
Yeah, I have bad connection. Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
First of all, I want to thank every single person here. This is a long night. We all kind of put our heart and soul in this. I believe everyone's intention is for the good of the kids. I certainly know that mine is. I would not have this job after 32 years of teaching if I didn't love kids, love the teachers, love the district, and really care about it. So what I would like, I'm thinking maybe to postpone this till next month so we can more narrowly construe with strict scrutiny, like was just described to us, that is required to get this move forward, to maybe include a lot of ideas that people have had. There've been a lot of beautiful, wonderful ideas. And so we'll get someone to make a motion, but I do want to say that the ACLU being a bully has no effect on my decision. That other lawyers have come in here this evening with much more well thought out arguments. I consider this to be unsettled law. So let's go back to the drawing table. I don't know how to make the motion. Doug probably will. Or yes, it's okay. And we'll bring it back and make it a better, more workable policy that everyone will understand, and there will be no ambiguity in that. That's my comment. Thanks again.
There we go. Thank you. But I would like to, I know there was some comments made against our legal or whatever, but we were given some confidential information from legal as well. And I think we have to really be careful that we are not going to put our district in a position to get sued, whether it's by the ACLU or by the state. By the federal government for that matter. I mean, we get lots of money from the federal government, 11 million this last year. And we would lose that if we break the law. But I do think we need to be very careful about discrimination. That's all. And that's the way this was put out, was discriminating against transgender. And I don't believe anybody really wants to do that either. I think we're all pretty good people. And we want what's best for our kids. So I think we need to look at all sides of that. I know it may be a sword that you'll die on for, but if it actually costs the district money, and it's possible, I guess, you can be held liable too. So personally liable. So these are just some things that you need to think about. That's all. Thank you.
Trustee Dickerson.
First of all, again, let me reiterate, I have 2 gay siblings that I adore, a gay cousin. This is not about that. This for me is about protecting girls so they may get scholarships so that we protect girls. That's where my heart is at this point, okay? So this isn't about any of that. Take that and put it way over there. This is about protecting girls. I want that to be very clear. And yes, that is a hill I will die on. Thank you.
And girls sports. Okay, so we probably.
These are kids versus money. Just saying.
Yes, trustee Kangas.
Okay, I'm glad common sense is starting to reign over this broad stroke item here. It's just not going to work the way it does. I don't want men and women's sports. That's my statement. Okay, and everything else I think can be handled. But I think we need to, if we're going to bring this back and we're going to make policy, then it's got to be laser sharp, and we got to protect the rights of every student in our district. And I think we can do that. But we got to think clearly what's going on there. This is big, bad, and ugly. Thank you.
Trustee Burns, can you hear me?
I can hear you, but I'm dropping in. I don't understand. I am. Policy that is there, that we have the agenda is not a policy. It's not clear. I think they're getting confused of which direction it actually is. Yes,
Mr. Burns, this is John Enter.
Hi, John.
Hey, mute your video, but then try to talk. Sometimes if the video is trying to feed, it'll interrupt the voice. So just mute the video and then go ahead and try and talk, see if it's any better. We're getting about one and.
Stop the video.
Yeah, just stop the video. Now go ahead and
Okay.
talk.
Okay.
Much better.
Okay, the agenda. The agenda was not clear. It was changed. And it had to be because it was pretty clear before. And now it just wasn't clear. So you get people on both sides up there not understanding what the agenda was about. And I think that needs to be cleared up for the next meeting.
Thank you. Okay.
Just in all due respect, the agenda was not changed. Allegations have come against staff that we changed the agenda. What is on there was verbatim. We have YouTube video to show it. And I've heard this many times tonight. My staff and I did not change the agenda. Thank you.
Was the word transgender originally in the conversation? Was that word ever mentioned?
So I don't know necessarily that, but what was worded in the description of what would be discussed. Again, it was looking at banning males from female sports locker rooms, bathrooms, females from male or sports bathrooms and locker rooms. So again, I think that was the issue. So I will own that, Catherine, in terms of how it was titled. Obviously a tricky issue. So that, but to say that we added or we took words off is not accurate.
Okay, but if that word was added when we were trying to get to, I personally wanted to get to the point of protecting girls' sports and the likes of that, and then that word was put in, that is adding gasoline to a fire.
But I will say, Catherine, I would ask you to go back and look at the video. Protecting girls in sports was never mentioned in the April 11th board meeting. So we didn't have that as staff as a reference of where this was going. So
I'll look
okay.
at that, Keith.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Superintendent Lewis, let's just say we're ready to evolve and make it better.
Right. I'm going to always protect my staff when it's
Okay. No one's upset with
implied
anybody.
that we did something underhanded.
No. That wasn't my intent saying it.
But I asked you to correct that in the newspaper yesterday and we didn't get it corrected. So we'll agree to disagree.
Okay. It'll happen once in a while. Trustee Engelkirk.
Okay, I would like to make a motion that we postponed item 19 until the next board meeting in order to craft a more precisely worded agenda item.
I'll second that.
Yes. Yeah. I just think just to be very specific, I mean, I think that's one of the lessons that we've learned is that your motion and the words that you say matter and we take them verbatim. So let's really talk about where you want this to go.
I mean, did you want to use the terminology narrowly tailored as the buzzwords and then compelling?
I'm using your words, maybe not exactly, but
Not in that
your intention. You said we have to craft something that's very narrowly worded to protect
Narrowly?
the district.
Well-
And so my suggestion is, this is the president's agenda item. The president should come up with, talk to legal counsel, come up with this agenda item for the next meeting that we can discuss and consider it for action at that time.
So I think that motion should include those words narrowly tailored to
I don't have
promote
that.
a a
Okay, I
compelling.
put precisely worded, but I'll
I
put
understand.
narrowly
Tailored to promote a compelling government interest.
tailored.
Government interest. Yeah.
It's the interest you have to protect. It's a state interest, whether you call it government or not. That's the test. That's the strict scrutiny test. You're protecting an interest that the government finds important to protect, whether it's, I know you guys don't like the government per se, but that's the frame.
Just so people protect all sides here,
Narrowly.
LGBTQ,
There,
heterosexual, the whole.
No,
bit.
and narrowly tailored to promote a compelling public interest.
Okay, that's better.
A compelling
Public interest.
Okay, would you redraw, take back your second?
Take back my second.
Okay, I'll take back my motion and I'll make another motion that we postpone item 19 in order to craft a more narrowly tailored agenda that protects the compelling interest of our district. Promote a compelling interest of our district.
That's good.
Got that, Karen? Okay.
So you want it as the agenda or a narrowly tailored policy? You want the agenda to be more narrowly or something to that effect?
Yes, this agenda.
Agenda,
To suggest, I mean.
I'm just trying to get something.
Understand. I'm just trying to, is it the agenda or is it a policy?
Well, it's an agenda for a policy,
Okay,
but it's an agenda item, whether it's going to be a policy.
it's got to be a policy, I think, and not an agenda.
Okay. Postpone item 19 in order to craft a more narrowly tailored policy to promote,
To protect
a
a compelling public interest.
compelling public interest.
Compelling, how about district interest?
Whatever you want to say, but I'm just.
Aaron, can you read what you have?
Okay.
That's fine. I'm happy with that. But I get a second.
Public comment, right?
Public comment.
Yeah, I did.
Rob Lehman, I don't think you defined the policy. I don't think you need to postpone it. And if I were in your shoes, I would say, I'd like to make a motion to direct staff and legal counsel to create a narrowly tailored policy protecting girls' sports and bathrooms and locker rooms that promotes a compelling public interest. And bring the policy back next month. I think that would do it, but do whatever you'd like.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
That one online.
I'm just tired. I didn't mean to laugh. I'm not laughing at you. I'm just laughing well. There's a lot of different ways we can go about this, huh?
There's one online.
John?
I have a May 2023 name, so please state your name. And you're unmuted.
Sorry.
And I'm going to go ahead and go on to the next person. Hold on. We have a Marcus. Go ahead.
Yeah, this is Marcus, if you can hear me.
Yes.
First off, thank you for trying to table this or postpone it or however you want to describe what you are currently doing. But I think it's worth noting that the ineptitude of this school board in their ability to make a motion the ability to click the unmute button when they're speaking, or the dial-up connection that they're on for these types of policies that impact so many people that are so important is absurd. You're going to make a motion about transgenders in sports and men in women's locker rooms. That's a national hot button topic to the nth degree. And you can't even make a motion. This is embarrassing. I think the people at the ACLU are laughing right now, and we should be laughing at them. This is bananas. Please figure this out. Figure out how to write a motion, how to table a motion, how to postpone a motion, how to go through the correct decorum in a meeting, and how to click the unmute button on your computer before you bring all of these people back to a board meeting to waste 5 hours of their time to table a topic.
Have a Nicholas Meyer.
Go ahead, Nick.
And for the record, I just want to say this petty backbiting by Mr. Zinke is so pathetic, so immature. We've just done 5 hours where the entire community has been allowed to speak on a very sensitive topic. And this gentleman has the gall to disrespect the process and the school board. I am incredibly disappointed in Mr. Zinke.
Thank you. Is there any more public comment?
I have none online.
Any other comments from the board?
Comment?
Dave?
Yes. Do we have a motion and a second on the floor?
We're gonna vote on postponing the motion to make a more narrowly construed. Right, we're postponing the agenda item to rework it and make it better. Dave?
Aye.
So 6, 7? No. Trustee Gilkerson, all the rest ayes. Thank you. We have more things we have to do.
President Jansen, would be my recommendation to the board that we table the postpone number 20 in the interest of knowing that it is going to be another long conversation and what's already been a long evening, and try to get some of the other business done. And so that would be my recommendation.
Do we have to make a motion?
Yes.
Yes, Karen.
We're going to skip to 20 to take that action, and we'll come back to 16.
I will make motion that we postpone item 20. To the next meeting.
Want to make a second?
I'll second that.
Depending how urgent, we could end up with a similar situation that we have tonight. If we put them both to the next meeting, we may want to put some spacing, just a recommendation.
Let's discuss that at our next agenda meeting.
Well, then let's not make that motion that we're going to be in the next meeting if we're going to discuss. So if we make the motion, it's going to be in the next meeting, then we're stuck on the next meeting. So
How about just to postpone?
yes. Or a further date. Yep.
I will withdraw my first motion on item 20. And I would recommend that we postpone it to a future meeting. To be determined.
I second that.
Any ask for public comment?
Motion and recommended that is postponed to a future meeting. But the first motion was made by Mr. Peters, seconded by Ms. Dickerson. And then the second motion was just made by Mr. Kangas, seconded by somebody else.
Mr. Engel Kirk.
Yeah, we need to withdraw, we need the second to be withdrawn also from trustee Dickerson. So you've already withdrawn your first motion, but we need the second to come from Ms. Dickerson, trustee Dickerson.
I retract my second. I'm so tired. Okay, I withdraw. The withdraw word. I withdraw. Thank you. I'm sorry. This is
Okay.
serious. I'm not making light.
Thanks, Karen. And then Karen, make your motion again. Don't call it a recommendation, just make it a motion to postpone. I make a motion to postpone item 20 to a future board meeting. To be determined. To be determined.
Second that.
Name is May Hyatt. I need to turn this on. My name is May Hyatt, Hiatt, first name May. I understand that you're wanting to postpone item 20. I've waited 5 hours to speak for item 20. So as a parent, a community member, a former teacher, it is very frustrating for this board to set up an agenda that has so many hot item tickets. To have community members here wait hours and hours for you to only postpone items. Many of us have not had dinner. I understand that you haven't had dinner either. And I respect that and I appreciate your time. But for people like me who've been waiting to talk about item number 20, which I'm very, very passionate about, now I have to go home and wait a whole month. It's very frustrating for me. I respect all of the community members who spoke on the previous item. I did not bother to speak on that, even though I was prepared to, because of the redundancy. Many people spoke on both sides, and I felt that the message was repeated again and again and again for hours. And I know that everyone wants a voice, and I respect that. But after waiting 5 hours, my voice is not being heard on a different item, an item that I feel is equally important because it concerns all students. and that is about educational materials. If you don't know about item 20, I suggest that you read upon it because it is equally as important and it affects all students in Douglas County. I thank you for your time. Please make sure that in the future, when we create an agenda, such hot topic items need not be back to back. Let's spread them out because you will have concerned parents like myself, concerned citizens like these wonderful people behind me who will want to voice their thoughts and opinions. And I know you don't want to be here till 10 o'clock. I know. I was in the back room since before 4. And we were joking, man, we should have ordered a pizza. My blood sugar is low, and I know that yours is too. Thank you for your time. I hope you have a good night.
Thank you and sorry.
My name is Dr. Ginger Carlson. I know that you are tired, as everybody is. I know that you're hungry, as we all are. I know that you're probably dehydrated, as we all are. But I do think that if you are having taking so much of our time and calling us together, that we should honor all of the agenda items that are currently on the agenda and allow that time. So I would like to take my 3 minutes to speak on item 20 because I will not be able to be present at the next meeting or the following meeting because of some international work that I need to do. I was born and raised here. I am a product of the Douglas County school system. I've spent the last 30 years giving my life to education. I have worked in districts across the United States and in American and embassy schools. I have accredited schools in 20 countries on 5 continents. I specialize in education systems and professional development, in assessment and curriculum. I've worked around the world, but my roots are here in Gardnerville. I was raised here. When I decided to return to Nevada, I made sure to buy a home in Douglas County so that my child could go to school here. And she is currently a student. My youngest child, the youngest of 4, attends Douglas County schools. Well, I've served and worked with the educational boards for decades. It's been 36 years since I've been to a DCSD school board meeting. In person, that is. I do follow you online. And I've watched how things have evolved over many, many years and continue to monitor the dismal academic performance of our state. I do wish to applaud some of your most recent attempts at assuring non-discrimination through the resolution that you have affirmed your commitment to equity, although it does feel like a little bit of a Trojan horse in veiled ways. And so I urge you to refine it, revisit it, and continue to work on that language. Of course, we know that discrimination is illegal, and I ask that you give careful oversight to any impending curation of materials, denying materials that reflect any of our students as defined in your 19 material, your item 19 material is absolutely discriminatory. It says on there, every student matters, every moment counts. And as a public school district, not private, it must provide for what the resolution states, equitable educational opportunities for all students, families' values, all belief systems, all family structures, should be reflected in those materials our children can learn from. It never means that the materials are forced on anyone, but that they are made available. Across the district, we see these words: empower, inspire, prepare, connect. It's on the top of your agenda that's been circulated, and many other places. If we are to empower students, then our children will see themselves, whoever they are, reflected in the materials they learn from. They will have choice in how they represent their knowledge. And if we are to inspire them, then they'll have models for learning and ideas that stretch their thinking. If we're to prepare them, then our children practice the skills of engaging in an evolving world and learn to articulate their own beliefs. And if we are to connect, then we take the time, however long it is, and the energy to bring together ideas and divisions and not stay divided. I so appreciate the work of boards. The word trustee literally means to hold in trust. And that means that the responsibility of the trustees is to assure that all students are held in trust. And I wanted to say tonight that I trust that you will do that. I have difficulty trusting, but I hope that you will. Thank you.
Thank you. John, anybody else?
I have a Talia. Go ahead, Talia, you're unmuted, or unmute yourself. Up, she just joined. No other public comment online.
Okay. All right. We're voting on postponing for a future date, agenda 20. Okay, let's take a vote on the motion. Dave, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so we're voting to postpone agenda item 20 for some time in the future. All in favor? Say aye.
Aye.
Unanimous. Motion passes. Number 16, Bell System upgrade, discussion for possible action. God.
Good evening, Madam President and Board. What we have before you is a proposal to upgrade our bell and paging systems at 5 schools for the amount of $314,626. Does anybody have any questions or anything to ask of me?
This is what you talked, didn't you talk about this before? Because I think we've, is this like a second reading or further? No?
No.
I'm thinking of something.
You're gonna have this because you sit in on the agenda review as an officer. That's where you've heard it before.
Okay. It's getting late.
Basically, we've been trying to upgrade the bell systems at all the school sites. And I have 5 left to do. Actually, there's 6. I'm gonna do one next after July 1st. It was normally a bell system over the last few years has been running about $150,000 per school site. Innovative Communications, who supports these 5 school bell systems. These are pre-1996 systems. He came up with a solution to be able to do each one of those 5 schools for around $60,000 average. Basically, what we're doing is we're not replacing the bell system. We're actually upgrading it. We're going to use all the existing wiring, speakers, switches and things like that. And just upgrade what we call the head end, which will bring us into the 21st century and make it a much more usable bell system that will be able to do what we need for the current lockdowns and the different drills and what have you.
Trustee Kangas?
Is this the same contractor we've been using for the entire system? Is this the same contractor we've been using for the entire system?
Yes, this contractor's been supporting them before I got here 13 years ago. So Jeff from Innovative Communications has been doing, we've been basically keeping these bell systems running with Band-Aids and bubble gum. And so I'm quite excited to be able to upgrade them. One of the other things that happened too, normally I would try to do one system a year. Last year, we received a lot of money from the federal government for upgrading our Chromebook fleet. So our this year, I didn't have to invest that money into Chromebooks because that was all done with COVID-19 money. So I had this dollar amounts in my capital improvement budget. And so it was the right time to expend that money and upgrade these systems.
Any other questions from the board? Okay. Yes.
I'd
Trustee
like to,
Meeker?
I would recommend that the board award the bid for services to Innovative Communication Systems LLC for the bell and paging system upgrade project at Pinyon Hills Elementary School, Minden Elementary School, Scarcelli Elementary School, Carson Valley Middle School, and Powaloo Middle School in the amount of $314,626.77 and authorize the superintendent the authority to approve change orders up to 10% of the contract amount as recommended by Director of Technology, John Enter.
Second.
Any public comment? Public comment? David?
Your mic.
Trustee Burns, are you there?
Yes.
Do you have any comments or questions for Mr. Enter?
Nope. I'm understanding what he's talking about.
Thank you. Okay, we ready to take a vote? All those in favor? Most aye. All
Aye.
those Opposed? The motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, John.
Thank you, Dave.
Sorry, I've been yelling at mics all night and then I did. We can, I don't think this presentation is too long. It is a agenda item that was brought by the board. So I think in light of kind of some of our conversation, it might not be a bad presentation tonight. So what I would recommend, at least, I know that we need to have a discussion on, we need to do the Health Advisory Committee update. And we need to do the NASB membership. And we've worked through 19, we've worked through 20, 21, and the agenda item that was pulled. How do we need to rectify that in the meeting? Rick, 2A that was pulled earlier?
Well, yeah, I mean, that's 21 and 2A. You can talk about them either back to back or at the same time.
Yeah.
It's kind of the same
Okay, so let's just hold tight. Let's try to plug through and we'll click on our presentations. Okay. All right. So Shannon and Leslie, you thought you were going to get off tonight. Sorry.
It was requested that Director of Education Services, Shannon Brown, who presents the mental health resources that are available to our district. So I just organize them by like the trainings that our staff have received or put on. Kind of curriculum and community resources. Staff, the staff we have around mental health and the resources available to our families and students. So in training, our social workers recently, in January of this year, were sent to a 4-day restorative practices training all around what restorative practices are and how to implement them. They actually came back and then trained all of our counselors back in March. They were also trained, I believe it was the previous year, spring, in youth mental health first aid, and they're trained the trainers. They can actually put on community youth mental health trainings. We used a grant to purchase Hope Squad. It's suicide prevention. That training took place last October. We have about 4 schools that are rolling along pretty good. We have 3 or 4 that are still have struggled to get it up running, but we're working with those principals and counselors and the teachers that were trained. We've done our own restorative practices training with administrators, counselors, and social workers through the Office of Safe and Respectful Learning. That is the same office that came out and put on our 2 family community awareness nights around social and emotional learning on last September. We did one up at the lake and one down here. There were multiple course offerings for our staff around mental health resources and social emotional learning at our learning forum in the fall. And then all of our staff or all admin have been trained, and psychologists and counselors and multi-tiered systems of support, which is just a systematic approach to supporting students regardless whether it's mental health, social emotional learning, academic, or behavior. Any questions on the trainings we've had?
So I went to a social emotional learning thing. I don't know if you were there, Suze, but I went there and they didn't give the whole thing. They said that there would be certain things that they would be discussing. But they left out a segment of social emotional learning, and I was kind of curious as to why that was. The one I went to at the library, I believe it was, at the media center.
Our library media center?
I think that's where it was. I'm trying to remember because it was in the Commons, Douglas High School Commons, yeah.
Are you talking about the family night that we did? That
I believe
community
it
night?
was. Yeah, there was a part that they said, look, we're going to be discussing this and this, but we really aren't going to touch on that part. And I was curious as to why that was. Because I tried to discuss it at the table I was at, and it was like, okay, we're not really going to discuss that. So I think it should be, my point is if we're going to show social emotional learning, it should be, in its entirety, every last part of it. That's just
It wasn't a training we put on. I'd have to look back at the presentation or talk to the
yes, thank you.
SRL. It may have been because of the purpose of that training was a whole awareness of what it is and what it is not.
Right, but it should be all of what it is. Every last bit of it.
I can't recall. So,
Yeah, if you would visit that, because if we're going to do it, we should do it in its entirety. Thank you, Shannon.
Yep. All right. So in terms of mental health resources, we purchased Character Strong, which is a secondary curriculum that they use during freshman seminar. And I believe they're using some of it at the middle schools in advisory. Second step is the elementary curriculum. And they use parts of it, and then they also kind of develop some of their own lessons. The Hope Squad is another resource. We have an active membership. I shouldn't call it a membership. We sit on the Youth Behavioral Health Task Force. We always have myself or Assistant Director Peters or one of our social workers join that, and it meets monthly. We have available to refer families to is the Douglas County Multidisciplinary Team, where they look at community resources for families. Some of our local nonprofits are Taha Youth and Family Services, Thrive, and Moxie Up. And then like it's embedded throughout every day, but social emotional learning lessons are taught through counselors, through focus at Aspire, advisory at the middle schools, and then through freshman seminar. Some of the staff we have around the district, I didn't add the numbers here, but we have, I believe it's 2 BCBAs, behavior analysts that support our most challenging behavior students, behavior technicians who also support those students, 2 of those, and they actually support the teachers after the BCBAs provide the training, and then they are like data collectors too. School psychologists, 5 school psychologists, psychologist technicians, because we haven't completely fully staffed all our school psychs. Every school has a counselor that, or we're close. We're still trying to hire for Douglas High School. That's been posted. We had 4 school social workers and recently interviewed some more for the last 2 open positions. And I'm confident we're going to end up finding some 2 social workers to fill those. So that'll take us to 6 for next year. And then our school resource officers, we have 4 of those. And they're all regularly supporting mental health in our schools. And then finally, some of the resources we've gotten to make available to families are parentguidance.org. The mental health series webinars that are put on by parentguidance.org. The My Life is Worth Planning. It's like an online curriculum connected with parentguidance.org as well as the parent coaching that anyone in our community is available to use. Safe Voice for anonymous tips. Then on our webpage, we have our DCSD. We actually have a mental health resources webpage where you can access those, and developed during COVID that kept all the time. And there's like a virtual calming room that has lots of resources that students or families can access for mental health. It's a link right off the main webpage. Says, didn't it say mental health resources? Calling rooms in that mental health resources page. Sorry about that, Trustee Gilkerson. And that's what we have. Told you it'd be a fairly quick presentation.
Shannon, the data that's collected by the data collectors, where does that go?
They use it to make decisions with that MTSS team that we talked about, to help make decisions. Are the behavior interventions they're putting in place working? Are they being done with fidelity? And so it's used by that team to make decisions.
So it's its ultimate destination. I mean, does it ever get to the state?
No, it's just with that student. It's for that team to use with that student to make decisions.
Okay, so it stays within the district, period.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's like paper pencil data.
Thank you. I
Track what's
get
working.
concerned about data collection. Thank you.
Yep. President Jansen, did you have a question?
No,
No?
thank you for a very good.
I do. Question. I did not hear this. I heard it from someone else, and I was hoping that Shannon could clarify this. That you were talking to a group, and I want correction if this is wrong. Talking to a group, and you spoke that kids that are caught cheating will not suffer any consequence. Can you clarify that?
That is not true.
Okay.
Cheating is being handled. It was removed from the grade in terms of reflecting in their grade, but it is part of the progressive discipline plan. So it doesn't mean they don't have consequences.
What would be the consequences?
It depends on the severity of the cheating. It's like every other discipline, they're individual, depending on what it is. But we trust our admin to make those decisions when they're investigating any reports.
Okay,
All right.
thank you.
Thank you, Shannon.
Thank you, Shannon. All right, item number 21. Yeah, we'll do 21 and then we'll bring 2A right behind it. Okay. Yeah, we actually probably can do them together. Rick can, no, okay. We're deciding the same thing, so. You two votes.
Separately, but you got it. And ultimately the question.
So just as a, to entry to this, this item was pulled in, April. You normally approve the minutes of the meeting prior, to this. The concern was that a public comment of one individual was not, verbatim in the minutes. And now tonight, 2A, a public member is making, a similar, assertion that if we're going to do verbatim in one, then why are we not going to do verbatim in another? My guidance on this topic is that it clearly states that our minutes are not verbatim, that they are summary minutes. The one thing nice in Douglas County is we do record all of our meetings. And so if anyone ever had a question of what was exactly said, they have the access to the video that they could always go back and look at. And so we do have that mechanism without necessarily having to go to verbatim minutes. So what the board is deciding tonight is really your decision really is whether or not you approve the minutes of March 20th as is. And then again, if you approve the minutes of April 11th, 2023 as is, or do you want to direct staff to include verbatim minutes? Does that make sense? Does everyone understand what? Okay, go ahead, Linda, or sorry, President Jansen, you're running the meeting, not me.
Trustee Gilgerson.
The minutes that we captured up at the lake, the ones we're talking about that we pulled, you can't hear the audio on it very well. That's why I think there was a problem. I don't know if it was just because we were at the lake or what, but it was very garbled and very difficult to hear. People had told me that they could not understand what was being said by Mr. Lehman. God bless you.
Yes, just always remember that we also have audio recording. So Karen's little device next to her is recording, and that did capture the comments. So again, so maybe I should have told you that. We actually have 3. We have the summary, but we have not only YouTube, but Karen also has an audio recording in which she archives.
Okay, so, what's the English word?
Recommend that the board approve the minutes of the special board meeting of March 20th, 2023 as presented.
Trustee Burns.
Yes, I can hear you now. Yes.
Okay,
I
so
raised my hand.
thank you. All 7, it's unanimous. Thank you.
Now you're going to you're going to address item 2A for tonight's consent as well.
Okay.
Make another motion that we approve the minutes of the board workshop of April 14th, 2023. I'm sorry, minutes of the special board meeting of April 27th, 2023.
Oh, April
Where
11th.
am I? 2A. Sorry. Okay. I approve the minutes of the regular board meeting of April 11th, 2023.
Second.
Public comment.
Rob Lehman, I think that's on your first one, I think you said special meeting of March as well, so you may want to correct that, because I think it was a special. Oh, because you rescheduled, my bad. Thank you.
Agree with that. Mr. Seat.
David Seat for the record. A reminder to all, the public comment rule is and always has been that the public commenter shall not denigrate the current sitting board trustees. The former board trustee, who in my opinion embarrassed himself during his public comments at the February and March meetings, disparaging the current board trustees, tripled down during an in-person public comment at the April meeting. During the April meeting, he read emails and/or texts between current board trustees. His intent was again an attempt to slander and smear their character and reputation. His poor loser opinion does not make him the arbiter of the filings he has made to the Nevada State Attorney General. There are two sides to every story. The Attorney General, upon hearing both sides of the issues, will adjudicate the claim, not the former board member. If he were interested in justice, he would let the process play out and not attempt to poison the public's perception of the board that he lost his place on by the Douglas County voters rejecting him. He needs to stop his antics and stop his filings to the Attorney General, which I can only imagine are costing thousands upon thousands upon thousands of dollars in board legal counsel fees to respond to the filings and fund a defense. Lawyers are not cheap. This money being spent could be much better used for legitimate district needs. Hear these words from God's holy Bible. Proverbs 26:27. If a man digs a pit, he will fall into it. If a man rolls a stone, it will roll back on him. Thank you.
Thank you. Are we on number 22, Health Advisory? Oh, okay, sorry. All righty. 2A, we're voting on 2A. Okay, any other public comment? All in favor? Aye. Trustee Burns?
Aye.
Okay, all opposed? Motion passes unanimously.
I'm confused, I'm sorry.
Minutes. Okay, unanimous. So number 22, Health Advisory Committee update. The Health Insurance Advisory Committee will provide the board with a brief update on the current status of the self-insured plan and its related funding.
Thank you, President Jansen. The amazing Carrie Stack is here to help me with this presentation. She drew the very short straw of joining us today to give you a report on the Health Advisory Committee. Carrie's currently a EPIC instructional coach for the district. Before that, for several years, I don't know how many exactly, maybe she'll want to weigh on this, but she was the amazing culinary teacher at Douglas High School and the CTE department chair. 17 years, I'm hearing. So thank you, Carrie, for being here. I know this was a long meeting. We're here on behalf of the Health Advisory Committee to provide the board with a brief update on current status of the self-insured plan and its related funding. Carrie's going to kick us off because she's been graciously voluntold to give a brief description of what we do on a monthly basis and how we report out to you.
All right, thank you very much for that lovely introduction, Mr. Gardner, and to the board and Madam President, thank you. The health yeah, mine. The Healthcare Advisory Committee consists of a number of people. One is the Executive Director of Human Resources, Mr. Joe Gardner. And then there are 3 teachers that are selected by DCPEA. This is Lynn Faulkner, Darcy McGinnis, and myself. There are usually 2 classified employees that are selected by DCSSO. Currently, there are no representatives from this employee group on the committee because of the state of their employee group. There is 1 bus driver that is selected by the Douglas County School Bus Drivers Association, which is Mr. Jeff Johnson, and 1 administrator selected by the Douglas County Administrators Association, Ms. Susan McNeil. In addition to the committee members, there are representatives from Hometown Health, who is our third-party administrator, and LP Insurance, who is our broker. The committee meets monthly unless a majority votes otherwise. At most, 2 meetings per year may be canceled. The responsibilities of the committee include the following. We review the actuarial soundness of the plan. We review the benefits and the features of the program, review premium requirements, evaluate the plan administrator, review the reinsurance, evaluate and review any factors that may affect the program, review bids from the plan administrators and health insurance carriers when the committee deems it appropriate, and then we review general claims issues if there are any. And that's all I have. Mr. Green.
Thank you, Carrie. With all that, one of the major roles that the committee takes is that with the majority recommendation from the committee, we come to you as the board and employee organizations to make suggestions to changes to our insurance program, which are subject to final approval by you, the board. So you will see that several times throughout the year. The other thing that, well, I think probably our primary focus is that we are constantly monitoring the state of that fund and the health of that fund and how we're going to go forward. I provided you 2 documents. I think they're front and back. You may need binoculars to read them. The first is the self-insurance fund balance sheet. This is a historical look at the fund balance. It was originally developed before my time in HR, but it was developed on a red light, yellow light, green light format to kind of project the health of the budget. If we were running in the red or in the green, I'm sorry, our fund was secure and we were comfortable. If it got to the yellow, we needed to start being concerned and possibly look at changes. In red, we needed to be really concerned. We based those colors on what's called incurred but not reported, which is on a monthly basis. We look at 1, all of our claims that are out there, but 2, incurred but not reported are medical expenses that have occurred but have not been reported to our third-party administrator to be paid. Did I explain that well? Okay. And you can see that our fund has faced some challenges. You can see that until June of 21, our plan was healthy and we had a strong balance. And then we started seeing our claims skyrocket. In March of 2022, the district infused $1 million into the plan, and then another $1 million in November of 2022. This $2 million contribution comes to about approximately $108 a month per employee per month. Also, November of 2022, the Health Advisory Committee recommended significant changes to the plan, and the board approved those changes. The district is budgeting to place or infuse another $1 million into the plan next fiscal year. And so this is kind of really a brief history of what our fund balance has been and how it has fluctuated over the years. any questions on this document that I provided you? All right, the other side is a more general overview of our entire plan, our funds, our usage, our claims expenses. And we review this every month as well. As you can see, we currently have 773 employees using our plan and 378 dependents utilizing our plan. If you look at the claims report section on this document, it's the blue kind of at the top quarter of the document. You'll see a historical perspective on claims dating back to 2017-18 school year. When you look at the total claims, you can see our costs have increased every year with very, very significant increases starting in the 2020-21 school year. You can see that as a result of the increased claims, our average cost per participant has increased significantly as well. The next section of the document is the ending fund balance, which is a more detailed account of our annual expenses over the course of the last 5 years. And then the last section is an estimated cash flow, which is a monthly breakdown of operating revenues, admin expenses, and claims expenses. And so every month, our committee takes a very deep look at the health of our plan, our costs that are coming to us monthly, and our revenues that we have. And honestly, it's a daunting task. I think Carrie can speak to that. We take this responsibility heavily, and we're constantly looking at how we're going to continue to provide the best medical insurance and benefits for our employees at the lowest cost possible. The last thing I want to share with you, and this is for a variety of reasons, but we do this occasionally, but especially now with the cost of claims and the health of our plan, we are performing a market review for our self-funded health benefits program and related services to assess if there is a more favorable delivery and administration agreement. The district's intent is to evaluate the replacement of the current self-funded program's third-party administrator, which is currently Hometown Health. I misspoke, not necessarily to replace him, but we're essentially going out to bid to see if there are better opportunities in the healthcare market right now for a third-party administrator to do what Hometown Health does for us now, which is to manage our health savings or our health claims for us and administer our account. The other thing so in that case, we've invited all qualified third-party administrators to propose self-insured, getting attacked by a moth here, propose self-insured comprehensive administrative services for medical, prescription drugs, and dental as outlined in the RSFP for consideration, for an RFP that we put out for consideration. We're also looking beyond that at a market review for our self-funded health benefits program and related services to assess if there are more favorable delivery arrangements for a comprehensive, fully self-insured fund or program. What that means is that if the market comes back that it's cheaper to move away from a self-funded plan, we're exploring that option also. We do not believe that will be the case, but we are really doing an exhaustive look at what options are out there to support our insurance program. We don't obviously know if it will remain self-funded or go to a fully funded plan. We want to look at what is the most cost efficient for our district and will provide the best service for our employees. And that is all that we have, unless you have questions for us.
That was great.
So we have NASB next.
Thank you. Thank you, Carrie.
Thanks, Gary. I think you should be on a big mouth.
Okay, number 23, NASB membership, discussion and possible action.
Okay, so. Okay, this was an item that was discussed earlier in January. And we have a renewal coming up on NASB, and so the board will need to make a decision on whether or not to keep staying as a member of NASB. I do want to start off. Karen has done quite a bit of legwork on this agenda item. It's come up over the last couple of years. And so I wanted to kind of go through what Karen has put together just so that you kind of know the financial part of this. Right now, the cost for both NASB and Board Book is approximately $17,314. That's broken down to about $13,564 for membership and $3,750 for the Board Book cost. If you're not aware what Board Book is, that is our the program that we use to develop our agendas, to post that agenda online and to organize all of that information. Board Book cost has increased approximately, has really only increased $1,000 over the past 5 years. So that's been pretty good. But Board Book is not available without NASB membership. And so they do have an exclusive deal with NASB. So we would have to go out and find some other board software if we were to go away from NASB, which could have some ramifications in terms of past agendas and so forth. And Karen might be able to expand a little bit on that. Karen, when she did her last research, as of June of 2022, districts that are using a comparable program to Board Book version of software, which is called Board Docs. So you got Board Book that we use, a comparable is Board Docs. They were paying approximately $20,000 annually for that service. And that cost has increased $5,000 over the past 6 years. What are the benefits of Board Book? Helps organize materials. It helps communicate with attendees. It boosts efficiency of meeting preparation. Works directly with the district website to publish agendas and minutes. There is no limit in users. There's personalized templates for each meeting, including all of the committees. Karen's had very good luck with customer service. Whenever she has had an issue, they have been very responsive to assist her. Saves each meeting and allows importing of items to new agendas. This saves a great amount of time when compiling information for reoccurring agenda items. And then a quick reference to previous meetings, which provides history of annual items or specific items addressed in prior meetings. And I think, you know, this is one of those functions that I obviously get to see because I get to work daily with Karen. Is that I think sometimes people don't understand how much really goes into planning a board meeting and getting the materials and posting those materials and making those materials available not only for you, but also for the public. So Board Book aside, then you've got NASB in terms of training, and you as board members every other year have to get a certain amount of hours in training. NASB is not the only way you can get training, but it has been beneficial for many board members. I know over the time that I have been at the district office, some board members use it more than others. Some find more value out of it. Some find no value out of it. And so I'm going to leave it at that for the board to discuss whether or not you want to make a motion to remain a member of NASB.
Any comment? Trustee Kangas?
I've always been an advocate for NASB only because you're able to get perspective of all 17 counties. I believe there's still 17 members of Nevada. I think the training is better than any other training I've had. And they certainly gather some of the best speakers in the nation and maybe even in the world. I don't know. I guess it's our nation that come and do presentations that are engaging. It's been a big part of my growth as a board member. And I think the board book is very valuable to the district, obviously, from what the presentation was. Don't want to be an island. I don't know what we would be if we didn't have communication with the rest of the state. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Yeah, I can make a quick comment.
I agree with everything that trustee Kangas said, that yes, all the other districts are a member and it's a good value for what we pay. And there was something else I wanted to say, but I can't think. I think that's all because I lost my thought. Thank you.
Trustee Burns?
Yeah, NASB, I went through the training in NASB and also Pool Pack. And hands down, Pool Pack is way better in training than NASB is. I just felt it was surface. Pool Pack was very, very, very good. But I'm not saying I understand everything Karen needs, and I agree with that. I'm just saying on a training side of it, I would take Pool Pack over them all the way.
Any other comments?
I just think they provide different training, I would say. I think Wolfpack is more risk training, kind of educating you on that side of it, and NASB is more. And I guess I will, I appreciate Trustee Burns' input on that. I do feel like NASB has a new executive director. Rick Harris is in his first year, and I feel from my seat, I've seen an improvement in services and responsiveness. The superintendent seat. So, and I think, sometimes the political action can be concerning. I think one thing with NASB though, is that they don't endorse if it's not all districts on board, correct? Catherine, is that?
The last training that I went to, I'll tell you, I took the survey and said that it was I thought it was very, it was culturally responsive teaching. It talked about school pipeline to prison. It had boards where different colored people were holding up boards and at the top was a white person. I mean, I thought that was really racist and just icky. And I let them know that. But there was, they also had some good information as well. So it's a little early on for me to really have a full opinion, but I gave my opinion about that.
So I guess what I'm asking of you, and maybe it's too early in being on the board with them, but for legislation, NASB will not take a stance unless all school districts are united in that stance.
Correct. I've appreciated where they stand in terms of the bills and stuff that have been in legislation.
Yep.
So good on that.
Okay, are we ready to vote? Or we need a motion?
Like to make a motion that the Douglas County School District continue membership in the Nevada Association of School Boards, NASB.
Second.
Both Tony and Catherine seconded it at the same time. You can make a rock, paper, scissors. Comment? Public comment? Public comment? Public comment? No. Okay, let's take a vote. All in favor of the motion to stay with NASB? Say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed?
Aye.
All opposed? None? Okay, unanimous 7-0. Yes, I have one. It's not going to be popular. Well, I appreciate the legal advice provided by the board, by Maupin, Cox, and Lagoy. I do not feel that your law firm is aligned with the mission of the current board. As a result, I'm making a motion to place on the June agenda to terminate the contract with our current legal firm, Maupin, Cox, and Lagoy. Also for the June agenda, that the superintendent as well as board members are to recommend applicants for new legal counsel. And in the event that the district is sued, I'd like to add an agenda item also to be placed on the June agenda to approve the retention of outside counsel to handle that specific matter.
Second.
Personal. Public. Final public comment?
Rob Lehman, again. Looks like Mr. Seat and I are going to keep going back and forth in public comment. I'm going to keep correcting his false statements. Mr. Seat again stated that I'm slandering members of the current board. And again, for slander to exist, the statement has to be false. Every statement that I've shared is true and taken directly from the board members' own words. Mr. Seat also stated that I have made multiple filings to the Attorney General's office. This is also false. I have only filed one complaint regarding open meeting laws or anything else to the Attorney General. That complaint was regarding the grant issue. I filed that it wasn't agendized properly. During that item, 3 members of the public, me and 2 others, warned this board not to take action because it wasn't properly noticed. Despite those warnings, the board took the action. Then, after I filed my one and only complaint regarding that item, the board held a special meeting to rehear the item after it had been properly agendized. That special meeting is an acknowledgement that the item wasn't done properly and confirms my complaint was valid. Mr. Seat also continues to complain about me exposing backroom deals made by a majority of the members of this board that weren't done in transparency. After I showed all the evidence last month, Trustee Dickerson stated that any mistakes they made were made because they hadn't been trained otherwise. This argument, ignorance, can be an argument if it's true, but it wasn't. In fact, all 3 members of the board had received training in December from the then president of the board on open meeting laws and the requirement to not speak with 3 other members of the board. Furthermore, the Attorney General has published an open meeting law manual. It's been published for over a decade. During the grant item, Ms. Dickerson, you stated that you can read really quickly. Perhaps you failed to read the open meeting law manual. Perhaps that wasn't important to you. I don't know what it was, but there was plenty of training provided. There was plenty of information out there to know what your requirements were and what your responsibilities were. And I turn the time over next time to Mr. Seat, and I'll respond to his allegations then too.
Any more public comment?
I have Todd Poth online. Go ahead, Todd, you're unmuted.
Morning or almost good morning. We're getting close to it, only an hour away.
We can barely hear you, Todd. Can you get close to the microphone or?
Good morning. This is Todd Poth. We're almost in morning by now. Just only an hour away. Todd Poth, for the record. I would still like to point out that I did ask for item 2G to be removed from the consent agenda, and it has not been brought up. So I'm assuming that's going to be on the next meeting next month. That is the to do with the grant. And I think it's very important that people understand the financial implications of that, and it needs its full attention. Thank you.
Thank you.
Casey Rogers for the record. I just wanted to say thank you guys for putting up with everybody tonight and for everything that you're doing. You're obviously doing something right because the waves of the ocean are high tide. So good job and thanks for everything. Bye.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy.
Madeline Kennedy for the record. I would just, again, like to thank all of you staying here tonight, but I would like to comment on the mental health presentation that was presented earlier tonight. Nevada is the 51st state in the US in treating mental health. Washington, DC is better than us and we need more resources. And I feel like that presentation may have sugarcoated what is really going on in our school district. Half the links on the DCSD mental health resources page don't work and the other half of them aren't allowed on our Chromebooks. Almost all mental health resources are targeted towards crises situations, which is fantastic and necessary. But I want somewhere to talk about friends, about stress, about school, about anything that's going on in my life. And there's nowhere for me to do that where it's not considered a crisis situation. When nothing is provided for non-crisis situations, that's how it turns into a crisis. Additionally, Moxie Up and Thrive are fantastic resources. However, they really are only advertised through word of mouth. I've never heard of Thrive before reading that presentation, and I only heard of Moxie Up due to a Do Be Nice pep rally in 7th grade, and I've never since heard of it. I just suggest that we do some more research into bettering our mental health resources for students. Thank you.
Are an amazing young lady. Thank you. Any more public comment?
I have none online.
Can I gavel it? Keith? Adjourn.